Section 1 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887, and other contributors. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendrie. London Labour and the London Poor, a cyclopedia of the condition and earnings of those that will work, those that cannot work, and those that will not work, by Hendrie Mayhew. Those that will not work, comprising prostitutes, swindlers, thieves, beggars, by several contributors, with introductory essay on the agencies at present in operation in the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime, by the Reverend William Tuckness, B.A., Chaplain to the Society for the Rescue of Young Women and Children. Quote, "Misery and ignorance are always the cause of great evils. Misery is easily excited to anger, and ignorance soon yields to perfidious counsels." End quote, by Addison. Advertisement. It would be a work of supererogation to extol the utility of such a publication as London Labour and the London Poor. So apparent must be its value to all classes of society. It stands alone as a photograph of life as actually spent by the lower classes of the metropolis. That one half of the world does not know how the other half lives is an axiom of antiquity, but the truthful revelations and descriptions of the London street folk, workers and non-workers, and the means by which they exist, will go a great way to enlighten the educated classes respecting matters which have hitherto been involved in mystery and uncertainty. The class of individuals treated of in this volume are the non-workers, or, in other words, the dangerous classes of the metropolis, and every endeavour has been made to obtain correct information, not only through the assistance of the police authorities, but by an expenditure of much time and research among the unfortunates themselves. Their favourite haunts, and the localities in London wherein they chiefly congregate, as well as their modes of existence, are accurately described, in addition to which have been inserted very many deeply interesting autobiographies, faithfully transcribed from their own lips, which go far to unveil the intricate schemes of villainy and crime that abound in the metropolis, and prove how much more rational and effective are preventative measures than such as are merely correctional. Every phase of vice has been investigated and treated of, in order that all possible information that can prove interesting to the moralist, the philanthropist, and the statist, as well as to the general public, might be afforded. In a word, the veil has been raised, and the skeleton exposed to the view of the public. In order to inspire hope and confidence in those who would shudder and lose heart in the perusal of such a record of crime and misery, the volume is prefaced by a comprehensive account of the agencies in operation within the metropolis for the suppression of crime and vice, in which is detailed the aim and scope of the numerous religious and philanthropic associations now actively following the footsteps of that divine Saviour, whose chief mission was to the poor and guilty. These brave workers now abound in all the dark places of the metropolis, and the fruits of their labours, particularly in the case of youthful criminals, are becoming, through the blessing of Providence, abundantly apparent. A vast amount of statistical information, compiled from authentic records, is contained in the body of the work and in the appendix, and a few illustrations are introduced, graphically showing the extremes of vice and crime. The publishers have to thank Sir Richard Mayne and the authorities at Scotland Yard, as well as the secretaries of the various charitable societies, for much valuable information and assistance. Stationers' Hall Court, December 1861. End of section 1. Section 2 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Introduction. The agencies at present in operation within the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime. Part 1. One of the most remarkable and distinctive features of the present age is the universal desire for analytical investigations. Almost every branch of social economy is treated with a precision and pursued with an accuracy that pertains to an exact science. Demonstration has been reduced to a mathematical certainty. Figures and statistics everywhere abound and supply data for further research. Too often, however, it happens that the solution of the social problem, or the collation of facts tending to throw light upon the moral and religious condition of our country, forms the goal and not the starting point of our labours. Having accomplished a diligent and often a laborious search, and succeeded in eliminating truth from a mass of contradictory evidence, men are generally satisfied with the mere pleasure derived from success. Their knowledge, the hard pursuit of which has called forth immense energy and perseverance, and entrenched largely on their time and capital, is no longer the means to an end, but the end itself. Having gathered a few pebbles from the exhaustless arcana of social philosophy, they complacently enjoy their new-found treasures without a thought of the practical uses to which they may be applied. Other men are found who enter into their labours and use the materials thus collected as the basis of further philanthropic investigations. While thus perpetually rising higher in the scale of intelligence and arriving at closer approximations to truth, men too often neglect to turn their discoveries to any utilitarian or practical purpose, and rest content with merely theoretical results. Thus it is that, while an inductive philosophy is built up from a series of statistics and particulars, very little is being done to reduce this knowledge to practice. The science of investigation is admirable as far as it goes, and the pursuit of truth is at all times an object worthy of human ambition, but it must become the pioneer to tangible results, or its utility will by no means be apparent, and indeed it becomes a question in an active state of existence how far knowledge, which is final in its character and valuable merely for its own sake, is calculated to reward the efforts expended on its acquisition. It is true that the old philosophers held a contemplative life to be the highest development of human happiness, but their dreamy and fluctuating views are hardly likely to carry weight in an age of bustling activity, and it is equally certain that the bare, quiescent contemplation of evil, in all its endless ramifications and hideous consequences, apart from all remedial efforts, is not likely to prove satisfactory to the philanthropist, nor consolatory to the Christian. It is only so far as knowledge opens up to us the path of usefulness, and directs us how and where to plant our energies for the benefit of the human race, that it becomes really valuable. If, however, knowledge be power, and if the discovery of an evil be halfway towards its cure, then have we a right to expect that our humanitarian and other appliances for the alleviation of misery and the prevention of crime should at least keep pace with modern developments of social science. Hitherto, men have been content to declaim against these evils wherever they existed, without suggesting any feasible remedies. For a length of time, our philanthropic schemes have partaken too much of the character of mere surface appliances, directed to the amelioration of existing evils, but in no way likely to effect their extirpation. We have been dealing with effects rather than with first causes, and in our zeal to absorb, divert, or diminish the former, the latter have generally escaped detection. When too late, we have discovered that mere palliatives will not suffice, and that they are powerless to resist the steady growth of crime in all its subtle developments. For as well might we attempt to exhaust the perennial flow of a spring by the application of sponges, as prescribe external alleviations for our social disorders. Our homes, penitentiaries, and industrial reformatories will continue to do their work of mercy upon an infinitesimal scale, and will snatch solitary individuals from impending destruction. But in the meantime, the reproductive process goes on, and fresh victims are hurried upon the stage of suffering and of guilt, from numberless unforeseen and unsuspected channels, thus causing a continuous succession of want, profligacy, and wretchedness. We have affected surprise that, notwithstanding all our benevolent exertions and the completeness and efficiency of our reclaiming systems, the great tide of our social impurities continues to roll on with increasing velocity. Happily, however, for future generations, there is a manifest tendency in the present age to correct these fatal mistakes and to return to first principles. The science of anatomy is not confined to hospitals and dissecting rooms, nor restricted in its application to the human frame. Social science conferences and other associations are laying bare the deeply embedded roots of our national evils, and are preparing the way for their extirpation. Men are getting tired of planting flowers and training creepers to hide their social upuses, and are beginning to discover that it is both sounder policy and truer economy to uproot a noxious weed than to pluck off its poisonous berries. We have flattered ourselves that education and civilization, with all their humanizing and elevating influences, would gradually permeate all ranks of society, and that the leaven of Christianity would ultimately subdue the power of evil and convert our outer world into an Elysium of purity and unselfishness. The results, however, of past years have hardly answered these sanguine expectations, and our present experience goes far to prove that while there has undoubtedly been progress for good, there has been a corresponding progress for evil. For although the criminal statistics of some localities exhibit a sensible diminution in certain forms of vice, we must not forget that an increase of education and a growing intelligence bring with them superior facilities for the successful perpetration and concealment of crime. All the latest developments of science and skill being pressed into the service of the modern criminal, his evasion of justice must often be regarded less as the result of caution or of a fortuitous combination of favourable circumstances than of his knowledge of chemical properties and physical laws. So far indeed from our being able to augur favourably from the infrequency of convictions, the fearful tragedies which are occasionally brought to the surface of society, coupled in many instances with a surprising fertility of resource and ingenuity of method, are indicative of an undercurrent of crime, the depth and foulness of which defy all computation. We may add further that the immense difficulty of obtaining direct evidence in cases of criminal prosecution, and the onus probandi that the law, not unfairly, throws upon the accusers, are sufficient to hush up any cases of mere suspicion. So that at present we possess no adequate data by which to gauge the real dimensions of crime, or to judge respecting its insidious growth and power. It is not, however, so much with crime in the abstract as with the most prolific sources of vice that the philanthropist has to deal. And it is a highly suggestive and encouraging fact that in these days men are concerned in investigating the various causes of crime and in exposing its reflex influence upon society. Just in proportion as they adhere to this course, which is distinguished alike by prudence and sagacity, will they become instrumental in effecting a radical reformation of existing evils, and in restoring society to a more healthy and vigorous condition. Quote, "What we want in all such cases is no false rhetoric and no violent outbursts of passion, but clear statements of that vivid truth which contains the intrinsic elements of reformation among mankind. The true philanthropist is the man whose judgment is on a par with his feelings, and who recognizes the fact that there is some particle of meaning in every particle of suffering around us. Some of this wretchedness is remediable, the result of actual causes which may be altered, though much is beyond human control. In an age like this, however we may toil to overtake the urgent need of our own time, The difficulty is, at the same time, calmly and deliberately to satisfy the fresh wants which may daily arise, keeping pace with them. With the heavy defalcations from past years weighing upon them, our statesmen and economists are often bewildered at the magnitude of their engagements, while the best and wisest amongst us are crushed and appalled by the new and giant evils which are continually being brought to light. Earnest thought, however, is the true incentive to action. Footnote from Meliora, No. 8, page 317. And we would thankfully recognise as one visible result of the increasing attention given to matters of public interest a growing disposition on the part of all who are qualified by position and authority to grapple manfully with the various phases of wretchedness and crime now contributing their influence upon our social condition. Nowhere are these hopeful indications more manifest than in this giant metropolis, where the various conditions of ordinary life seem to be intensified by their direct contact with good and evil, and where Christianity appears to be struggling to maintain its independent and aggressive character amid much that is calculated to retard its progress and check its influence. It is here, within the crowded areas and noisome purlieus of this greatest of great cities, that we may gather lessons of life to be gained nowhere else, and of which those can form a very inadequate conception who dwell only in an atmosphere of honeyed flowers and rural pleasures. It is here especially that the sorrows and sufferings of humanity have evoked an active and pervasive spirit of benevolence, which has infected all ranks and penetrated every class of society, so that the high-born and the educated, the gentle and the refined, vie with each other in a restless energy to alleviate human misery and to assuage some of the groans of creation. This disposition to relieve distress in every shape and to mitigate the ills of a common brotherhood proclaims at once its divine origin, and is in fact the nearest assimilation to the character of him who "went about doing good." The germ of this heaven-born principle has survived the fall, and though its highest development is one of the distinguishing marks of the true Christian, its existence is discernible in all who have not sinned away the last faint outlines of the divine image. Some philosophers, indeed, would persuade us that there is no such thing in existence as a principle of pure, unmixed benevolence, that every exercise of charity is simply another mode of self-gratification, and every generous impulse a mere exhibition of selfishness. Undoubtedly, there is a luxury in doing good, and the ability to contribute to the happiness of others is one of the purest sources of human gratification. But we question whether an act resulting from mere self-love is capable of yielding any solid satisfaction to the agent, and we therefore hold the existence of genuine benevolence, believing that it is a principle innate in the human breast, and requiring only to be developed and consecrated by religious influence, to become one of the most powerful levers for the evangelization of the world. Unhappily, there are too many who have schooled themselves to the practice of inhumanity, and closed up the springs of spontaneous sympathy, thus depriving the heart of its rightful heritage, and restricting the sphere of its operations to self. Those who thus sever themselves from all external influences are left at length in undisturbed possession of a little world of their own creation. No longer linked to their fellow men in the bonds of true fellowship, their orbit of activity becomes narrower, until at length every avenue to the heart is hermetically sealed, except such as minister to self-gratification and indulgence. The man who has thus estranged himself from the rest of creation and become isolated from all the ties of a common humanity is indeed an object of unqualified pity, because he has destroyed one of the purest springs of happiness. He who, on the other hand, is most fully alive to the claims of universal brotherhood, and whose heart is most at leisure from itself to soothe and sympathize, is the highest type of man and the best representative of his race. This spirit of brotherhood, if recognized by the world, would hush the thunder of battle and wipe away the tears of nations. It would sweep earth's wildernesses of moral blight, causing them to blossom as the rose. Those persons who accustom themselves to speak of London as a mere seething cauldron of crime, or as a very charnel house of impurity, without any redeeming character or hopeful element, are surely as wide of the mark as they who underrate its vast resources for crime, or take a superficial view of its predominant vices. It would perhaps be a curious and not unprofitable subject of inquiry how far the metropolis contributes its influence for good or evil upon the provinces, and to what extent the country is capable of reciprocating this influence. Probably, allowance being made for the difference of population, the law of giving and receiving is pretty evenly adjusted. Those forms of vice which seem to be more indigenous to our great cities are steadily imported into the country, while, on the other hand, the hamlet and the village transmit to the town those particular vices in which they appear to be constitutionally most prolific. It is in the crowded city, however, that the seeds of good or evil are brought to the highest state of maturity, and virtue and vice most rapidly developed, under the forcing influences that everywhere abound. Great cities, says Dr. Guthrie, many have found to be great curses. It had been well for many an honest lad and unsuspecting country girl that hopes of higher wages and opportunities of fortune, that the gay attire and polished tongue and gilded story of some old acquaintance had never turned their steps cityward, nor turned them from the rude simplicity but safety of their rustic home. Many a foot that once lightly pressed the heather or brushed the dewy grass has wearily trodden in darkness and guilt and remorse on these city pavements. Happy had it been for many that they had never exchanged the starry skies for the lamps of the town, nor had left their lonely glens or quiet hamlets or solitary shores for the throng and roar of our streets. Well for them that they had heard no roar but the rivers, whose winter flood it had been safer to breast; no roar but oceans, whose stormiest waves it had been safer to ride than encounter the flood of city temptations, which has wrecked their virtue and swept them into ruin. Yet I bless God for cities. The world had not been what it is without them. The disciples were commanded to begin at Jerusalem, and Paul threw himself into the cities of the ancient world as offering the most commanding positions of influence. Cities have been as lamps of light along the pathway of humanity and religion. Within them, science has given birth to her noblest discoveries. Behind their walls, freedom has fought her noblest battles. They have stood on the surface of the earth like great breakwaters, rolling back or turning aside the swelling tide of oppression. Cities indeed have been the cradles of human liberty. They have been the radiating, active centres of almost all church and state reformation. The highest humanity has been developed in cities. Somehow or other, amid their crowding and confinement, the human mind finds its fullest, freest expansion. Unlike the dwarfed and dusty plants which stand in our city gardens, languishing like exiles for the purer air and freer sunshine that kiss their fellows far away in flowery fields and green woodland, on sunny banks and breezy hills, man reaches his highest condition amid the social influences of the crowded city. His intellect receives its brightest polish where gold and silver lose theirs, tarnished by the scorching smoke and foul vapours of city air. The mental powers acquire their full robustness where the cheek loses its ruddy hue, and the limbs their elastic step, and pale thought sits on manly brows, and as aerolites, those shooting stars, which, like a good man on his path in life, leave a train of glory behind them on the dusky sky, are supposed to catch fire by the rapidity of their motion as they rush through the higher regions of our atmosphere. So the mind of man fires, burns, shines, acquires its most dazzling brilliancy by the very rapidity of action into which it is thrown amid the bustle and excitements of city life. And if, just as in those countries where tropical suns and the same skies ripen the sweetest fruit and the deadliest poisons, you find in the city the most daring and active wickedness, you find there also, boldly confronting it, the most active, diligent, warm-hearted, self-denying, and devoted Christians." Footnote. The City, Its Sins and Its Sorrows, page 8. London, then, may be considered as the grand central focus of operations, at once the emporium of crime and the palladium of Christianity. It is, in fact, the great arena of conflict between the powers of darkness and the ministry of heaven. Here, within the area of our metropolis, the real struggle is maintained between the two antagonistic principles of good and evil. It is here that they join issue in the most deadly proximity and struggle for the vantage ground. Here legions of crime and legions of vices unite and form an almost impenetrable phalanx, while the strong man armed enjoys his goods in peace. No, not in peace, for here too the banner of the cross is most firmly planted, and Christianity wins its freshest laurels. Here is the stronghold, the occupation of which by the everlasting gospel has given vigour, support, and consistency to the religion of the world. Here is concentrated that fervent and apostolic piety that has made itself felt to the remotest corner of the earth. And here is the nucleus of missionary enterprise and the radiating centre of active benevolence. Quote, "The Christian power that has moved a sluggish world on, the Christian benevolence and energy that have changed the face of society, the Christian zeal that has gone forth, burning to win nations and kingdoms for Jesus," have received their birth or development in London. Since then, this busy mart of the world, in which the most opposite and dissimilar wares are exhibited, is made up of such composite materials and conflicting elements, it is only fair that, while estimating its capabilities for crime and endeavouring to plumb its depths of depravity, ignorance, and suffering, we should, when possible, faithfully depict their opposites, and take cognizance of such instrumentalities as present the best antidotes and alleviations. It is questionable, indeed, how far the cause of religion and morality would be promoted by a ghastly array of facts representing the dimensions of crime in all its naked deformity, or by any exhibition, however truthful, of vice and wretchedness under their most repulsive aspects, and without any cheering reference to corrective and remedial agencies. The effect produced upon the mind in such a case would be, in the generality of instances, blank despair, and the only influence thus excited would partake strongly of that morbid sympathy and unhealthy excitement awakened by delineations of fictitious distress. To unravel the dark catalogue of London profligacy and present to the eye of the reader the wearisome expanse of guilt and suffering, unrelieved by any indications of improvement, would be like exhibiting the convulsive death agony of a drowning man without the friendly succour of a rope, or like conjuring up the horrors of a shipwreck without the mental relief afforded by a lifeboat. We need the day star of hope to guide us through the impenetrable gloom of moral darkness. The olive branch of mercy and the rainbow of promise are as needful tokens of social and religious improvement as of abated judgments and returning favour. After being required to give attention to figures and statistics representing crime in the aggregate, the mental eye requires alleviation from the gross darkness it has encountered, and looks impatiently for some streak of light in the moral horizon, indicative of approaching day. To view London crime and misery without their encouraging counterparts would be like groping our way through the blackness of midnight unrelieved by the faintest glimmer of light. Just, however, as stars shine brightest in the darkest nights, so may we discover some element of hope under the most appalling exhibitions of human depravity, which thus serve as a background to portray in bolder relief, and by force of contrast, the redeeming qualities of Christianity. As a work of absorbing interest and utility to the British philanthropist, Mr. Mayhew's wonderful book, London Labour and London Poor, stands probably unrivalled. The mass of evidence and detail accumulated after the most careful and indefatigable research, and the personal interest which is sustained throughout by the relation of facts and occurrences gleaned from the author's own private observation, or in which he took an active share, render his work both invaluable to the legislator and acceptable to the general reader. While, however, the former will refer to it as a book of reference, the latter would probably rise from its perusal with a sickening apprehension of London depravity, and unless fortified by a previous knowledge of counteracting agencies, would probably form a too lugubrious and desponding view of its social aspects, as any such impression, derived from ex parte statements, would be highly detrimental to the cause of truth and religious progress, and might contribute to the relaxation of individual effort. The publishers have naturally hesitated to allow one of the most startling and vivid records of crime to go forth to the world without directing attention to the most approved and popular agencies for the correction of such abuses, as have been faithfully delineated in the course of the work. The following brief summary of charitable and religious organizations having for their object the repression of crime and the diffusion of vital Christianity is intended therefore to form a supplement or prefatory essay to the fourth and concluding volume of London Labour and London Poor. End of section 2. Section 3 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. The agencies at present in operation within the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime. Part 2. It would be impossible, within the narrow limits that have been assigned to this essay, to do more than touch in a cursory and incidental manner upon some of the principal agencies now at work within the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime, the object being not so much to exhibit the results which have rewarded such instrumentalities, great and incalculable as they are, as to indicate the best channels of usefulness towards which public attention should be constantly directed, not to foster pride and self-complacency by tracing the progress we have already made in the race of Christian philanthropy, but rather to show how we may, by rendering efficient support to existing organizations, advance still further towards the goal, and rise to higher degrees of service in that ministry of love which aims at nothing less than the regeneration of society and the restoration of its unhappy prodigals to a condition of present and eternal peace. What we want is not so much the elaboration of new schemes and the introduction of untried agencies, as a more unanimous and hearty co-operation in sustaining such as are at present in existence, many of which, though fully deserving of a large measure of confidence and support, are grown effete solely from want of funds to maintain them in efficiency. It has been truthfully remarked that there is hardly a woe or a misery to which men are liable, whether resulting from accidental causes or from personal culpability, which has not been assuaged or mitigated by benevolent exertions. Experience indeed would go far to prove that there are everywhere around us two mighty conflicting elements at work, each having no other object than to pull down and destroy the other. Every vice has its corresponding virtues, every form of evil its counteracting influence for good, every Mount Ebal its Gerizim, the one being designed to act as an antidote or corrective to the other, and to restore the type of heaven which the other has defaced. The highest glory of our land, a glory far removed from territorial acquisitions and national aggrandisement, and that which makes it preeminently the admiration and envy of all other countries, are its benevolent and charitable endowments. There is not another nation in the world where eleemosynary institutions have obtained such a permanent hold upon the sympathies of all classes of society, nor where such vast sums are realized by voluntary and private contributions. Palatial buildings, hospitals, reformatories, asylums, penitentiaries, homes and refuges there are for the sick, the maimed, the blind, the crippled, the aged, the infirm, the deaf, the dumb, the hungry, the naked, the fallen, and the destitute, and it is to the support of such institutions and the works which they carry on that the nobles of the land and our prosperous merchants devote a large proportion of their wealth." No less than 530 charitable societies exist in London alone, and nearly £2,000,000 of money is annually spent by them, while probably the amount of alms bestowed altogether is not less than £3,500,000. Any person wishing for further information respecting these societies may obtain it from a work published by Messrs. Lowe and Son, entitled London Charities. How far these resources, vast and extended as they really are capable of satisfying present demands, may be best inferred from the state of our criminal population, which is still to be counted by tens of thousands, even while our prisons, refuges, and reformatories are filled to overflowing. "In spite," says the author just quoted, "of our prison discipline, our classification system, our silent system, and our separate system, all these efforts that we make, and perhaps boast that we make, to turn back the lawbreaker to honest paths, nearly 30,000 criminals are each year sent to prison who only know the higher classes as objects of plunder, and the maintenances of law and order as things, if possible to be destroyed, and if not, avoided." £170,000 are annually expended in London for the reformation of such offenders, and every modern appliance that mercy or ingenuity can devise is brought to bear upon our prison system, with what results may be clearly ascertained by the large and increasing number of recommitments, which form a proportion of something like 30% on such as have been previously incarcerated, while these, be it remembered, represent only the number of those who render themselves amenable to justice by detection, there being no means of ascertaining how many continue their avocations with impunity. Results like these are sufficiently disheartening to the philanthropist and embarrassing to the statesman, and serve to show that, however necessary it may be to devise methods for criminal reformation, it is even more incumbent upon us, and far more remunerative in the end, to carry out the principles of prevention. The various agencies at work in London for the suppression of vice and crime may be treated under the following heads, which will serve to indicate their relative value and proportionate influence, and though, in their popular sense, many of the words used may appear to be only convertible terms, it is intended, for the sake of perspicuity and arrangement, to assign to each a distinctive and separate meaning. Thus, the word curative is used not in its loose remedial sense, as applying to expedients calculated to produce a diminution of crime, but must be understood as tending to the entire and absolute change of the human will, and the renovation of a corrupt nature, such a thorough change, in fact, as is implied in the word cure. Agencies for the suppression of vice and crime. 1. Curative, radical. 2. Preventative, obstructive. 3. Repressive and punitive, compulsory. 4. Reformative, remedial. 1. Curative agencies. Under this head, religion naturally occupies the foremost place, since by its restraining influence and converting power, it presents the only true antidote, and the only safe barrier to the existence or progress of crime. All other specifics, however valuable, being liable to the imputation of failure, and their influence being either more or less efficacious according to the various phases of moral disease exhibited by different mental and physical constitutions. While applying political expedients for the cure of such disorders, it must ever be borne in mind that the origin of all evil is to be found in the corruption of the human heart and in its entire alienation from God, and it is only so far as these intrinsic defects can be remedied that any permanent influence will be produced. That power, therefore, which seizes upon the citadel of the heart, controlling its affections, regulating its principles of action, and subduing its vicious propensities or illicit motions, is the only sovereign remedy for crime. In its natural state, the heart may be compared to a fountain discharging only turbid and bitter waters. But while various agencies are employed to sweeten, disguise, or check this poisoned current, religion is the only influence which purifies the fountain head and dries up the noxious springs by placing a wholesome check upon the first motive principles of action, the thoughts. The truth of these remarks is even more strikingly exemplified in the sudden and complete transformations of character effected by the almighty influence of religion. The moral demoniac finds no difficulty in bursting the chains and fetters in which society has attempted to bind him. He is never changed, only curbed, pacified, or restrained by such artificial modes of treatment. The wound may be cauterized, cicatrized, or mollified, but the poison, if left in the system, is sure to rankle and exhibit itself afresh. Religion, however, casts out the unclean spirit, restores human nature to its right mind, and asserts the supremacy of reason over that of passion and caprice. Next in value and importance to religion itself are those subordinate instrumentalities calculated to exhibit or extend its influence, and which bear the same relation to it as the means do to the end. Such are the various agencies in that divinely appointed machinery for the regeneration of mankind, the universal spread of "truth and justice, religion and piety" throughout the world, and for the formation and support of the spiritual Church of Christ. The most powerful and efficacious of all levers for the social, moral, and spiritual elevation of mankind is the Word of God. Into whatever quarters of the habitable globe the sacred volume is diffused, there is a corresponding spread of civilization, and a sensible improvement in the scale of humanity, and those countries are most socially, morally, and politically debased in which its circulation is debarred or restricted. Here it is only right to mention those societies which are directly concerned in diffusing the Scriptures. The British and Foreign Bible Society is one of the most honoured and influential channels for promoting the circulation of the Word of God, "without note or comment." It dates its origin from 1804, and since this period it has, either directly or indirectly, been instrumental in translating the Scriptures into 160 different languages or dialects, including 190 separate versions. Connected with this society, there are in the United Kingdom 3,728 auxiliary branches or associations. The number of issues from London alone during the last financial year amount to 594,651 copies of the Old Testament and 544,901 copies of the New Testament. The grants made during the same time amounted to £58,551 17 shillings and 7pence. The total receipts of the Society derived from subscriptions and from the sale of publications amounted last year to £206,778 12 shillings and 6pence. Next to the Bible Society, the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge is most directly concerned in the propagation of the Scriptures. It was founded in 1698. During the past year, 157,358 Bibles and 78,234 New Testaments have been issued, besides prayer books, tracts, and other publications. In addition to the dissemination of religious works, its objects include the extension of the episcopate in the colonies by contributing to the erection of new sees and the support of colleges and educational institutions. The receipts for the past year amounted to £31,697, 19 shillings and 7pence, besides £81,516, 6 shillings and 8pence received for the sale of publications. In addition to these larger instrumentalities for the circulation of the Scriptures, it has been reserved for modern zeal and piety to discover a missing link in the operations hitherto in use, and this void has been admirably supplied by the Bible women of the 19th century. The appointment of these female colporteurs has been attended with the most beneficial and encouraging results, for not only has the sale of Bibles been facilitated among classes almost inaccessible to such influences, but opportunities have been afforded of permanently benefiting some of the most wretched and morally debased of our population. The introductions gained by means of this traffic have been turned to the best account, and a kindly influence has been established over the families thus visited, which has been often attended with the most favourable results. Quote, "The lowest strata of society are thus reached by an agency which takes the Bible as the starting point of its labours, and makes it the basis of all the social and religious improvements which are subsequently attempted. Small in its beginnings, the work, by its proved adaptation and results, has greatly enlarged its dimensions, enlisting the sympathy and liberality of the Christian public, and in almost all the metropolitan districts affording scope for the agency, the Bible women are to be found prosecuting their arduous labours with immense advantage to the poor. At the present time there are 152 of these agents employed. During the past year, the Bible women in London disposed of many thousand copies of the Scriptures amongst classes which, to a very great extent, were beyond the reach of the ordinary means used to effect this work. And this circulation was attained not by the easy method of gift, but by sale, the very poorest of the population being willing, when brought under kind and persuasive influence, to pay for the Bible or Testament by small weekly instalments." Another kindred agency of recent appointment is the Institution for Reading Aloud the Word of God in the Open Air, in connection with which are the Bible carriages, or locomotive depots, now employed for extending the sale of the Scriptures in various parts of London, and which have succeeded in drawing a large number of purchasers, attracted no doubt by the novelty and singularity of the means adopted. While enumerating the religious agencies concerned in the repression of crime in London, allusion need only be made incidentally to such as necessarily spring out of an organised, ecclesiastical, or parochial machinery, consisting of clergy, churches, chapels, schools, and so on, and to the various societies and associations designed to extend and give support to this machinery. The object of this essay being rather to draw public attention to such auxiliary and supplemental organisations as are less generally known, or are of more recent origin. One of the most remarkable movements of modern times in connection with preaching has been the establishment of theatre services, which owe their existence to the present Earl of Shaftesbury. So irregular and unconstitutional a proceeding provoked, as might naturally have been expected, a large amount of censure and unfriendly criticism. Ecclesiastical dignities were at first somewhat scandalized by such an innovation of church discipline, and evidently regarded the movement as one calling rather for reluctant toleration than as being entitled to episcopal sanction, a feeling which was probably largely shared by the more sober and orthodox portion of the community. There appeared to be at first sight, it must be confessed, a singular incongruity if not an absolute impropriety, in converting the stage of a playhouse into a temple for the provisional celebration of divine worship, and using an edifice habitually consecrated to amusement for the alternate promulgation of sacred verities and pantomime representations. Apart, however, from the repulsive features of the proceeding arising from local associations, and from the periodical juxtaposition of objects the most hostile and dissimilar, there appeared to be no graver objection to the arrangement. The end was here, at least, supposed not only to justify, but even to sanction the means. And the defence of this malappropriation was not unfairly said to consist in the inadequacy of church accommodation, and in the cheap facilities thus afforded for bringing under the occasional ministry of the word of life classes who, from long habits of neglect, prejudice, and an utter disrelish of religious ordinances, had become isolated from the ordinary channels of instruction and improvement. The movement having now had a fair trial, and the results being found to answer the expectations of the originators, it may be regarded as no longer a hazardous experiment, but as a part of the recognised machinery employed for the evangelization of the masses. These special services for the working classes are now regularly conducted in the various theatres and buildings temporarily appropriated to divine worship. The attendance has been uniformly good, and that of a class who habitually absent themselves from religious ordinances, and could not therefore be reached by any of the usual instrumentalities. Considering the unpromising materials of which these singular congregations are composed, and the unfavourable antecedents of most of the audience, it is something to be able to state that, on such occasions, they are for the most part orderly and well conducted, while the continued good attendance at these services marks the appreciation in which they are held. During the Sabbath, then, at least, a wonderful outward transformation is effected in the pursuits and general demeanour of the frequenters, who meet together week after week to hear the gospel message expounded in the very edifice which during the previous 6 days has resounded with their oaths, ribaldries, and licentious language. Is there not room for at least a charitable hope that when the heralds of salvation carry their proclamations into the very heart of the enemy's territory, and aggressively plant the banner of the cross where only the cloven foot is wont to be seen, some victories will be achieved over the world, the flesh, and the devil, and that some who usually meet to scoff and jeer will return home savingly impressed with what they have heard? In strict conformity with the objects contemplated by this arrangement, and arising out of the same temporary necessity, is the Open-Air Mission, which was established in 1853, "for the purpose of stirring up the Church of Christ, especially the lay elements, to go out into the streets and lanes of the city, the towns and villages of the provinces, the great gatherings that periodically occur at races, fairs, executions, and so on, to go into lodging-houses, workhouses, and hospitals, and in fact wherever persons are to be met with and spoken to about sin and salvation." Since the formation of the Society, open-air preaching has become, as it were, a standing institution, and is recognised as an indispensable agency in working densely populated districts. Ministers and laymen are to be found on every hand using this divinely appointed and apostolic agency to bring in the poor, the maimed, the halt, and the blind, and God has eminently blessed their labours. From May 1st, 1860 to March 31st, 1861, the London City Missionaries conducted 4,489 outdoor meetings, at which the average attendance was 103, and the gross attendance 465,070. Numerous associations have been formed in connection with this Society for open-air preaching in various parts of London, and during the summer 18 stations are occupied for this purpose by the students at the Church Missionary College, under the direction of the Islington Church Home Mission. A course of Sunday afternoon services is also regularly held by the appointment of the rector in Covent Garden Market, which are generally well attended, and appear admirably calculated to benefit the classes whose welfare is designed. The Bishop of London and other dignities of the Church have been the preachers on such occasions, and have thus lent their countenance to the proceeding. In reference to all such agencies as open-air services, prayer meetings, tract distributions, Bible readings, and so on, it may be safely asserted that never in the entire history of the Church was there a period when such extraordinary efforts have been made to evangelize the poor and the criminal population of London, or when a similar activity has been displayed in ministering to the social and spiritual wants of the community. One of the oldest and most privileged institutions within the metropolis for bringing the influences of religion to bear upon the dense masses of our population is the London City Mission. It was founded in 1835, and its growth has steadily progressed up to the present date. The object of the mission is to extend the knowledge of the gospel among the inhabitants of London and its vicinity, especially the poor, without any reference to denominational distinctions, or the peculiarities of church government. To effect this object, missionaries of approved character and qualifications are employed, whose duty it is to visit from house to house in the respective districts assigned to them, to read the Scriptures, engage in religious conversation, and urge those who are living in the neglect of religion to observe the Sabbath and attend public worship. They are also required to see that all persons possess the Scriptures, to distribute approved religious tracts, and to aid in obtaining scriptural education for the children of the poor. By the approval of the committee, they also hold meetings for reading and expounding the Scriptures and prayer, and adopt such other means as are deemed necessary for the accomplishment of the mission." End quote. The London City Mission maintains a staff of 389 missionaries, who are employed in the various London and suburban districts, and thus the entire city is more or less compassed by this effective machinery, and brought under the saving influences of the gospel. The very silent and unobtrusive character of the work thus effected precludes anything like an accurate estimate of results, or a showy parade of success. It works secretly, quietly, and savingly, in districts too vast to admit of pastoral supervision, and in neighbourhoods too outwardly unattractive and unpropitious to win the attention of any who are not animated with a devoted love of souls. The influence which is thus exerted in a social and religious point of view is inestimable, and the benefits conferred by this mission are of an order that would be best understood and appreciated by the community if they were for a time to be suddenly withdrawn. In addition to the regular visitation of the poor, the missionaries are employed in conducting religious services in some of the "worst spots that can be found in the metropolis," and the audiences have been in such cases ordinarily the most vicious and debased classes of the population. End quote. 6 missionaries are appointed, whose exclusive duty it is to visit the various public houses and coffee shops in London, and to converse with the habitués on subjects of vital importance. There are also 3 missionaries to the London cabmen, a class greatly needing their religious offices, and by their occupation almost excluded from any social or elevating influences. The following summary of missionary work and its results for 1861 is sufficiently encouraging as pointing, in some instances at least, to a sensible diminution of crime, and as being suggestive of a vast amount of good effected by this pervasive evangelistic machinery. Number of missionaries employed, 381. Visits paid, 1,815,332, of which to the sick and dying, 237,599. Scriptures distributed, 11,458. Religious tracts given away, 2,721,730. Reader's note. The final digit of this figure is missing. End reader's note. Books lent, 54,000. Reader's note. The final digit of this figure is missing. End reader's note. Indoor meetings and Bible classes held, 41,777. Gross attendance at ditto, 1,467,006. Outdoor services held, 4,489. Gross attendance at ditto, 465,070. Readings of Scripture in visitation, 584,166. Communicants, 1,535. Families induced to commence family prayer, 681. Drunkards reclaimed, 1,230. Unmarried couples induced to marry, 361. Fallen females rescued or reclaimed, 681. Shops closed on the Sabbath, 212. Children sent to school, 10,158. Adults who died having been visited by the missionary only, 1,796. The income of the London City Mission during the past year amounted to £35,018, 6 shillings and 10 pence. £5,763, 15 shillings and 7 pence having been contributed by country associations. Next to the London City Mission, the Church of England Scripture Readers Society is one of the most extensive and important channels for disseminating a religious influence among the masses by means of a parochial lay agency. It is the special duty of the Scripture readers to visit from house to house, to read the Scriptures to all with whom they come in contact, to grapple with vice and crime where they abound, and to shrink from no effort to arrest their career. To overtake and overlook the growing multitudes which crowd our large and densely peopled parishes," was a work universally admitted to be beyond the present limits of clerical effort, and this desideratum has been supplied, at least to some extent, by the appointment of a lay agency acting under the direction and control of the parochial clergy. By this means, "cases are brought to light and doors opened to the pastoral visit, which were either closed against it or not discovered before, and an amount of information concerning the religious condition of the parish is obtained, such as the minister, single-handed or with the aid of a curate, never had before." The following results, which are reported as having attended the labours of a single Scripture reader during a period of 14 years, will serve as an illustration of the nature of those services rendered by this instrumentality. Visits paid to the poor, 23,986. Infants and adults baptized on his recommendation, 3,510. Children and adults persuaded to attend school, 2,411. Persons led to attend church for the first time, 307. Persons confirmed during visitation, 429. Communicants obtained by ditto, 269. Persons living in sin induced to marry, 48. 125 grants are now made by the Society for the maintenance of Scripture readers in 87 parishes and districts in the metropolis, embracing a population of upwards of 1 million. The Society's income for the past year amounted to £9,850, 2 shillings and 10 pence. Second only in importance to personal evangelistic effort is the influence of a religious press. Public opinion being often fluctuating, and its general estimates of morality being, to a considerable extent, formed by the current literature of the age, it is essential that this mighty and controlling power should be exerted on the side of religion and virtue. Works of a high moral tone, inculcating correct principles and instilling lessons of practical piety, conduce therefore in the highest degree to a wholesome state of society and to the preservation of public morals. The two great emporiums of religious literature most directly concerned in producing these results are the Religious Tract Society and the Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge. The latter has already been referred to as one of the main channels for the diffusion of the Scriptures. None of the works issued by the Religious Tract Society can compete in point of interest or usefulness with those widely circulated and deservedly popular serials, The Leisure Hour, The Sunday at Home, and The Cottager, a periodical lately published and admirably adapted for the homes of the working classes. The publications issued by the Society during the past year amounted to 41,883,921, half of which number were English tracts and handbills. 537,729 were foreign tracts, and 13,194,155 fall under the head of periodicals. The entire number of both English and foreign publications issued by the Society since its foundation in 1799 amount to 912 million. Grants of books and tracts are annually made by the Society for schools and village libraries, prisons, workhouses, and hospitals, for the use of soldiers, sailors, emigrants, and for circulation at fairs and races by city missionaries and colporteurs. The total number of such grants during the past year amounted to 5,762,241, and were of the value of £6,116, 14 shillings and fourpence. The entire receipts of the Society from all sources for the past year amounted to £103,127, 16 shillings and 11pence, the benevolent contributions being £9,642, 9 shillings and twopence. Other channels for the supply and extension of religious literature are the Weekly Tract Society, the English Monthly Tract Society, and the Book Society, which latter aims especially at promoting religious knowledge among the poor. As a supplemental agency for the collection and dissemination of a wholesome literature, the Pure Literature Society, established 1854, is deserving of especial commendatory notice. The following is a list of the periodicals recommended by the Society, and the circulation of which it seeks to facilitate. For adults, Leisure Hour, British Workman, Good Works, Old Jonathan, Youth's Magazine, Appeal, Bible Class Magazine, Christian Treasury, Churchman's Penny Magazine, Evening Hour, Family Treasury, Family Paper, Friendly Visitor, Mother's Friend, Servants' Magazine, Sunday at Home, The Cottager, Tract Magazine. For children, Young England, Band of Hope Review, Child's Own Magazine, Child's Companion, Child's Paper, Children's Friend, Children's Paper, Our Children's Magazine, Sabbath School Messenger, Sunday Scholar's Companion. Upwards of 140,000 periodicals are sent out annually by the Society in monthly parcels. The Society's income during the past year amounted to £2,783, 12 shillings and twopence. End of section 3. Section 4 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. The agencies at present in operation within the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime. Part 3. 2. Preventive agencies. Under this division are not included those measures which have for their object the forcible suppression of crime, which will be considered under a separate head, nor yet such as are calculated to extinguish those criminal propensities which are ever lying dormant in the human heart, for these, as has been already shown, can only be effectually subdued or eradicated by the influences of religion. By preventive agencies are rather to be understood those instrumentalities best adapted to effect the removal of peculiar forms of temptation, or to abridge the power of special producing causes of vice. Whatever means, in fact, are efficacious in removing hindrances to the development of virtue, and in fostering principles of morality. Human nature, owing to the force of adverse circumstances, being often placed at a disadvantage, it is the peculiar province of preventive agencies to give it a fair chance of escape, by extricating it from its perilous position, and surrounding it with virtuous influences and humanizing appliances. Under this head, moreover, are included all such measures as conduce to the social and moral improvement of the community, either by presenting an indirect barrier to the progress of crime, or by the employment of counteracting agencies. In this connection, the temperance associations are deserving of especial prominence. Drunkenness being the most fruitful source of all crime and the primary cause of want and wretchedness, it follows that whatever instrumentalities are capable of arresting its progress or curtailing its influence are in every way worthy the consideration of the philanthropist and the statesman. The utility of temperance societies has often been called in question, but it must be admitted that as an instrumental agency for the suppression of drunkenness, and consequently for the diminution of crime, the influence of such associations is unlimited. Whether or not the entire abstinence system is based on philosophical arguments, or is deducible from scripture teaching, is little to the point, provided the fruits it has yielded are unquestionably salutary in their effects upon society, and conducive to the present and eternal happiness of millions of individuals, who but for this timely interference would have continued in their mad career of dissipation, without the power to break off the thraldom, or to dispel the infatuation in which they were held. The National Temperance Society, formed in 1842, is now in active operation, and seeks by means of meetings, lectures, and publications to disseminate its principles and to draw attention to the objects it is endeavouring to promote. The United Kingdom Alliance for the legislative suppression of the liquor traffic is a step in advance of the ordinary temperance movement, and aims at nothing short of the entire extinction of a commerce in intoxicating drinks. This body has already secured a large number of influential adherents, and appears to be rapidly gaining ground. A monster meeting has lately been held in Manchester in furtherance of the Society's proximate aims, which are to introduce a permissive bill into Parliament, to delegate to local authorities the power to prohibit such traffic within their respective neighbourhoods. The passing of this Act will in effect resolve the question of abolition or toleration into one of public opinion, and districts, if so inclined, will possess the power of deciding whether or no the sale of intoxicating drinks shall be carried on within their own parochial boundaries. As a counteracting agency to the beer shop and the gin palace, the Metropolitan Free Drinking Fountain Association, formed 2 years ago, is deserving of special notice. It has for its objects the erection and maintenance of drinking fountains in the various crowded thoroughfares of the metropolis, thus humanely furnishing the means of alleviating that feverish thirst which during the hot season impels so many to an excessive use of intoxicating drinks. The ragged schools hold a prominent place among the indirectly preventive agencies for the suppression of crime in the metropolis, for since ignorance is generally the parent of vice, any means of securing the benefits of education to those who are hopelessly deprived of it must operate in favour of the well-being of society. The Ragged School Union has been formed with a view to develop and give consistency to this movement, which it does by collecting and diffusing information respecting schools now in existence, and by pecuniary grants towards their foundation and support. The number of buildings now in existence in London appropriated to these educational purposes is 176. The day schools are 151 in number, and are attended by 17,230 scholars. The evening schools number 215, and the scholars 9,840. Sunday schools 207, and scholars 25,260. The number of scholars placed in situations last year amounted to 1,800. Penny banks, clothing clubs, reading rooms, mothers' meetings, and shoe-black brigades have been established in connection with this movement, and contribute their influence to the general well-being of those attending the schools, as well as to that of society at large. In connection with the Union are 16 refuges for the homeless and destitute, accommodating 700 inmates. The receipts of the Union amounted last year to £5,739 7 shillings and 8pence, and probably no money was ever laid out at better interest than that contributed by the benevolent public towards the rescue and moral training of these embryo criminals. Difficult as the principle of government intervention no doubt is, that would be a wise, politic, humane, and economical course, which should sever this Gordian knot, by constituting the state the lawful guardian of such as are deprived of all that is understood by the terms home influence and moral training. Another agency contributing largely to the prevention of crime is the Society for Improving the Condition of the Labouring Classes. Not so much, however, in the transformations and improvement of buildings effected under its own immediate control, which are rather designed to serve as models to those desirous of carrying out these principles of reform, as by drawing public attention to one of the most interesting and painful subjects that can occupy the mind of the philanthropist, namely, the inadequate provision of decent and proper house accommodation for the industrial classes, which is now universally admitted to be productive of the worst social disorders. The important provisions of the Common Lodging Houses Act, passed in 1851 under the auspices of Lord Shaftesbury, and the system of registration thus enforced, have also been attended with great benefits, and have conduced not a little to the promotion of social and sanitary reform, by bringing legal enactments to bear upon the disorders, indecencies, and impurities of low and crowded lodging-houses. There is no class of preventive agencies in the metropolis which, on every principle of justice and humanity, have stronger claims on the sympathy of the benevolent than such as interpose their friendly shelter and kind offices to rescue those who are suddenly reduced to positions of great extremity and temptation. It is doubtless an act of mercy to rescue a drowning man, and such charitable deeds are performed by those who labour for the reformation of the criminal. But it is a higher act of charity, and a wiser and more Christian course, to prevent his falling into the stream. Experience, however, proves that it is easier to enlist sympathy on behalf of one who is already being swept away by the current of crime, than to rescue one who is bordering on destruction, and perhaps bravely battling with temptation. This is perhaps only natural. Our perception of danger in the one case is far greater than in the other, and our commiseration is awakened at sight of the death agony of the drowning wretch, but is hardly stirred on behalf of him who walks on the slippery brink. Footnote: the following circumstance may be regarded as an illustration of this assertion. A girl is reported to have applied for admission into one of the older institutions in London for the rescue of the fallen. On examination, however, it was ascertained that she had not fallen low enough to merit the assistance she craved, and she was accordingly rejected, because her moral character was not sufficiently depraved. Here, at least, the greater the sinner, the greater the compassion. End footnote. It is unhappily a fact too well authenticated to need further demonstration, that owing perhaps to sudden reverses of fortune, to the removal of natural protectors, or to the force of some overwhelming temptation, many persons are unwillingly and almost unavoidably pressed into the ranks of crime, who but for the extremity in which they were placed would have continued to walk erect in the path of honour and virtue. Let none, then, who move in the calm sunlight of prosperity, presume to judge those who stumble in the dark night of trial. Quote, the path of a man, even of a man on the highway to heaven, is never one of perfect safety. There are many dangerous passes in the journey of life. The very next turn, for anything we know, may bring us on one. Turn that projecting point which hides the path before you, and you are suddenly in circumstances which demand that reason be strong, and conscience be tender, and hope be bright, and faith be vigorous. End quote. Happily, there are persons whose qualities of head and heart have enabled them by precautionary measures to provide against the weakness of human nature, and to offer assistance to those who are placed in such critical positions. There is no class more essential to the well-being and comfort of society, and none, it is to be feared, more exposed to dangers and temptations, than domestic servants. It is calculated that in London alone there are upwards of 100,000 females engaged in domestic service, and that 10,000 of these are continually in a transition state, and therefore out of employment. When it is borne in mind that vast numbers of these young women have migrated at an early age from various parts of the country in search of a livelihood, that many of them are orphans and friendless, or at least wholly destitute of friends and resources in London, that they are moreover inexperienced, unsuspecting, and ignorant of the snares and temptations that surround them, it cannot be a matter of surprise that the reports of all the London penitentiaries should bear witness to the fact that a large majority of the fallen women who are received into these institutions came originally from the ranks of domestic service. It would be superfluous to attempt to prove the value of associations formed to counteract these evils by offering advice, shelter, and protection to servants who are out of situations or seeking employment. One of the oldest and best organisations of this kind is the Female Servants' Home Society. The homes are situated in Nutford Place, Edgware Road, Hatton Garden, Holborn, Blackfriars Road, and Woodland Terrace, Greenwich. The Society is very inadequately supported, and is greatly in need of funds to maintain its efficiency, which has now been in active operation 24 years. Its objects are to provide a safe home for respectable female servants when out of a place, or for those seeking situations. The homes, 4 in number, are under the control of experienced and pious matrons, who establish a kind and motherly influence over the inmates, and are indefatigable in endeavouring to promote their welfare. The homes are regularly visited by Christian ladies, and a service is conducted every week by the chaplain. A registry, free to the servants, is attached to each home, where for a trifling fee of half a crown, or by an annual subscription of 1 guinea, every facility is afforded to employers of procuring efficient and trustworthy servants. Since the formation of the Society, upwards of 7,000 servants have been received into the homes, and 37,000 have availed themselves of the registry provided, while in numberless instances young and friendless girls have been rescued from positions of extreme and imminent danger. A kindred institution to the above is the Female Aid Society, established in 1836. Its objects, which are threefold, are thus defined. First, "It provides a home for female servants where they may reside with comfort, respectability, and economy while seeking for situations," and in connection with which is a register for the convenience of servants and employers. Second, "It receives into a home, for purposes of protection and instruction, young girls to be trained for service and other employments, who, from circumstances of poverty, orphanage, or sinful conduct in those who should preserve them from evil, are exposed to great temptations, and are in want of a home where there is proper guardianship and example." Third, "A home and rescue is offered to women who, weary of sin, are desirous of leaving a life of awful depravity and misery," and no depth of past degradation, provided there is any sign of amendment, presents a barrier to their reception, shelter being freely offered to the very outcast among the outcasts, to inmates of refractory wards, of workhouses, and to women freshly discharged from prison. Since the formation of the Society, 4,116 servants have been admitted into the home, and 7,622 placed in service. 2,008 young women have enjoyed the protection of the Friendless Home, and 2,205 have been received as penitents. Want of funds, however, has obliged the Society to curtail its operations. The Girls' Laundry and Training Institution for Young Servants is an industrial home affording shelter, protection, and instruction in household duties to 40 young girls, who are thus carefully trained and prepared for domestic service. Other institutions for the accommodation, temporary relief, and permanent benefit of servants are the National Guardian Institution, the Marylebone Philanthropic Servants Institution and Pension Society, the Provisional Protection Society, the General Domestic Servants Benevolent Institution, and the Servants Provident and Benevolent Society. Among the London preventive agencies must be classed the various homes, refuges, and asylums for the relief of the utterly destitute and friendless of good character, and which severally offer food, shelter, and protection to those needing their assistance. The Field Lane Night Refuges provide accommodation nightly for 200 men and women, and by this instrumentality many are rescued from death and crime, and are enabled to regain their positions in life, or to maintain themselves with respectability. During the past year, 31,747 lodgings were afforded to persons of both sexes. Many of those thus assisted were poor needlewomen, who, during an inclement winter, had been, together with their families, turned into the street, having been stripped of everything for rent. The Dudley Stewart Night Refuge, founded by Lord Dudley Stewart in 1852, provides for the reception of the utterly destitute during the winter months. Accommodation is offered to 95 persons in 2 warm, spacious, and well-ventilated apartments. The relief afforded consists of a night's lodging, bread night and morning, and medical attendance if required. This charity has, since its foundation, alleviated a vast amount of suffering. It admits those against whom every other door is closed, and requires no recommendation beyond the utter destitution of the applicants. Upwards of 8,000 men, women, and children were admitted and relieved during last winter. The Houseless Poor Asylum is the oldest night refuge in London, and was opened to afford nightly shelter and sustenance to the absolutely destitute working classes who are suddenly thrown out of employment during the inclement winter months." Accommodation is provided for 700, and since the opening of the asylum 1,449,047 nights lodgings and 3,515,951 rations of bread have been supplied. The House of Charity provides for the reception of distressed persons of good character who, from various accidental causes, require a temporary home, protection, and food. Nearly 3,000 persons of both sexes have been thus accommodated for an average period of a month or 5 weeks. The Foundling Hospital, first opened in 1741 for the reception of illegitimate children, has undergone considerable changes and improvements, and now shelters, maintains, and educates 460 children, who at the age of 15 are apprenticed or otherwise provided for, and are thus humanely rescued from the early and contaminating influence of vicious associations. No child is eligible for this charity unless there is satisfactory proof of the mother's previous good character and present necessity, of desertion by the father, and that the reception of the child will, in all probability, be the means of replacing the mother in the course of virtue and the way of an honest livelihood. The Society for the Suppression of Mendicity was instituted in 1818, "for the purpose of checking the practice of public mendicity with all its baneful and demoralizing consequences, by putting the laws in force against impostors who adopt it as a trade, and by affording prompt and effectual assistance to those whom sudden calamity or unaffected distress may cast in want and misery upon the public attention." A just discrimination between cases of real and fictitious distress, and a judicious adaptation of relief to deserving cases, is a necessary but very difficult part of true benevolence. The frauds which are successfully practised by systematic sharpers upon a charitable but over-credulous public, and the existence of an immense amount of genuine and unrelieved suffering, are sufficient proofs of the value and importance of any agency designed to counteract these abuses, and to accord a just measure of benevolence. By means of printed tickets supplied to subscribers, beggars can be directed to the Society's offices, where their cases are fully investigated and treated according to desert, a sure provision being thus made against imposture. Since the formation of the Society, 51,016 registered cases have been disposed of, and food, money, and clothing dispensed to deserving applicants, while employment has been provided for such as were found able to work. The Association for Promoting the Relief of Destitution in the Metropolis is likewise a safe channel for the exercise of public benevolence. It is carried on under the direction of the Bishop and clergy, and the efforts of the Association are directed to the origination and support of local undertakings, thus forming a connection and a centre of union between the various parochial visiting societies. The present condition of that large class of female workers in London, comprehended under the terms milliners and dressmakers, is one of the saddest reproaches upon a country whose benevolent objects are so numerous and so extensive, and one of the severest comments upon the heartlessness and artificialism of that society which takes no cognizance of those who are most largely concerned in administering to its necessities. The miseries of this shamefully underpaid and cruelly overworked class of white slaves have been too often eloquently animadverted upon to need any further denunciations of the system under which they are hopelessly and unfeelingly condemned to labour. The impossibility of supporting life on the wretched pittance accorded to their labours is the oft heard and the unanswerably extenuating plea for their recourse to criminal avocations. While, however, the state shrinks from the task of ameliorating their condition by any legislative interference, it is satisfactory to know that public benevolence in this wide field is not wholly unrepresented. The Association for the Aid and Benefit of Dressmakers and Milliners is a noble breakwater against the inroads of oppression, and a valuable counteracting agency to the force of temptation. Its objects, briefly stated, are to obtain some remission of labour and other concessions from employers, and to afford pecuniary and medical assistance in cases of temporary distress or illness. A registry and provident fund are provided in connection with the association. Actuated by the same humane intention, although different in object, is the Needlewomen's Institution, established in 1850, with the twofold view of affording those who had suffered under the oppression of middlemen and slop-sellers the opportunity of maintaining themselves by supplying them with regular employment at remunerative prices in airy workrooms, and, if desired, lodging at a moderate charge." Another institution of very recent origin, directed to the religious and social improvement of the same unhappy class, is the Young Women's Christian Association and West London Home, for young women engaged in houses of business. Its objects are twofold. First, "to supply a place where young women so employed can profitably spend their Sundays and week-day evenings," thus counteracting the evil influence of badly conducted houses of business. And second, "the Home is intended to provide a residence for young people coming from the country to seek employment, and for those who are changing their situations, or who from overwork and failing health require rest for a time." The rooms of the Association are open every evening from 7 until 10 o'clock, when educational and religious classes are held for the benefit of those attending. Thus, "where occasional spasms of sympathy, the well-merited castigations of the press, and the voice of popular opinion had unitedly failed to shake the throne of the god of Mammon, erected on skeletons, and cemented with the blood of women and children, it was reserved for a Christian lady to strike out a plan which has already been productive of an immensity of good, and has commended itself to the approval of all who are labouring to promote the welfare of this oppressed and neglected class. The better to appreciate the importance of this noble and truly womanly enterprise, only let the solemn and fearful fact be borne in mind that in London alone 1,000 poor girls are yearly crushed out of life from over-toil and grinding oppression, while 15,000 are living in a state of semi-starvation. Ah, who can wonder that our streets swarm with the fallen and the lost, when sin or starve is the dire alternative? Who cannot track the Via Doloroso between the 15 starving and the thrice that number living by sin as a trade? Quote, "Here, then, is an institution that meets the wants of the case. It not only catches them before they go over the precipice, and lovingly shelters them from the fierce blasts of temptation beating remorselessly on many a young and shrinking heart, but ensures them a home where soul and body alike may find rest and peace." Footnote. Anyone desiring further information respecting this truly admirable movement will do well to procure a little pamphlet entitled "A brief sketch of the origin, aim, and mode of conducting the Young Women's Christian Association and West London Home for Young Women engaged in Houses of Business, 49 Great Marlborough Street, Regent Street, London, in a letter to the Earl of Roden, President of the Association." The Society for Promoting the Employment of Women has lately been called into existence by the emergencies of the present age, the object of which is to develop and extend the hitherto restricted field of female labour by the establishment of industrial schools and workshops, where girls may be taught those trades and occupations which are at present exclusively monopolised by men. Those "educated in this school will be capable of becoming clerks, cashiers, railway ticket sellers, printers," and so on. These and similar measures, which tend to open up resources to women in search of a livelihood, will have the happiest effect in diverting numbers into paths of honest industry who now labour under strong temptations to abandon themselves to a life of criminal ease and self-indulgence. The remaining agencies indirectly tending to the prevention of crime are the Metropolitan Early Closing Association, for abridging the hours of business, so as to afford to assistants time for recreation and for physical, intellectual, and moral improvement; the Metropolitan Evening Classes for young men, for furnishing the means of instruction and self-improvement; and the Young Men's Christian Association, for promoting the spiritual and mental improvement of young men "by means of devotional meetings, classes for biblical instruction, and for literary improvement, the delivery of lectures, the diffusion of Christian literature, and a library for reference and circulation." This last instrumentality has been widely blessed, and its beneficial influence is now extended by means of branch associations to most of the provincial towns. End of section 4. Section 5 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. The agencies at present in operation within the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime. Part 4. 3. Repressive and punitive agencies. The various instrumentalities falling under this head appear deserving of separate consideration, and cannot therefore be appropriately included under either of the previous divisions, being neither curative in their character nor preventive to any appreciable extent. They evidently presuppose the existence of crime, and merely seek to diminish its influence or curtail its power by the application of legal provisions and compulsory measures, intended, on the one hand, to indemnify society against the infraction of its rights, and on the other, to intimidate or restrain the criminal offender. The absolute reformation of the viciously disposed can hardly be expected to result from the use of such means, and belongs properly to another class of agencies. It may indeed be achieved by punitive measures, but in this case reformation of character is rather a startling accident than an essential property of the system pursued. Experience has abundantly established the utility of legal provisions as a "terror to evildoers." But the statistics of our police courts will by no means warrant the assumption that penal measures have per se been successful in reclaiming the offender. It is not intended, however, while speaking of repressive and punitive agencies, to include in this category the strictly legal efforts employed by the state to deter and correct the criminal who renders himself amenable to justice. This subject will be found fully and distinctly treated by Mr. Mayhew in a work now in the press entitled, quote, Prisons of London and Scenes of Prison Life, end quote. The inquiry pursued in the course of this essay is not designed to comprehend such constitutional measures as are employed by either church or state for the suppression of vice and crime, but rather to draw from their obscurity and to give prominence to those resources and expedients which society itself adopts for the defence and preservation of its own interests. The Society for the Suppression of Vice, which was established in 1802, has for its objects the repression of attempts, quote, to spread infidelity and blasphemy by means of public lectures and printed publications, end quote. The operations of the Society have also been directed to the suppression of disorderly houses, the punishment of fortune-tellers, and other important objects. Quote, it is represented that by means of this Society many convictions have taken place and persons have been sentenced to imprisonment for selling obscene publications and prints, end quote, while their works have either been seized or destroyed. With such admirable intentions and useful objects to commend it to benevolent support, and with the entire voice of public opinion in its favour, the only wonder is that this Society does not carry on its operations with greater publicity, vigilance, and efficiency. Unhappily, the loathsome traffic in Holywell Street literature is still carried on with bold and unblushing effrontery, and its existence, although greatly diminished in the country, is too notorious and too patent in certain portions of the metropolis to need any extraordinary efforts to promote exposure and punishment. The demoralizing influence of low theatres and the licentious corruptions of the coal hole and pose plastique might surely afford scope for vigorous prosecutions under the Society's auspices. And yet these dens, in which the vilest passions of mankind are stimulated, and every sentiment of religion, virtue, and decency grossly outraged or publicly caricatured, are allowed to emit their virulent poison upon all ranks of society without the slightest let or hindrance. Only let a man smitten by the plague or with any other infectious disease obtrude himself by unnecessary contact upon the public, and his right to free agency would be summarily disposed of by speedy incarceration within the walls of a hospital. But provided only the disorder be a moral one, and therefore far more to be dreaded in its pestiferous influence and baneful effects upon society, it is forsooth to be tolerated as a necessary evil. Pro tempora et mores. The Associate Institution, formed in 1844, has been in active operation 15 years, and has been instrumental in effecting a large amount of good by improving and enforcing the laws for the protection of women. It has maintained a strenuous crusade against houses of ill fame, and has, since its establishment, conducted upwards of 300 prosecutions, in most of which it has been successful in bringing condign punishment upon the heads of those who have committed criminal assaults upon women and children, or who have decoyed them away for immoral purposes. Important as these results have been, a larger amount of good has probably been achieved by means of lectures and meetings held in various parts of the country by Mr. J. Harding, the Society's travelling secretary, whose faithful and stirring appeals and bold denunciations of vice have contributed not a little to the spread of sounder and more wholesome views on social questions, and to the removal of that ignorance of profligate wiles and artifices which in so many cases proves fatal to the unsuspecting and unwary. Two bills prepared by this association, one for the protection of female children between 12 and 13 years of age, and the other to simplify and facilitate the prosecution of persons charged with keeping houses of ill fame, were this year submitted to Parliament, but, unhappily, without success, having been lost either on technical grounds or for want of support. It is refreshing to turn from the supineness of statesmen to the energy and decision manifested by private associations in resisting the encroachments of vice. The East London Association, composed of a committee partly clerical and partly lay, and including most of the influential parochial clergy in the district, was instituted 4 years ago for the purpose of checking "that class of public offences which consists in acts of indecency, profaneness, drunkenness, and prostitution." Its modes of action are as follows: 1. To create and foster public opinion in reprobation of the above-named acts. 2. To bring such public opinion to bear upon all exercising social influence, with a view to discountenance the perpetrators and abettors thereof. 3. To secure the efficient application by the police of the laws and regulations for the suppression of the class of public offences above named, and to obtain, if necessary, the institution of legal proceedings. 4. To procure the alteration of the law wheresoever needful to the object contemplated, and especially to the obtaining further restrictions in granting licenses for music and dancing to houses where intoxicating liquors are sold. 5. To find houses of refuge and means of restoration for the victims of seduction by honest employment, emigration, and so on. It is satisfactory to state that already, and with the very limited funds placed at the disposal of this association, no fewer than 75 houses in some of the worst streets in the east of London, hitherto devoted to the vilest purposes, have been cleared of their inmates, one of these houses having had 30 rooms which were occupied by prostitutes. That more than one house, ostensibly open for public accommodation, but really for ensnaring females for prostitution, has been closed, and that in one instance of peculiar atrocity, the owner of the house has been convicted and punished. Handbills have also been issued containing extracts from the Police Acts to show the power of remedy for offences against public decency, such as swearing, the use of improper language, and the exhibition of improper conduct in the streets." Such are the objects and results of this association, and such the praiseworthy example set to other London districts, which, if vigorously followed, would result at least in the repression of vice, and in a marked diminution of crime. "It is chiefly from the reserve which, rather by implication than by compact, has so long been preserved in those influential quarters where the power to correct and guide public opinion is maintained, that the crying social evil of our day has attained such dimensions and exhibited itself in such dangerous and revolting forms as we have referred to. Preachers, moralists, and public writers have been deterred by the difficulty and delicacy of the subject from their obvious duty of protecting the social interests, and a sluggish legislature, ever inert in introducing such measures as are calculated to foster and conserve the public virtue, has thus lacked the external pressure which might have aroused it to vigilance and forethought in the discharge of its duties. Recently, however, there have been clear indications that a distrust of the old plan is spreading. With manifest reluctance, but not without interest, has public attention fastened itself on a subject in which not merely the happiness of individuals and the peace of families, but the national prosperity and the concerns of social life are felt to be bound up. Inquiries as to the best mode of doing something to stem the tide of immorality which is coursing onwards are made in quarters where indifference, if not acquiescence, was formerly manifested. Public opinion is ever slowly formed, but is seldom wrong at the last in detecting the true source of generic evils, and in applying to them the best remedies. Example also is as contagious on the side of virtue as of vice. And where an initiative step taken by another appeals to our intuitive sense of right and duty, it is seldom that the courageous right doer has to wait long for the expression of sympathy and the proffer of aid. It is only recently that the great sin of our land has received a measure of the attention it has long and loudly called for. First in one quarter and then in another has the subject been discussed with tolerable delicacy and with an approximate fidelity. The discussion has done good. Men have thought about the subject, have been led to measure the fearful dimensions of this evil, to observe its progress and influence within their own neighbourhoods, and have come at last to deplore the existence of that which they have too long tolerated or connived at. Where remedial measures have been attempted, they have not lacked for countenance and support, and in some quarters at least there have been indications of a desire to pass from the feebler stage of alleviation to the more potential remedy of prevention. Whilst it seems to be admitted on all hands that to aim at the forcible extinction of immorality would be utopian and disappointing, the repression and diminution of crime is felt to be an imperious obligation upon all who are vested with any power and influence for that end. We cannot help regarding the measures which have been recently adopted by certain parochial authorities in the metropolis as at once a proof of the benefit which has arisen from the partial discussion of this subject in the various public channels into which it has gained admittance, and we regard it further as a cheering sign that a deepening conviction is spreading on all sides respecting the absolute necessity of a well-organized antagonism to evil, in place of our former supine indifference, or more culpable acquiescence. Some of the most influential metropolitan vestries have commenced a crusade against the keepers of bad houses in their respective parishes, and by the vigour and promptitude characterising their prosecutions, seem determined to hunt down the hosts of abandoned householders who are mainly concerned in extending and facilitating immorality. Aristocratic St. James's and more plebeian Lambeth have alike joined in these laudable measures, and it is to be noticed with extreme satisfaction that the steps thus taken have been almost invariably successful, and that severe punishments have been inflicted upon the wretches who were the objects of these prosecutions. Such a movement cannot be sufficiently applauded, and fervently is it to be trusted that the example thus shown in these influential centres may not only reach to every other parish in the metropolis, but may also stir up the parochial authorities in every city and town in the land to a like course of procedure. This is to strike at the main root of the evil. In vain are all our reformatories and refuges, in vain the endeavours of Christian people to repress the evil by exertions for the rescue even of a large number of its victims, if the floodgates of vice be allowed by public neglect to remain open, ever to pour out into our streets fresh streams of wickedness and pollution. There are no doubt persons who think that measures such as those now under consideration will not materially check the traffic in vice, but will only lead to its being more subtly and secretly practised. Even that result, if brought about, would be something gained, something as a protest on the side of public purity and virtue, and something in the amount of warning and terror brought home to guilty breasts, leading them to dread retribution in future, whenever offended justice could detect them in their malpractices. But in truth, there is no limit to the amount of good which would result from these repressive measures becoming universal and well sustained. Many persons would be saved from future ruin, a manifest check would be given to the further development of iniquity, and the example of authority thus generally exercised in aid of the cause of virtue would greatly tend to the spread of sounder views of social duty in regard to this matter." Footnote: The Magdalen's Friend and Female Homes, Intelligencer, No. 12, Vol. 2. One of the greatest scandals on a country professedly Christian is the extent to which Sabbath desecration pervades the metropolis. Although the traffic now openly pursued in the streets or carried on with impunity in shops is strictly illegal, yet the technicalities which are too often allowed to obstruct the ends of justice, and the smallness of the fines inflicted, even when summary conviction follows, concur to render the law in this particular a mere dead letter. The permission to sell on Sunday, originally extended only to the vendors of perishable articles, is now claimed by whole troops of costermongers, who, presuming upon the licence they have so long enjoyed, no longer hesitate to ply their usual calling in the most public and offensive manner, frequently pursuing their traffic in the open streets during the hours of divine service, and disturbing whole congregations by their noisy vociferations around the very doors of our churches. These evils call loudly for more stringent legal measures, and it is to be hoped the time is not far distant when some improvement will take place. As one means of directing public attention to this subject by the circulation of appeals and tracts, and of promoting the introduction of salutary legal provisions for the repression of such acts of desecration, the Society for Promoting the Due Observance of the Lord's Day is entitled to a large measure of support. The efforts made by the Society to awaken public opposition to the obnoxious provisions of Lord Chelmsford's Sunday Trading Bill were probably mainly instrumental in securing its rejection. One of the noblest repressive agencies within the metropolis is the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, established in 1824, which employs a number of agents to frequent the markets and public thoroughfares for the purpose of bringing to punishment persons detected in the commission of acts of cruelty to animals. It seeks, moreover, by means of suitable tracts, to diffuse among the public a just sense of the duty of humanity and forbearance towards the lower orders of creation. Allusion was made during the present year to the objects embraced by this society from upwards of 2,000 London pulpits, which will doubtless have the effect of directing the attention of the benevolent public to an instrumentality which has already achieved a large amount of good, and only requires to be better known to enjoy a corresponding measure of support. End of section 5. Section 6 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. The agencies at present in operation within the metropolis for the suppression of vice and crime. Part 5. 4. Reformative agencies. Must be understood as referring solely to individuals, and include all such measures as are employed to effect an external change of character, and render those who are vicious and depraved honest and respectable members of society. While, however, agencies of this kind are reformative in their relation to persons, they have also a preventive aspect when viewed in their bearings upon the entire community, for the reformation of every vicious man is a social boon, inasmuch as it removes one individual from a course of vice, and thus diminishes the aggregate of crime. As a nucleus of reformatory operations and a "centre of information and encouragement," the Reformatory and Refuge Union was established in 1856. It seeks to diffuse information respecting the various agencies at present in existence, and to encourage and facilitate the establishment of new institutions. In connection with the Union is a "female mission" for the rescue of the fallen. The mission maintains a staff of female missionaries whose business it is to distribute tracts among the fallen women of the metropolis, to converse with them in the streets, and visit them in their houses, in the hospitals, or in the workhouses. These missionaries, "as a rule, leave their homes between 8 and 9 o'clock at night, remaining out till nearly 12, and occasionally till 1 in the morning. They are located in different parts of London, near to the nightly walks and haunts of those they desire to benefit. They have the means of rescuing a large number who have been placed in the homes or restored to their friends." End quote. There are upwards of 50 metropolitan institutions for the reception of the destitute and the reformation of the criminal, or those who are exposed to temptation, capable of accommodating collectively about 4,000 persons of both sexes. 9 of these institutions are designed especially for the reception and training of juvenile criminals, sentenced under the Youthful Offenders Act, and 2 for vagrants sentenced to detention under the Industrial School Act. 3 are exclusively appropriated to the benefit of discharged prisoners, and the rest are chiefly employed in the rescue and reformation of destitute or criminal children. Footnote: those who wish for further information respecting these institutions are referred to a handbook containing authentic accounts of the various metropolitan reformatories, refuges, and industrial schools, published by the Reformatory and Refuge Union. A magazine, edited by a clergyman, price 3d monthly, designed to awaken and sustain public sympathy on behalf of the fallen, and to draw attention to the most prolific causes contributing to the extension of the social evil. End footnote. Most of these institutions, with the exception of such as are certified by Act of Parliament and aided by government subsidies, are supported entirely by voluntary contributions and by the earnings of the inmates, who are either admitted free on application or by payment of a small sum towards the expense of maintenance. Such is the benevolent machinery now at work within the metropolis for the reformation of our criminal population and for the preservation of those who are in a fair way of becoming the moral pests and aliens of society. The results, both in a religious, social, and sanitary point of view, achieved by these different agencies, are beyond all human calculation, and it is mainly to their beneficial and restraining influence that the peace, safety, and well-being of society may be attributed. The other reformative agencies are those adapted to the rescue and reformation of fallen women, or such as have been led astray from the paths of virtue. There are 21 institutions in London devoted to these objects, and unitedly providing accommodation for about 1,200 inmates. 10 of these are in connection with the Church of England, and in the remaining 11, the religious instruction is unsectarian and evangelical. 3, namely, the Female Temporary Home, the Trinity Home, and the Home of Hope, are designed for the reception of the better educated and higher class of fallen women. 1, namely, the London Society for the Protection of Young Females, is limited to girls under 15 years of age, and another, the Marylebone Female Protection Society, affords shelter exclusively to those who have recently been led astray, and whose previous good character will bear the strictest investigation. It may be fairly assumed that the objects of all these institutions are substantially the same, namely, the reformation of character and the restoration of the individual to religious and social privileges, while, however, the end is in most cases one and the same. The methods and subordinate means adopted to ensure its attainment are often strikingly dissimilar, and present distinctive and almost opposite features. Thus, one class of institutions, in imitation of our Lord's merciful forbearance towards the sinner, make their treatment preeminently one of love, and seek, by means the most gentle and attractive, to win back the stubborn wills and depraved natures of those entrusted to their care. Kindness is the only instrument used in laying siege to the hard heart, and in mollifying the seared conscience. Stern discipline, irritating restraints, and rigorous exactions form no part of a system which is built up on the model prescribed by him who, spake as never man spake. That a mode of treatment which affords such a remarkable coincidence and such a striking parallel to the divine method of dealing with the sinner, so eloquently taught under the parable of the prodigal son, should be found by experience to be the only really efficacious one, can hardly be a matter of surprise. The fact is too notorious to require any proof that in numberless instances law and terrors do but harden the heart which can be easily subdued by the exhibition of Christian kindness. Here is the omnipotent weapon which has achieved such moral victories, when wielded by gentle and loving women, like Miss Marsh, Mrs. Whiteman, and Mrs. Shepherd. The opposite mode of treatment, however successful it may be in the restoration of external character, or in the subjugation of turbulent passions, is defective, inasmuch as it fails to influence the heart, and therefore, at best, contributes only to an incomplete and partial cure. The almost penal character of the system pursued in many of the older penitentiaries is founded on the misconception that the injury sustained by society in the departure from virtue of her female members can only be atoned for by some personal mulct inflicted on the offender. While, therefore, the ultimate object is the reformation of lost character, this is too often overlooked or rendered subsidiary to the proximate one of propitiating society, and the austere regimen by which the latter point is secured is generally found to be subversive of the other. When, however, as is too frequently the case, society is the tempter, the offence may surely be condoned by a less rigorous process. Society may indeed well waive the right to compensation for supposed damages, when it can be proved that she is at least particeps criminis, and when, moreover, she has a personal interest in the speedy restoration of her unhappy prodigals. The retributive suffering, which, in the majority of cases, so surely overtakes the female delinquent, may be urged as another reason for dealing leniently with the erring. But the strongest justification of such a method is undoubtedly derived from the success attending it, and from the divine sanction which it has received. The impediments which the old penitentiary system of close confinement, criminal fare, and hard labour have unfortunately presented to the rescue of fallen women is too well known to those who are accustomed to deal with this class. Frequently are the urgent entreaties of the missionary to forsake an abandoned course of life and seek shelter in some institution, met with either rancorous denunciations against the penal system, or by polite but firm refusals to submit to the discipline, which is supposed to extend to all reformatory asylums. Gradually, however, this prevailing opinion is being cleared away, and the fallen women themselves are not slow to distinguish between the two opposite methods of treatment, a fact which is rendered clearly apparent by the overwhelming number of applications for admission into those homes which are characterized by a more humane and gentle regimen. The oldest reformatory institution in the metropolis for the reception of fallen women is the Magdalen Hospital, founded in 1758. During the last 100 years of its existence, nearly 9,000 women have been admitted, about 2/3 of whom have been restored to friends or relations. At the time when this charity was first instituted, "the notion of providing a house for the reception and maintenance of penitent prostitutes seems not to have suggested itself to the public mind. Even good and actively benevolent men appear to have been startled at the novelty of the proposition, while they doubted the wisdom and still more the success of such an attempt. The newspapers of that period contained both arguments against and ridicule of the plan and its promoters. God, however, blessed the undertaking, and raised up friends and supporters in every direction." So that 18 years after its incorporation, its friends were able to use the following cheering language: "We see many fellow creatures, by means of this happy asylum, rescued from sorrow in which they had been involved by all the iniquitous stratagems of seduction, in which condition they had been detained by a species of horrid necessity, from which they had no probable or possible retreat, and in which they must, therefore, according to all human appearance, have perished. We see them restored to their God, to their parents, to their friends, their country, and themselves. What charitable heart, what truly Christian hand, can withhold its best endeavours to promote an undertaking so laudable, so beneficent? Who would not desire to add to the number of souls preserved from the deepest guilt, of bodies rescued from shame, misery, and death? Who would not wish to wipe the tear from a parent's eyes, to save the hoary head from being brought down with sorrow to the grave?" An interval of half a century elapsed after the foundation of the Magdalen Asylum before the establishment of any similar institution. Within the last 10 years, however, public attention has been directed with increasing interest to this subject, and numerous efforts have been made to provide more ample accommodation for those who are desirous of escaping from their wretched mode of life. The London by Moonlight mission, inaugurated some years ago by Lieutenant Blackmore, has been followed in our own day by the Midnight Meeting movement, which has excited a world-wide sympathy and interest, and has been very generally approved even in quarters where encouragement could be least expected. The commencement of these meetings in London was the signal for similar experiments in Manchester, Liverpool, Nottingham, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Dundee, Dublin, and other large towns. 22 of these meetings have now been held, and attended by upwards of 4,000 women, more than 600 of whom have been rescued, and either restored to friends or placed in situations where they are giving satisfactory evidence of outward reformation, and many of them of a thorough change of character. The largest association in London for the reformation of fallen women is the Society for the Rescue of Young Women and Children. The Society has at present 11 homes in various parts of London, and one at Dover. 4 of these are family homes for the reception of preventive cases, or young girls who have not strayed from the path of virtue, but are addicted to crime, or are in circumstances of danger. One is a home for orphan children from 9 to 13 years of age, and the remaining 7 are for fallen cases. Upwards of 2,700 women and children have been admitted into these homes since the Society's formation in 1853, the greater part of whom have given satisfactory proof of having been reclaimed and permanently benefited. The Society's income for the past year amounted to £6,789 17 shillings and twopence. The homes are under the care of pious and experienced matrons, who labour incessantly to promote the spiritual and social welfare of their charges. Another institution of recent origin, but of rapidly increasing growth, is the London Female Preventive and Reformatory Institution, which already numbers 4 homes, and has admitted, during the past year, upwards of 250 inmates. The following are the objects embraced by the institution. 1. To seek the destitute and fallen by voluntary missionary effort. 2. To afford temporary protection to friendless young women whose circumstances expose them to danger. Also to effect the rescue of fallen females, especially those decoyed from their country, by admitting them to the benefits of this institution. 3. To restore, when practicable, the wanderer to her family and friends, whether in town or country. 4. To qualify those admitted into the institution for various departments of domestic service, to obtain suitable situations for them, and provide them with clothing. 5. To aid such as, for approved reasons, wish to emigrate. 6. Above all, to seek the spiritual welfare of the inmates." The 2 last named societies, and the Home of Hope, which is another refuge, identical in character and spirit with that last named, have received most of the cases rescued by the midnight meetings. Great and encouraging as are the results effected by these institutions, and wide as the sympathy is which they have awakened, it is clear that the means of rescue are as yet wholly disproportioned to the numbers claiming assistance. Calculating the number of fallen women in London at 80,000, which is probably not far wide of the truth, and computing the number at present in the different institutions to be 1,000, the chance of rescue through the only recognised medium for female reformation is offered to 1 woman in every 80. This is the high water mark of public charity and the utmost provision made by society for the rescue of these 80,000 outcasts. And yet there are special reasons which seem to give them a strong claim upon the sympathy and compassion of the benevolent public. The brief term of their existence, the average length of which is at best but a few years, and the fact that large numbers of them are driven upon the streets by a stern necessity, and compelled to live by sin as a trade, while everything contributes to prevent their escape from the mode of life into which they have been involuntarily forced, are surely considerations calculated to stimulate Christian effort on their behalf. But more than this, it is well known that they are hanging, as it were, over the mouth of the bottomless pit. Quote, "Their lifeblood is ebbing at a fearful rate, and their souls are drifting madly to eternity. Their fate is certain, their doom impends, and for their deathbed there is not even the faintest glimmer of hope which charity can bequeath to the dying sinner. All others may find peace at last, but these, suddenly overtaken by death, and perishing in and by their sins, must be irrevocably lost. And who are they on whose warm vitals the worm feeds sweetly," even on this side the grave, and around whose heads the unquenchable fire prematurely burns? Who are those whose souls in countless numbers are now glutting the chambers of hell? Not swarthy Indians nor sable Africans, whose deeds of violence and superstition have spread horror and astonishment among civilized nations, but delicately nurtured Saxon women, who in infancy were lovingly fondled in the arms of Christian mothers, and received "into the ark of Christ's church in baptism" before a praying congregation. Young girls for whom pious sponsors promised that they should be "virtuously brought up to lead a godly and a Christian life," and who, in the faithful discharge of this promise, were trained in our Sabbath schools, and "taken to the bishop to be confirmed by him." They have sung the same hymns which we now sing. Our congregational melodies are still familiar to them. They have read the same scriptures which we now read, worshipped in the same temple in which we assemble, offered up the same prayers, listened to the same exhortations, and looked forward to the same glorious fruition of future blessedness. But where are they now? What are their hopes and expectations? And what the probable end of their existence? Let those answer these questions who sneeringly ask why such prodigious efforts are made to rescue the fallen. It not unfrequently happens, however, that the benevolent promoters of such schemes are perplexed and disheartened by those who assume a tone of expediency, and argue thus: "Yes, it is all very true, and we can sympathize with your efforts, and pity the poor unhappy objects of your solicitude. But then this is a necessary evil, and any attempts to remove it are altogether mistaken, and are sure to end in failure, or to produce greater mischief. Besides, the demand will always create the supply, and for every fallen woman you snatch from the streets, an innocent and hitherto virtuous girl must be sacrificed. No, we are sorry for them, but better let them perish than save them at the sacrifice of other victims." First, then, this is "a necessary evil." Falsehood is sufficiently patent upon the face of this foolish and monstrous assertion. Could the Creator have pronounced his work very good, with such an inseparable appendage to social life? Again, how comes it that a necessary evil only exhibits itself in certain localities, and under particular circumstances, disappearing altogether in uncivilized countries, and gathering strength and virulence in the most refined states of society? Will any modern philosopher favour us with a solution of this difficulty? But "the demand will always create the supply." Inexorable logic apparently, and incontrovertible if the supply were limited to the demand. This, however, we deny. Thousands are driven to prostitution as the only alternative from starvation. Necessity, and not the demand, here creates the supply, and it is well known that the supply suggests the demand. Is then the balance of vice so exact and undeviating that the gap occasioned by the removal of one victim must be speedily filled by another? Is the equilibrium of profligacy so nicely adjusted that it would be dangerous to assert the prerogative of virtue, and shall we desire its unhappy votaries to continue in sin that virtue may abound? Shall we drive back anxious souls striving to "flee from the wrath to come," with the cold-blooded assurance that "for the good of society they had better remain where they are"? Will it satisfy an immortal spirit to be told that she helps to maintain the proper equilibrium of vice, or that, by standing in the gap, she is a benefactor to the innocent of her own sex, who would otherwise be sacrificed? Shall we assign as our reason for not preaching the gospel to every creature, that the state of society would be unhinged by curtailing a necessary evil, or that greater injuries would result from any attempt to rescue perishing souls? Shall we mock him who has said, "All souls are mine," by elevating a doctrine of human expediency above the authority of a distinct command? Let us be sure that, in a case so intimately affecting the honour and glory of God, to "obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams." In vain may we plead political necessity as a plausible pretext for disobedience. We are not afraid, however, to meet this argument on philosophical grounds, and we affirm confidently that the rescue of every fallen woman is a social boon. Admitting the possibility that eventually her place will be supplied by another, for we can approach no nearer to the truth, is it not better to remove a present evil than to provide for a remote contingency? Supposing that in the long vista of future years the immolation of a fresh victim is the price of every individual rescue, do we overlook the fact that, in the meantime, a powerful temptation is removed, and that not merely units, but probably hundreds of the young of the opposite sex are delivered from the toils of the strange women? Is nothing achieved by the temporary removal of one tempter from the streets? And is society a loser in the end by the reformation of one whose sole occupation is to waylay and ruin the youth of the opposite sex? Let our moral economists escape from this dilemma if they can. The philanthropist and the Christian need no further arguments to convince them that they have not only the law of God, but the inexorable logic of common sense on their side. Who can tell the pestiferous influence exercised on society by one single fallen woman? Who can calculate the evils of such a system? Woman, waylaid, tempted, deceived, becomes in turn the terrible avenger of her sex. Armed with a power which is all but irresistible, and stripped of that which can alone restrain and purify her influence, she steps upon the arena of life qualified to act her part in the reorganization of society. The lex talionis, the law of retaliation, is hers. Society has made her what she is, and must be now governed by her potent influence. The weight of this influence is untold. View it in the dissolution of domestic ties, in the sacrifice of family peace, in the cold desolation of promising homes, but above all, in the growth of practical atheism, and in the downward tendency of all that is pure and holy in life. One and another who has been educated in an atmosphere redolent of virtue and principle, and has given promise of high and noble qualities, falls a victim to the prevalence of meretricious allurements, and carries back to his hitherto untainted home the noxious influence he has imbibed. Another and another, within the range of that influence, is made to suffer for his sacrifice of moral rectitude, and they in their turn become the agents and the originators of fresh evils, who, in contemplating this pedigree of profligacy resulting from a solitary temptation, will venture to affirm that the temporary withdrawal of a single prostitute is not a social blessing. Surely, for such immediate results, we are justified in dispensing with considerations of future expediency, and acting upon the first principles of Christian ethics may help to reform the vicious and profligate, leaving it in the hands of a merciful God to avert the contingency of ruin overtaking the as yet unfallen woman." Footnote: Magdalen's Friend, Volume 2, page 131. In reference to all such Christian efforts to reclaim the fallen, it has been truly said that "you may ransack the world for objects of compassion, you may scour the earth in search of suffering humanity on which to exercise your philanthropy, you may roam the countless hospitals and asylums of this vast city, you may penetrate the dens and caves of all other profligacy, you may lavish your bounty upon a transatlantic famine, or dive into Neapolitan dungeons, or scatter the Bible broadcast throughout the great moral wildernesses of heathendom. But in all the million claims upon your faith, upon your feeling as a man, upon your benevolence as a Christian, you will never fulfill a mission dearer to Christ, you will never promote a charity more congenial to the spirit of this gospel, you will never more surely wake up joy in heaven, and force tears into the eyes of sympathizing angels, than when you can bring a Magdalene face to face with her Redeemer, and thrill her poor heart, even to breaking, with the plaintive music of that divine voice calling her by name, Mary." End of section 6. Section 7 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. London Labour and the London Poor, Those that Will Not Work. Introduction. I enter upon this part of my subject with a deep sense of the misery, the vice, the ignorance, and the want that encompass us on every side. I enter upon it after much grave attention to the subject, observing closely, reflecting patiently, and generalizing cautiously upon the phenomena and causes of the vice and crime of this city. I enter upon it after a thoughtful study of the habits and character of the outcast class generally. I enter upon it, moreover, not only as forming an integral and most important part of the task I have imposed upon myself, but from a wish to divest the public mind of certain idols of the platform and conventicle, idols peculiar to our own time and unknown to the great father of the inductive philosophy, and idols, too, that appear to me greatly to obstruct a proper understanding of the subject. Further, I am led to believe that I can contribute some new facts concerning the physics and economy of vice and crime generally, that will not only make the solution of the social problem more easy to us, but, setting more plainly before us some of its latent causes, make us look with more pity and less anger on those who want the fortitude to resist their influence, and induce us, or at least the more earnest among us, to apply ourselves steadfastly to the removal or alleviation of those social evils that appear to create so large a proportion of the vice and crime that we seek by punishment to prevent. Such are the ultimate objects of my present labours. The result of them is given to the world with an earnest desire to better the condition of the wretched social outcasts of whom I have now to treat, and to contribute, if possible, my mite of good towards the commonweal. But though such be my ultimate object, let me here confess that my immediate aim is the elimination of the truth. Without this, of course, all other principles must be sheer sentimentality, sentiments being to my mind opinions engendered by the feelings rather than the judgment. The attainment of the truth, then, will be my primary aim. But by the truth, I wish it to be understood, I mean something more than the bare facts. Facts, according to my ideas, are merely the elements of truth, and not the truths themselves. Of all matters, there are none so utterly useless by themselves as your mere matters of fact. A fact, so long as it remains an isolated fact, is a dull, dead, uninformed thing. No object nor event by itself can possibly give us any knowledge. We must compare it with some other, even to distinguish it. And it is the distinctive quality thus developed that constitutes the essence of a thing. That is to say, the point by which we cognize and recognize it when again presented to us. A fact must be assimilated with or discriminated from some other fact or facts in order to be raised to the dignity of a truth, and made to convey the least knowledge to the mind. To say, for instance, that in the year 1850 there were 26,813 criminal offenders in England and Wales, is merely to oppress the brain with a record of a fact that per se is so much mental lumber. This is the very mummery of statistics. Of what rational good can such information by itself be to any person? Who can tell whether the number of offenders in that year be large or small, unless they compare it with the number of some other year, or in some other country? But to do this will require another fact, and even then this second fact can give us but little real knowledge. It may teach us, perhaps, that the past year was more or less criminal than some other year, or that the people of this country in that year were more or less disposed to the infraction of the laws than some other people abroad. Still, what will all this avail us? If the year which we select to contrast criminally with that of 1850 be not itself compared with other years, how are we to know whether the number of criminals appertaining to it be above or below the average? Or, in other words, how can the one be made a measure of the other? To give the least mental value to facts, therefore, we must generalize them. That is to say, we must contemplate them in connection with other facts, and so discover their agreements and differences, their antecedents, concomitants, and consequences. It is true we may frame erroneous and defective theories in so doing. We may believe things which are similar in appearance to be similar in their powers and properties also. We may distinguish between things having no real difference. We may mistake concomitant events for consequences. We may generalize with too few particulars, and hastily infer that to be common to all which is but the special attribute of a limited number. Nevertheless, if theory may occasionally teach us wrongly, facts without theory or generalization cannot possibly teach us at all. What the process of digestion is to food, that of generalizing is to fact. For, as it is by the assimilation of the substances we eat with the elements of our bodies that our limbs are enlarged and our whole frames strengthened, so is it by associating perception with perception in our brains that our intellect becomes at once expanded and invigorated. Contrary to the vulgar notion, theory, that is to say, theory in its true Baconian sense, is not opposed to fact, but consists rather of a large collection of facts. It is not true of this or that thing alone, but of all things belonging to the same class. In a word, it consists not of one fact, but an infinity. The theory of gravitation, for instance, expresses not only what occurs when a stone falls to earth, but when every other body does the same thing. It expresses, moreover, what takes place in the revolution of the moon round our planet, and in the revolution of our planet and of all the other planets round our sun, and of all other suns round the centre of the universe. In fine, it is true not of one thing merely, but of every material object in the entire range of creation. There are, of course, two methods of dealing philosophically with every subject, deductively and inductively. We may either proceed from principles to facts, or recede from facts to principles. The one explains, the other investigates. The former applies known general rules to the comprehension of particular phenomena, and the latter classifies the particular phenomena so that we may ultimately come to comprehend their unknown general rules. The deductive method is the mode of using knowledge, and the inductive method the mode of acquiring it. In a subject like the crime and vice of the metropolis and the country in general, of which so little is known, of which there are so many facts but so little comprehension, it is evident that we must seek by induction, that is to say, by a careful classification of the known phenomena, to render the matter more intelligible. In fine, we must, in order to arrive at a comprehensive knowledge of its antecedents, consequences, and concomitants, contemplate as large a number of facts as possible in as many different relations as the statistical records of the country will admit of our doing. With this brief preamble, I will proceed to treat generally of the class that will not work, and then particularly of that portion of them termed prostitutes. But first, who are those that will work, and who those that will not work? This is the primary point to be evolved. End of section 7. Section 8 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Of the workers and non-workers. Part 1. The essential quality of an animal is that it seeks its own living, whereas a vegetable has its living brought to it. An animal cannot stick its feet in the ground and suck up the inorganic elements of its body from the soil, nor drink in the organic elements from the atmosphere. The leaves of plants are not only their lungs, but their stomachs. As they breathe, they acquire food and strength, but as animals breathe, they gradually waste away. The carbon which is secreted by the process of respiration in the vegetable is excreted by the very same process in the animal. Hence, a fresh supply of carbonaceous matter must be sought after and obtained at frequent intervals in order to repair the continual waste of animal life. But in the act of seeking for substances fitted to replace that which is lost in respiration, nerves must be excited and muscles moved. And recent discoveries have shown that such excitation and motion are attended with decomposition of the organs in which they occur. Muscular action gives rise to the destruction of muscular tissue, nervous action to a change in the nervous matter. And this destruction and decomposition necessarily involve a fresh supply of nitrogenous matter, in order that the loss may be repaired. Now, a tree, being inactive, has little or no waste. All the food that it obtains goes to the invigoration of its frame. Not one atom is destroyed in seeking more. But the essential condition of animal life is muscular action. The essential condition of muscular action is the destruction of muscular tissue. And the essential condition of the destruction of muscular tissue is a supply of food fitted for the reformation of it, or death. It is impossible for an animal, like a vegetable, to stand still and not destroy. If the limbs are not moving, the heart is beating, the lungs playing, the bosom heaving. Hence, an animal, in order to continue its existence, must obtain its subsistence either by its own exertions or by those of others. In a word, it must be autobious or allobious. The procuration of sustenance, then, is the necessary condition of animal life, and constitutes the sole apparent reason for the addition of the locomotive apparatus to the vegetative functions of sentient nature. But the faculties of comparison and volition have been further added to the animal nature of man, in order to enable him, among other things, the better to gratify his wants, to give him such a mastery over the elements of material nature, that he may force the external world the more readily to contribute to his support. Hence the derangement of either one of those functions must degrade the human being, as regards his means of sustenance, to the level of the brute. If his intellect be impaired, and the faculty of perceiving "the fitness of things" be consequently lost to him, or, this being sound, if the power of moving his muscles in compliance with his will be deficient, then the individual becomes no longer capable, like his fellows, of continuing his existence by his own exertions. Hence, in every state, we have two extensive causes of allobiism, or living by the labour of others. The one intellectual, as in the case of lunatics and idiots, and the other physical, as in the case of the infirm, the crippled, and the maimed, the old and the young. But a third and a more extensive class still remains to be particularized. The members of every community may be divided into the energetic and the anergetic, that is to say, into the hard-working and the non-working, the industrious and the indolent classes, the distinguishing characteristics of the anergetic being the extreme irksomeness of all labour to them, and their consequent indisposition to work for their subsistence. Now, in the circumstances above enumerated, we have three capital causes why, in every state, a certain portion of the community must derive their subsistence from the exertions of the rest. The first proceeds from some physical defect, as in the case of the old and the young, the superannuated and the subannuated, the crippled and the maimed. The second from some intellectual defect, as in the case of lunatics and idiots. And the third from some moral defect, as in the case of the indolent, the vagrant, the professional mendicant, and the criminal. In all civilized countries, there will necessarily be a greater or less number of human parasites living on the sustenance of their fellows. The industrious must labour to support the lazy, and the sane to keep the insane, and the able-bodied to maintain the infirm. Still, to complete the social fabric, another class requires to be specified. As yet, regard has been paid only to those who must needs labour for their living, or who, in default of so doing, must prey on the proceeds of the industry of their more active or more stalwart brethren. There is, however, in all civilized society, a farther portion of the people distinct from either of those above mentioned, who, being already provided, no matter how, with a sufficient stock of sustenance, or what will exchange for such, have no occasion to toil for an additional supply. Hence, all society would appear to arrange itself into four different classes. 1. Those that will work. 2. Those that cannot work. 3. Those that will not work. 4. Those that need not work. Under one or other section of this quadruple division, every member, not only of our community, but of every other civilized state, must necessarily be included. The rich, the poor, the industrious, the idle, the honest, the dishonest, the virtuous, and the vicious, each and all must be comprised therein. Let me now proceed specially to treat of each of these classes, to distribute under one or other of these four categories the diverse modes of living peculiar to the members of our own community, and so to enunciate, for the first time, the natural history, as it were, of the industry and idleness of Great Britain in the 19th century. It is no easy matter, however, to classify the different kinds of labour scientifically, to arrange the several varieties of work into orders, and to group the manifold species of arts under a few comprehensive genera, so that the mind may grasp the whole at one effort, is a task of a most perplexing character. Moreover, the first attempt to bring any number of diverse phenomena within the rules of logical division is not only a matter of considerable difficulty, but one, unfortunately, that is generally unsuccessful. It is impossible, however, to proceed with the present inquiry without making some attempt at systematic arrangement. For of all scientific processes, the classification of the various phenomena in connection with a given subject is perhaps the most important. Indeed, if we consider that the function of cognition is essentially discriminative, it is evident that, without distinguishing between one object and another, there can be no knowledge, nor indeed any perception. Even as the seizing of a particular difference causes the mind to apprehend the special character of an object, so does the discovery of the agreements and differences among the several phenomena of a subject enable the understanding to comprehend it. What the generalization of events is to the ascertainment of natural laws, the generalization of things is to the discovery of natural systems. But classification is no less dangerous than it is important to science, for in precisely the same proportion as a correct grouping of objects into genera and species, orders and varieties, expands and assists our understanding, so does any erroneous arrangement cripple and retard all true knowledge. The reduction of all external substances into four elements by the ancients, earth, air, fire, and water, perhaps did more to obstruct the progress of chemical science than even a prohibition of the study could have effected. But the branches of industry are so multifarious, the divisions of labour so minute and manifold, that it seems at first almost impossible to reduce them to any system. Moreover, the crude generalizations expressed in the names of the several arts render the subject still more perplexing. Some kinds of workmen, for example, are called after the articles they make, as saddlers, hatters, bootmakers, dressmakers, breeches makers, stay makers, lace makers, button makers, glovers, cabinet makers, artificial flower makers, ship builders, organ builders, boat builders, nailers, pin makers, basket makers, pump makers, clock and watch makers, wheelwrights, shipwrights, and so forth. Some operatives, on the other hand, take their names not from what they make, but from the kind of work they perform. Hence we have carvers, joiners, bricklayers, weavers, knitters, engravers, embroiderers, tanners, curriers, bleachers, thatchers, lime burners, glass blowers, seamstresses, assayers, refiners, embossers, chasers, painters, paper hangers, printers, bookbinders, cab drivers, fishermen, graziers, and so on. Other artisans again are styled after the materials upon which they work, such as tin men, jewellers, lapidaries, goldsmiths, braziers, plumbers, pewterers, glaziers, and so on and so on. And lastly, a few operatives are named after the tools they use. Thus we have ploughmen, sawyers, and needlewomen. But these divisions, it is evident, are as unscientific as they are arbitrary. Nor would it be possible, by adopting such a classification, to arrive at any practical result. Now, I had hoped to have derived some little assistance in my attempt to reduce the several varieties of work to system from the arrangement of the products of industry and art at the Great Exhibition. I knew, however, that the point of classification had proved the great stumbling block to the French industrial exhibitions. In the Exposition of the Arts and Manufactures of France in 1806, for instance, M. Costas adopted a topographical arrangement, according to the departments of the kingdom whence the specimens were sent. In 1819, again, finding the previous arrangement conveyed little or no knowledge, depending as it did on the mere local association of the places of manufacture, The same philosopher attempted to classify all arts into a sort of natural system, but the separate divisions amounted to 39 and were found to be confused and inconvenient. In 1827, Monsieur Payon adopted a classification into 5 great divisions, arranging the arts according as they are chemical, mechanical, physical, economical, or miscellaneous in their nature. It was found, however, in practice that 2 or even 3 of these characteristics often belonged to the same manufacture. In 1834, Monsieur Dupin proposed a classification that was found to work better than any which preceded it. He viewed man as a locomotive animal, a clothed animal, a domiciled animal, and so on, and thus tracing him through his various daily wants and employments, he arrived at a classification in which all arts are placed under 9 headings, according as they contribute to the alimentary, sanitary, vestiary, domiciliary, locomotive, sensitive, intellectual, preparative, or social tendencies of man. In 1844 and 1849, attempts were made towards an eclectic combination of 2 or 3 of the above-mentioned systems, but it does not appear that the latter arrangements presented any marked advantages. Now, with all the experience of the French nation to guide us, I naturally expected that especial attention would be directed towards the point of classification with us, and that a technological system would be propounded, which would be found at least an improvement on the bungling systems of the French. It must be confessed, however, that no nation could possibly have stultified itself so egregiously as we have done in this respect. Never was there anything half so puerile as the classification of the works of industry in our own exhibition. But this comes of the patronage of princes, for we are told that at one of the earliest meetings at Buckingham Palace, His Royal Highness propounded the system of classification according to which the works of industry were to be arranged. The published minutes of the meeting of the 30th of June, 1849, inform us, quote, His Royal Highness communicated his views regarding the formation of a great collection of works of industry and art in London in 1851 for the purposes of exhibition and of competition and encouragement. His Royal Highness considered that such a collection and exhibition should consist of the following divisions: raw materials, machinery and mechanical inventions, manufactures, sculpture and plastic art generally. End quote. Now, were it possible for monarchs to do with natural laws as with social ones, namely, to blow a trumpet and declaring Le roi le veut, to have their will pass into one of the statutes of creation, it might be advantageous to science that princes should seek to lay down orders of arrangement and propound systems of classification. But seeing that science is as pure a republic as letters, and that there are no highnesses in philosophy, for if there be any aristocracy at all in such matters, it is at least an aristocracy of intellect. It is rather an injury than a benefit that those who are high in authority should interfere in these affairs at all, since, from the very circumstances of their position, it is utterly impossible for them to arrive at anything more than the merest surface knowledge on such subjects. The influence, too, that their mere authority has over men's minds is directly opposed to the perception of truth, preventing that free and independent exercise of the intellect from which alone all discovery and knowledge can proceed. Judging the quadruple arrangement of the Great Exhibition by the laws of logical division, we find that the 3 classes, raw materials, machinery, and manufactures, which refer more particularly to the works of industry, are neither distinct nor do they include the whole. What is a raw material, and what a manufacture? It is from the difficulty of distinguishing between these 2 conditions that leather is placed under manufactures and steel under raw materials, though surely steel is iron plus carbon, and leather skin plus tannin, so that, technologically considered, there is no difference between them. If by the term raw material is meant some natural product in its crude state, then it is evident that, quote, geological maps, plans and sections, prussiate of potash and other mixed chemical manufactures, sulphuric, muriatic, nitric and other acids, medicinal tinctures, cod liver oil, dried fruits, fermented liquors and spirits, preserved meats, portable soups, glue, and the alloys, end quote, cannot possibly rank as raw materials, though one and all of these articles are to be found so classified at the Great Exhibition. But if the meaning of a raw material be extended to any product which constitutes the substance to be operated upon in an industrial art, then the answer is that leather, which is the material of shoes and harness, is no more a manufacture than steel, which is placed among the raw materials, because forming the constituent substance of cutlery and tools. So interlinked are the various arts and manufactures that what is the product of one process of industry is the material of another. Thus, yarn is the product of spinning and the material of weaving. And in the same manner, the cloth, which is the product of weaving, becomes the material of tailoring. But a still greater blunder than the non-distinction between products and materials lies in the confounding of processes with products. In an industrial exhibition, to reserve no special place for the processes of industry is very much like the play of Hamlet with the part of Hamlet omitted. And yet it is evident that, in the quadruple arrangement before mentioned, those most important industrial operations which consist merely in arriving at the same result by simpler means, as for instance the hot blast in metallurgical operations, can find no distinct expression. The consequence is that methods of work are arranged under the same head as the work itself, and the executive have been obliged to group under the first subdivision of raw materials the following inconsistent jumble: salt deposits, ventilation, safety lamps and other methods of lighting, methods of lowering and raising miners, and draining, methods of roasting, smelting, or otherwise reducing ores. While under the second subdivision of raw materials, chemical and pharmaceutical processes and products are indiscriminately confounded. Another most important defect is the omission of all mention of those industrial processes which have no special or distinct products of their own, but which are rather engaged in adding to the beauty or durability of others, as for instance the bleaching of some textile fabrics, the embroidering of others, the dyeing and printing of others, the binding of books, the cutting of glass, the painting of china, and so on. From the want of an express division for this large portion of our industrial arts, there is a jumbling and a bungling throughout the whole arrangement. Under the head of manufactures are grouped printing and bookbinding, the dyeing of woolen, cotton and linen goods, embroidery, fancy and industrial work, the cutting and engraving of glass, and lastly, the art of decoration generally, including ornamental coloured decoration and the imitations of woods, marbles, and so on. Though surely these are one and all additions to manufactures rather than manufactures themselves. Indeed, a more extraordinary and unscientific hotchpotch than the entire arrangement has never been submitted to public criticism and public ridicule. End of section 8. Section 9 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Of the Workers and Non-Workers, Part 2. Amid all this confusion and perplexity, then, how are we to proceed? Why, we must direct our attention to some more judicious and more experienced guide. In such matters, at least, as the exposition of the science of labour, it is clear that we must "put not our trust in princes." That Prince Albert has conferred a great boon on the country in the establishment of the Great Exhibition, for it is due not only to his patronage but to his own personal exertions, no unprejudiced mind can for a moment doubt, and that he has, ever since his first coming among us, filled a most delicate office in the state in a highly decorous and commendable manner, avoiding all political partisanship, and being ever ready to give the influence of his patronage, and indeed co-operation, to anything that appeared to promise an amelioration of the condition of the working classes of this country, I am most glad to have it in my power to bear witness. But that, because of this, we should pin our faith to a "hasty generalization" propounded by him, would be to render ourselves at once silly and servile. If, with the view of obtaining some more precise information concerning the several branches of industry, we turn our attention to the government analysis of the different modes of employment among the people, we shall find that, for all purposes of a scientific or definite character, the occupation abstract of the census of this country is comparatively useless. Previous to 1841, the sole attempt made at generalization was the division of the entire industrial community into three orders, namely: 1. Those employed in agriculture. 1. Agricultural occupiers, a. Employing labourers, b. Not employing labourers. 2. Agricultural labourers. 2. Those employed in manufactures. 1. Employed in manufactures. 2. Employed in making manufacturing machinery. 3. All other classes. 1. Employed in retail trade or in handicraft, as masters or workmen. 2. Capitalists, bankers, professional, and other educated men. 3. Labourers employed in labour not agricultural, as miners, quarriers, fishermen, porters, and so on. 4. Male servants. 5. Other males, 20 years of age. The defects of this arrangement must be self-evident to all who have paid the least attention to economical science. It offends against both the laws of logical division, the parts being neither distinct nor equal to the whole. In the first place, what is a manufacturer, and how is such a one to be distinguished from one employed in handicraft? How do the workers in metal, as the tin manufacturers, lead manufacturers, iron manufacturers, who are one and all classed under the head of manufacturers, differ, in an economical point of view, from the workers in wood, as the carpenters and joiners, the cabinet makers, shipbuilders, and so on, who are all classed under the head of handicraftsmen? Again, according to the census of 1831, a brewer is placed among those employed in retail trade or in handicrafts, while a vinegar maker is ranked with the manufacturers. According to Mr. Babbage, manufacturing differs from mere making simply in the quantity produced, he being a manufacturer who makes a greater number of the same articles. Manufacturing is thus simply production in a large way, in connection with the several handicrafts. Dr. Ure, however, appears to consider such articles manufactures as are produced by means of machinery, citing the word which originally signified production by hand, being the Latin equivalent for the Saxon handicraft, as an instance of those singular verbal corruptions by which terms come to stand for the very opposite to their literal meaning. But with all deference to the doctor, for whose judgment I have the highest respect, Mr. Babbage's definition of a manufacturer, namely, as a producer on a large scale, appears to me the more correct, for it is in this sense that we speak of manufacturing chemists, boot and shoe manufacturers, ginger beer manufacturers, and the like. The occupation abstract of the census of 1841, though far more comprehensive than the one preceding it, is equally unsatisfactory and unphilosophical. In this document, the several members of society are thus classified: 1. Persons engaged in commerce, trade, and manufacture. 2. Agriculture. 3. Labour not agricultural. 4. Army and Navy merchant seamen, fishermen, and watermen. 5. Professions and other pursuits requiring education. 6. Government, civil service, and municipal and parochial officers. 7. Domestic servants. 8. Persons of independent means. 9. Almspeople, pensioners, paupers, lunatics, and prisoners. 10. Remainder of population, including women and children. Here it will be seen that the defects arising from drawing distinctions where no real differences exist are avoided, those engaged in handicrafts being included under the same head as those engaged in manufacture. But the equally grave error of confounding or grouping together occupations which are essentially diverse is allowed to continue. Accordingly, the first division is made to include those who are engaged in trade and commerce as well as manufacture, though surely the one belongs strictly to the distributing and the other to the producing class. Occupations which are not only essentially distinct, but of which it is absolutely necessary for a right understanding of the state of the country that we know the proportion that the one bears to the other. Again, the employers, in both cases, are confounded with the employed, so that, though the capitalists who supply the materials and pay the wages for the several kinds of work are a distinct body of people from those who do the work, and a body, moreover, that it is of the highest possible importance, in an economical point of view, that we should be able to estimate numerically, no attempt is made to discriminate the one from the other. Now these three classes, distributors, employers, and operatives, which in the government returns of the people are jumbled together in one heterogeneous crowd, as if the distinctions between capital, labour, and distribution had never been propounded, are precisely those concerning which the social inquirer desires the most minute information. The Irish census is differently arranged from that of Great Britain. There, the several classes are grouped under the following heads: 1. Ministering to food. 1 as producers, 2 as preparers, 3 as distributors. 2. Ministering to clothing. 1 as manufacturers of materials, 2 as handicraftsmen and dealers. 3. Ministering to lodging, furniture, machinery, and so on. 4. Ministering to health. 5. Ministering to charity. 6. Ministering to justice. 7. Ministering to education. 8. Ministering to religion. 9. Various arts and employments not included in the foregoing. 10. Residue of population, not having specified occupations and including unemployed persons and women. This, however, is no improvement upon the English classification. There is the same want of discrimination and the same disregard of the great economical divisions of society. Moreover, to show the extreme fallacy of such a classification, it is only necessary to make the following extract from the report of the Commissioners for Great Britain. Quote, "We would willingly have given a classification of the occupations of the inhabitants of Great Britain into the various wants to which they respectively minister, but in attempting this we were stopped by the various anomalies and uncertainties to which such a classification seemed necessarily to lead, from the fact that many persons supply more than one want, though they can only be classed under one head. Thus, to give but a single instance, the farmer and grazier may be deemed to minister quite as much to clothing by the fleece and hides, as he does to food by the flesh of his sheep and cattle." End quote. He, therefore, who would seek to elaborate the natural history of the industry of the people of England must direct his attention to some social philosopher who has given the subject more consideration than either princes or government officials can possibly be expected to devote to it. Among the whole body of economists, Mr. Stuart Mill appears to be the only man who has taken a comprehensive and enlightened view of the several functions of society. Following in the footsteps of M. Say, the French social philosopher, he first points out, concerning the products of industry, that labour is not creative of objects, but of utilities, and then proceeds to say, quote, "Now, the utilities produced by labour are of three kinds. They are, first, utilities fixed and embodied in outward objects, by labour employed in investing external material things with properties which render them serviceable to human beings. This is the common case, and requires no illustration. Secondly, utilities fixed and embodied in human beings, the labour being in this case employed in conferring on human beings qualities which render them serviceable to themselves and others. To this class belongs the labour of all concerned in education, not only schoolmasters, tutors, and professors, but governments, so far as they aim successfully at the improvement of the people; moralists and clergymen, as far as productive of benefit; the labour of physicians, as far as instrumental in preserving life and physical or mental efficiency; of the teachers of bodily exercises, and of the various trades, sciences, and arts, together with the labour of the learners in acquiring them, and all labour bestowed by any persons throughout life in improving the knowledge or cultivating the bodily and mental faculties of themselves or others. Thirdly, and lastly, utilities not fixed or embodied in any object, but consisting in a mere service rendered, a pleasure given, an inconvenience or pain averted, during a longer or a shorter time, but without leaving a permanent acquisition in the improved qualities of any person or thing. The labour here being employed in producing a utility directly, not, as in the two former cases, in fitting some other thing to afford a utility. Such, for example, is the labour of the musical performer, the actor, the public declaimer or reciter, and the showman. Some good may no doubt be produced beyond the moment upon the feeling and disposition, or general state of enjoyment of the spectators, or instead of good there may be harm, but neither the one nor the other is the effect intended, is the result for which the exhibitor works and the spectator pays, but the immediate pleasure. Such again is the labour of the army and navy. They at the best prevent a country from being conquered and from being injured or insulted, which is a service, but in all other respects leave the country neither improved nor deteriorated. Such, too, is the labour of the legislator, the judge, the officer of justice, and all other agents of government in their ordinary functions, apart from any influence they may exert on the improvement of the national mind. The service which they render is to maintain peace and security. These compose the utility which they produce. It may appear to some that carriers and merchants or dealers should be placed in this same class, since their labour does not add any properties to objects. But I reply that it does. It adds the property of being in the place where they are wanted, instead of being in some other place, which is a very useful property, and the utility it confers is embodied in the things themselves, which now actually are in the place where they are required for use, and in consequence of that increased utility could be sold at an increased price, proportioned to the labour expended in conferring it. This labour, therefore, does not belong to the third class, but to the first." End quote. To the latter part of the above classification, I regret to say I cannot assent. Surely the property of being in the place where they are wanted, which carriers and distributors are said to confer on external objects, cannot be said to be fixed, if indeed it be strictly embodied in the objects, since the very act of distribution consists in the alteration of this local relation, and transferring such objects to the possession of another. Is not the utility which the weaver fixes and embodies in a yard of cotton a very different utility from that effected by the linen draper in handing the same yard of cotton over the counter in exchange for so much money. And in this particular act, it would be difficult to perceive what is fixed and embodied, seeing that it consists essentially in an exchange of commodities. Mr. Mill's mistake appears to consist in not discerning that there is another class of labour besides that employed in producing utilities directly, and that occupied in fitting other things to afford utilities, namely, that which is engaged in assisting those who are so occupied in fitting things to be useful. This class consists of such as are engaged in aiding the producers of permanent material utilities either before or during production, and such as are engaged in aiding them after production. Under the first division are comprised capitalists, or those who supply the materials and tools for the work, superintendents and managers, or those who direct the work, and labourers, or those who perform some minor office connected with the work, as in turning the large wheel for a turner, in carrying the bricks to a bricklayer, and the like. While in the second division, or those who are engaged in assisting producers after production, are included carriers, or those who remove the produce to the market, and dealers and shopmen, or those who obtain purchasers for it. Now it is evident that the function of all these classes is merely auxiliary to the labour of the producers, consisting principally of so many modes of economizing their time and labour. Whether the gains of some of these auxiliary classes are as disproportionately large as the others are disproportionately small, this is not the place to inquire. My present duty is merely to record the fact of the existence of such classes, and to assign them their proper place in the social fabric, as at present constituted. End of section 9. Section 10 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Of the Workers and Non-Workers. Part 3. Now, from the above, it will appear that there are 4 distinct classes of workers. 1. Enrichers, or those who are employed in producing utilities fixed and embodied in material things, that is to say, in producing exchangeable commodities or riches. 2. Auxiliaries, or those who are employed in aiding the production of exchangeable commodities. 3. Benefactors, or those who are employed in producing utilities fixed and embodied in human beings, that is to say, in conferring upon them some permanent good. 4. Servitors, or those who are employed in rendering some service, that is to say, in conferring some temporary good upon another. Class 1 is engaged in investing material objects with qualities which render them serviceable to others. Class 2 is engaged in aiding the operations of Class 1. Class 3 is engaged in conferring on human beings qualities which render them serviceable to themselves or others. Class 4 is engaged in giving a pleasure, averting a pain during a longer or shorter period, or preventing an inconvenience by performing some office for others that they would find irksome to do for themselves. Hence it appears that the operations of the first and third of the above classes, or the enrichers and benefactors of society, tend to leave some permanent acquisition in the improved qualities of either persons or things, whereas the operations of the second and fourth classes, or the auxiliaries and servitors, are limited merely to promoting either the labours or the pleasures of the other members of the community. Such, then, are the several classes of workers, and here it should be stated that I apply the title worker to all those who do anything for their living, who perform any act whatsoever that is considered worthy of being paid for by others, without regard to the question whether such labourers tend to add to or decrease the aggregate wealth of the community. I consider all persons doing or giving something for the comforts they obtain as self-supporting individuals. Whether that something be really an equivalent for the emoluments they receive, it is not my vocation here to inquire. Suffice it, some real or imaginary benefit is conferred upon society or a particular individual, and what is thought a fair and proper reward is given in return for it. Hence I look upon soldiers, sailors, government and parochial officers, capitalists, clergymen, lawyers, wives, and so on, as self-supporting. A certain amount of labour, or a certain desirable commodity, being given by each and all in exchange for other commodities, which are considered less desirable to the individuals parting with them, and more desirable to those receiving them. Nevertheless, it must be confessed that, economically speaking, the most important and directly valuable of all classes are those whom I have here denominated enrichers. These consist not only of producers, but of the collectors and extractors of wealth, concerning whom a few words are necessary. There are three modes of obtaining the materials of our wealth: 1 by collecting, 2 by extracting, and 3 by producing them. The industrial processes concerned in the collection of the materials of wealth are of the rudest and most primitive kind, being pursued principally by such tribes as depend for their food and raiment and shelter on the spontaneous productions of nature. The usual modes by which the collection is made is by gathering the vegetable produce, which is the simplest and most direct form of all industry, and when the produce is of an animal nature, by hunting, shooting, or fishing, according as the animal sought after inhabits the land, the air, or the water. In a more advanced state of society, where the erection of places of shelter has come to constitute one of the acts of life, the felling of trees will also form one of the modes by which the materials making up the wealth of the nation are collected. In Great Britain there appears to be fewer people connected with the mere collection of wealth than with any other general industrial process. The fishermen are not above 25,000, and the woodcutters and woodmen not 5,000, so that even with gamekeepers and others engaged in the taking of game, we may safely say that there are about 30,000 out of 18 million, or only 1/600th of the entire population engaged in this mode of industry, a fact which strongly indicates the artificial character of our society. The production of the materials of wealth, which indicates a far higher state of civilization, and which consists in the several agricultural and farming processes for increasing the natural stock of animal and vegetable food, employs upwards of 1 million, while those who are engaged in the extraction of our treasures from the earth, either by mining or quarrying, both of which processes, depending as they do upon a knowledge of some of the subtler natural powers, could only have been brought into operation in a highly advanced stage of the human intellect, number about 250,000. Altogether, there appear to be about 1.5 million of individuals engaged in the industrial processes connected with the collection, extraction, and production of the materials of wealth. Those who are employed in operating upon these materials, in the fashioning of them into manufactures, making them up into commodities, as well as those engaged in the distribution of them, that is to say, the transport and sale of them when so fashioned or made up, appear to amount to another 2.5 millions, so that the industrial classes of Great Britain, taken altogether, may be said to amount to 4 millions. For the more perfect comprehension, however, of the several classes of society, let me subjoin a table in round numbers, calculated from the census of 1841, and including among the first items both the employers as well as employed. Engaged in trade and manufacture, 3 millions. Engaged in agriculture, 1.5 million. Engaged in mining, quarrying, and transit, 750,000. Total employers and employed, 5,250,000. Domestic servants, 1 million. Independent persons, 500,000. Educated pursuits, including professions and fine arts, 200,000. Government officers, including army, navy, civil service and parish officers, 200,000. Almspeople, including paupers, prisoners and lunatics, 200,000. Subtotal 7,350,000. Residue of population, including 3 millions and a half wives and 7 millions and a half children, 11 million. Total 18,350,000. Now, of the 5,250,000 individuals engaged in agriculture, mining, transit, manufacture and trade, it would appear that about 1 million and a quarter may be considered as employers, and consequently that the remaining 4 millions may be said to represent the numerical strength of the operatives of England and Scotland. Of these, about 1 million, or a quarter of the whole, may be said to be engaged in producing the materials of wealth, and about 250,000, or 1/16 of the entire number, in extracting from the soil the substances upon which many of the manufacturers have to operate. The artisans, or those who are engaged in the several handicrafts or manufactures operating upon the various materials of wealth thus obtained, are distinct from the workmen above mentioned, belonging to what are called skilled labourers, whereas those who are employed in the collection, extraction, or growing of wealth belong to the unskilled class. An artisan is an educated handicraftsman, following a calling that requires an apprenticeship of greater or less duration in order to arrive at perfection in it, whereas a labourer's occupation needs no education whatever. Many years must be spent in practising before a man can acquire sufficient manual dexterity to make a pair of boots or a coat. Dock labour or porter's work, however, needs neither teaching nor learning, for any man can carry a load or turn a wheel. The artisan, therefore, is literally a handicraftsman, one who by practice has acquired manual dexterity enough to perform a particular class of work, which is consequently called skilled. The natural classification of artisans, or skilled labourers, appears to be according to the materials upon which they work, for this circumstance seems to constitute the peculiar quality of the art more than the tool used. Indeed, it appears to be the principal cause of the modification of the implements in different handicrafts. The tools used to fashion, as well as the instruments and substances used to join the several materials operated upon in the manufactures and handicrafts, differ according as those materials are of different kinds. We do not, for instance, attempt to saw cloth into shape, nor to cut bricks with shears. Neither do we solder the soles to the upper leathers of our boots, nor nail together the seams of our shirts. And even in those crafts, where the means of uniting the materials are similar, the artisan working upon one kind of substance is generally incapable of operating upon another. The tailor who stitches woolen materials together would make but a poor hand at sewing leather. The two substances are joined by the same means, but in a different manner, and with different instruments. So the turner who has been accustomed to turn wood is unable to fashion metals by the same method. The most natural mode of grouping the artisans into classes would appear to be according as they pursue some mechanical or chemical occupation. The former are literally mechanics or handicraftsmen, the latter chemical manufacturers. The handicraftsmen consist of 1. The workers in silk, wool, cotton, flax and hemp, as weavers, spinners, knitters, carpet makers, lace makers, rope makers, canvas weavers, and so on. 2. The workers in skin, gut, and feathers, as tanners, curriers, furriers, feather dressers, and so on. 3. The makers up of silken, woolen, cotton, linen, hempen, and leathern materials, as tailors, milliners, shirt makers, sail makers, hatters, glove makers, saddlers, and the like. 4. The workers in wood, as the carpenters, the cabinet makers, and so on. 5. the workers in cane, osier, reed, rush and straw, as basket makers, straw plat manufacturers, thatchers, and the like. 6. The workers in brick and stones, as bricklayers, masons, and so on. 7. The workers in glass and earthenware, as potters, glass blowers, glass cutters, bottle makers, glaziers, and so on. 8. The workers in metals, as braziers, tin men, plumbers, goldsmiths, pewterers, coppersmiths, iron founders, blacksmiths, whitesmiths, anchorsmiths, locksmiths, and so on. 9. The workers in paper, as the paper makers, cardboard makers. 10. The chemical manufacturers, as powder makers, white lead makers, alkali and acid manufacturers, lucifer match makers, blacking makers, ink makers, soap boilers, tallow chandlers, and so on. 11. The workers at the superlative or extrinsic arts, that is to say, those which have no manufacturers of their own, but which are engaged in adding to the utility or beauty of others, as printing, bookbinding, painting, and decorating, gilding, burnishing, and so on. The circumstances which govern the classification of trades are totally different from those regulating the division of work. In trade, the convenience of the purchaser is mainly studied, the sale of such articles being associated as are usually required together. Hence the master coachmaker is frequently a harness manufacturer as well, for the purchaser of the one commodity generally stands in need of the other. The painter and house decorator not only follows the trade of the glazier, but of the plumber too, because these arts are one and all connected with the doing up of houses. For the same reason, the builder combines the business of the plasterer with that of the bricklayer, and not unfrequently that of the carpenter and joiner in addition. In all of these businesses, however, a distinct set of workmen are required, according as the materials operated upon are different. We are now in a position to proceed with the arrangement of the several members of society into different classes according to the principles of classification which have been here laid down. The difficulties of the task, however, should be continually borne in mind, for where so many have failed, it cannot be expected that perfection can be arrived at by any one individual, and slight as the labour of such a task may at the first glance appear to some, still the system here propounded has been the work and study of many months. End of section 10. Section 11 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Classification of the workers and non-workers of Great Britain. Part 1. Those who will work. Group 1. Enrichers, as the collectors, extractors, or producers of exchangeable commodities. Group 2. Auxiliaries, as the promoters of production or the distributors of the produce. Group 3. Benefactors, or those who confer some permanent benefit, as educators and curators engaged in promoting the physical, intellectual, or spiritual well-being of the people. Group 4. Servitors, or those who render some temporary service or pleasure, as amusers, protectors, and servants. Those who cannot work. Group 5. Those who are provided for by some public institution, as the inmates of workhouses, prisons, hospitals, asylums, almshouses, dormitories, and refuges. Group 6. Those who are unprovided for and incapacitated for labour, either from want of power, from want of means, or from want of employment. Those who will not work. Group 7. Vagrants. Group 8. Professional beggars. Group 9. Cheats. Group 10. Thieves. Group 11. Prostitutes. those who need not work. Group 12, those who derive their income from rent. Group 13, those who derive their income from dividends. Group 14, those who derive their income from yearly stipends. Group 15, those who derive their income from obsolete or nominal offices. Group 16, those who derive their income from trades in which they do not appear. Group 17, those who derive their income by favour from others. Group 18, those who derive their support from the head of the family. Those who will work. Part 1. Group 1. Enrichers, or those engaged in the collection, extraction, or production of exchangeable commodities. A. Collectors. 1. Fishermen. 2. Woodmen. 3. Sand and clay collectors. 4. Copperas, cement stones, and other finders. Enrichers. B. Extractors. 1. Miners. A. Coal. B. Salt. C. Iron, lead, tin, copper, zinc, manganese. Extractors. 2. Quarriers. A. Slate. B. Stone. Enrichers. C. Growers. 1. Farmers. A. Capitalist farmers. First, yeoman or proprietary farmers. Second, tenant farmers. B. Peasant farmers. First, peasant proprietors, as the Cumberland statesman. Second, metayers, or labourers paying the landlord a certain portion of the produce as rent for the use of the land. Third, cottiers, or labouring tenant farmers. Growers. 2. Graziers. Growers. 3. Gardeners, nurserymen, florists. Enrichers. D. Makers or artificers. 1. Mechanics. A. Workers in silk, wool, worsted, hair, cotton, flax, hemp, coir. B. Workers in skin, gut, and feathers. C. Workers in woolen, silken, cotton, linen, and leathern materials. D. Workers in wood, ivory, bone, horn, and shell. E. Workers in osier, cane, reed, rush, and straw. F. Workers in stone and brick. G. Workers in glass and earthenware. H. Workers in metal. I. Workers in paper. Makers or artificers. 2. Chemical manufacturers. A. Acid, alkali, alum, copperas, Prussian blue, and other manufacturers. B. Gunpowder manufacturers, percussion cap, cartridge, and firework makers. C. Brimstone and lucifer match manufacturers. D. White lead, colour, black lead, whiting, and blue manufacturers. E. Oil and turpentine distillers and varnish manufacturers. F. Ink manufacturers, sealing wax and wafer makers. G. Blacking manufacturers. H. Soap boilers and grease makers. I. Starch manufacturers. J. Tallow and wax chandlers. K. Artificial manure manufacturers. L. Artificial stone and cement manufacturers. M. Asphalt and tar manufacturers. N. Glue and size makers. O. Polishing paste and glass and emery paper makers. P. Lime, coke, and charcoal burners. Q. Manufacturing chemists and drug manufacturers. R. Workers connected with provisions, luxuries, and medicines. First, bakers and biscuit makers. Second, brewers. Third, soda water and ginger beer manufacturers. Fourth, distillers and rectifiers. Fifth, British wine manufacturers. Sixth, vinegar manufacturers. Seventh, fish and provision curers. Eighth, preserved meat and preserved fruit preparers. Ninth, sauce and pickle manufacturers. 10th, mustard makers. 11th, isinglass manufacturers. 12th, sugar bakers, boilers and refiners. 13th, confectioners and pastry cooks. 14th, rice and farinaceous food manufacturers. 15th, chocolate, cocoa and other manufacturers of substitutes for tea. 16th, cigar, tobacco and snuff manufacturers. 17th, quack and other medicine manufacturers, as pills, powders, syrups, cordials, embrocations, ointments, plasters, and so on. Makers or artificers. 3. Workers connected with the superlative arts, that is to say, with those arts which have no products of their own, and are engaged either in adding to the beauty or usefulness of the products of other arts, or in inventing or designing the work appertaining to them. A. Printers. B. Bookbinders. C. Painters, decorators and gilders. D. Writers and stencillers. E. Dyers, bleachers, scourers, calendarers and fullers. F. Print colourers. G. Designers of patterns. H. Embroiderers of muslin, silk and so on, and fancy workers. I. Desiccators, anti-dry rot preservers, waterproofers. J. Burnishers, polishers, grinders, japanners and French polishers. K. Engravers, chasers, die sinkers, embossers, engine turners and glass cutters. L. Artists, sculptors and carvers of wood, coral, jet and so on. M. Modellers and moulders. N. Architects, surveyors and civil engineers. O. Composers. P. Authors, editors and reporters. Note: operatives are divisible according to the mode in which they are paid into 1. Day workers, 2. Piece workers, 3. Lump or contract workers, as at the docks, 4. Perquisite workers, as waiters and so on, 5. Kind or truck workers, as the farm servants in the north of England, domestic servants and milliners, ballast heavers, and men paid at tommy shops. 6. Tenant workers, or those who lodge with or reside in houses belonging to their employers. The slop-working tailors generally lodge with the sweaters, and the hinds of Northumberland, Cumberland, and Westmoreland have houses found them by their employers. These hinds have to keep a bondager, that is, a female in the house, ready to answer the master's call, and to work at stipulated wages. 7. Improvement workers, or those who are considered to be remunerated for their work by the instruction they receive in doing it, as improvers and apprentices. 8. Tribute workers, as the Cornish miners, whalers, and weavers in some parts of Ireland, where a certain proportion of the proceeds of the work done belongs to the workman. The wages of society men among operatives are settled by custom. The wages of non-society men are settled by competition. Operatives are also divisible according to the places at which they work into 1. Domestic workers, or those who work at home. 2. Shop or factory workers, or those who work on the employer's premises. 3. Outdoor workers, or those who work in the open air, as bricklayers, agricultural labourers, and so on. 4. Jobbing workers, or those who go out to work at private houses. 5. Rentmen, or those who pay rent for a. A seat at some domestic workers' rooms, b. Power, as turners and others, when requiring the use of a steam engine. Some operatives have to pay rent for tools or frames, as the sawyers and stockingers, and some for gas, when working on their employer's premises. Operatives are further divisible according to those whom they employ to assist them into 1. Family workers, or those who avail themselves of the assistance of their wives and children, as the Spitalfields weavers. 2. Sweaters and piecemaster workers, or those who employ other members of their trade at less wages than they themselves receive. 3. Garret master workers, or those who avail themselves of the labour, chiefly, of apprentices. Operatives are moreover divisible according to those by whom they are employed into 1. Flints and dungs, whites and blacks, according as they work for employers who pay or do not pay society prices. 2. Jobbing piece workers, or those who work single-handed for the public, without the intervention of an employer, and are paid by the piece. These mostly do the work at their own homes, as cobblers, repairers, and so on. 3. Jobbing day workers, or those who work single-handed for the public, without the intervention of an employer, and are paid by the day. These mostly go out to work at persons' houses, and frequently have their food found them. Among the tailors and carpenters, this practice is called whipping the cat. 4. Cooperative men, or those who work in association for their own profit, obtaining their work directly from the public without the intervention of an employer. Lastly, operatives admit of being arranged into 2 distinct classes, namely the superior or higher priced and the inferior or lower priced. The superior or higher priced operatives consist of 1. The skillful, 2. The trustworthy, 3. The well-conditioned. The inferior or lower priced operatives, on the other hand, are composed of 1. The unskillful, as the old or superannuated, the young, including apprentices and improvers, the slow, and the awkward. 2. The untrustworthy, as the drunken, the idle, and the dishonest. Some of the cheap workers, whose wages are minimized almost to starvation point, so that honesty becomes morally impossible, have to deposit a certain sum of money or to procure 2 householders to act as security for the faithful return of the work given out to them. 3. The inexpensive, consisting of a. Those who can live upon less, as single men, foreigners, Irishmen, women, and so on. b. Those who derive their subsistence from other sources, as wives, children, paupers, prisoners, inmates of asylums, prostitutes, and amateurs, or those who work at a business merely for pocket money. c. Those who are in receipt of some pecuniary or other aid, as pensioners, allotees of land, and such as have outdoor relief from the workhouse. End of section 11. Section 12 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Classification of the workers and non-workers of Great Britain. Part 2. Those who will work. Group 2. Auxiliaries, or those engaged in promoting the enrichment and distributing the riches of the community. A. Promoters of production. 1. Employers, or those who find the materials, implements, and appurtenances for the work, and pay the wages of the workmen. A. Administrative employers, or those who supply wholesale or retail dealers. These are subdivisible into First, standard employers, or those who work at the regular standard prices of the trade. Second, cutting employers, or those who work at less than the regular prices of the trade, as contractors and so on. B. Executive employers, or those who work directly for the public without the intervention of a wholesale or retail dealer, as builders and so on. C. Distributive employers, or those who are both producers and retail traders. First, those who retail what they produce, as tailors, shoemakers, bakers, eating-house keepers, street mechanics, and so on. Second, those who retail other things, generally provisions, and compel or expect the men in their employ to deal with them for those articles, as the truck masters and others. Third, those who retail the appurtenances of the trade to which they belong, and compel or expect the men in their employ to purchase such appurtenances of them, as trimmings in the tailor's trade, thread among the seamstresses, and the like. D. Middlemen employers, or those who act between the employer and the employed, obtaining work from employers and employing others to do it, as subcontractors, sweaters, and so on. These consist of: first, trade-working employers, or those who make up goods for other employers in the trade. Second, garret masters, or those who make up goods for the trade on the smallest amount of capital, and generally on speculation. Third, trading operative employers, or those who obtain work in considerable quantities and employ others at reduced wages to assist them in it, as sweaters, seconders, and so on. These are either alpha, piece masters, as those who take out a certain piece of work and employ others to help them at reduced wages; beta, lumper employers, or those who contract to do the work by the lump, which is usually paid for by the piece, and employ others at reduced wages in order to complete it. Note: employers are known among operatives as honourable or dishonourable, according as the wages they pay are those or less than those of the trade society. Promoters of production. 2. Superintendents, or those who look after the workmen on behalf of employers. A. Managers. B. Clerks of the works. C. Foremen. D. Overlookers. E. Tellers and meters, or those who take note of the number and quantity of the articles delivered. F. Provers, or those whose duty it is to examine the quality or weight of the articles delivered. G. Timekeepers, or those who note the time of the operatives coming to and quitting labour. H. Gatekeepers, or those who see that no goods are taken out. I. Clerks, or those who keep accounts of all sales and purchases, incomings and outgoings of the business. J. Pay clerks, or those who pay the workmen their wages. Promoters of production. 3. Labourers. A. Acting as motive powers. First, turning wheels, working pumps, blowing bellows. Second, wheeling, dragging, pulling, or hoisting loads. Third, shifting, scenes, or turning corn. Fourth, carrying bricks as hodmen. Fifth, driving piles, ramming down stones as paviors. Sixth, pressing, as fruit for juice, seeds for oil. B. Uniting or putting one thing to another. First, feeding furnace, laying on as for printing machines. Second, filling, as fillers in of sieves at dust yards. Third, oiling engines, greasing railway wheels, pitching or tarring vessels, pasting paper for bags. Fourth, mixing mortar, kneading clay. Fifth, tying up plants and bunches of vegetables. 6th, folding printed sheets. 7th, corking bottles or caulking ships. C. Separating one thing from another. First, sifting cinders, screening coals. Second, picking fruit, hops and so on, shelling peas, peeling, barking and threshing. Third, winnowing. Fourth, weeding and stoning. Fifth, reaping and mowing. Sixth, felling, lopping, hewing, chopping as firewood, cutting as chaff, shearing sheep. Seventh, sawing. Eighth, blasting. Ninth, breaking stones, crushing bones and ores, pounding drugs. 10th, scouring as sand from castings, scraping ships. D. Excavating, sinking and embanking. First, tunnelling. Second, sinking foundations. Third, boring. Fourth, draining, trenching, ditching and hedging. Fifth, embanking. Sixth, road making, cutting. Auxiliaries. B. Distributors of production. 1. Dealers or those who engage in the buying and selling of commodities on their own account. A. Merchants or importers and exporters. B. Wholesale traders. C. Retail traders. D. Contracting purveyors or those who supply goods by agreement. E. Contractors for work or repairs, as road contractors and others. F. Contractors for privileges, as the right of printing the catalogue of the Great Exhibition, or selling refreshments at railway stations, and so on. G. Farmers of revenues from dues, tolls, and so on. H. Itinerants, or those who seek out the customers, instead of the customers seeking out them. First, hawkers, or those who cry their goods. Second, peddlers, or those who carry their goods round. Distributors of production. 2. Agents, or those who are engaged in the buying or selling of commodities for others, as land agents, house and estate agents, colonial and East India agents, and so on and so on. A. Supercargoes. B. Factors or consignees. C. Brokers, bill, stock, share, ship, sugar, cotton, and so on. D. Commission salesmen or unlicensed brokers. E. Buyers, or those who purchase materials or goods for manufacturers or dealers. F. Auctioneers, or those who sell goods on commission to the highest bidder. Distributors of production. 3. Lenders and letters out, or those who receive a certain sum for the loan or use of a thing. A. Lenders or letters out of commodities, as first, job horses, carriages, chairs and seats in parks, gardens, and so on. Second, plate, linen, furniture, pianofortes, flowers, fancy dresses, court suits, and so on. Third, books, newspapers, prints, and music. B. Letters out of tenements and storage room, as first, houses, second, lodgings, third, warehouse room for imports and so on, as at wharfs, fourth, warehouse room for furniture and other goods. C. Lenders of money, as first, mortgagees, second, bankers, third, bill discounters, fourth, loan offices with and without policies of assurance, fifth, building and investment societies, sixth, pawnbrokers, seventh, dolly shopmen. Note, the several modes of distributing goods or money are 1. By private contract or agreement. 2. By a fixed or ticketed price. 3. By competition, as at auctions. 4. By games of chance, as lotteries with the Art Union, raffles at fancy fairs, tossing with piemen and others, prizes for skill with throwing sticks and so on, betting, racing, and so on. The places at which goods are distributed are 1. Fairs or annual gatherings of buyers and sellers. 2. Markets or weekly gatherings of buyers and sellers. 3. Exchanges or daily gatherings of merchants and agents. 4. Counting houses or the places of business of wholesale traders. 5. Shops or the places of business of retail traders. 6. Bazaars or congregations of shops. Distributors of production. 4. Trade assistants. A. Shopmen and warehousemen. B. Shop walkers. C. Cashiers or receivers. D. Clerks. E. Accountants. F. Rent collectors. G. Debt collectors. H. Travellers, town as well as commercial. I. Touters. J. Barkers, outside shops. K. Bill deliverers. L. Bill stickers. M. Boardmen. N. Advertising vanmen. Distributors of production. 5. Carriers. A. Those engaged in the external transit of the kingdom. First, mercantile sailing vessels. Second, mercantile steam vessels. B. Those engaged in the internal transit of the kingdom. First, those engaged in the coasting trade from port to port. Second, those engaged in carrying inland from town to town, as alpha, those connected with land carriage, as railroad men, stage coachmen, mail coachmen, and mail cartmen, postboys, flymen, waggoners, country carriers, and drovers. Beta, those connected with water carriage, as navigable river and canal men, bargemen, towing men. Third, those engaged in carrying to and from different parts of the same town by land and water. Alpha, passengers, as omnibus men, cabmen, glass and job coachmen, flymen, excursion van men, donkey boys, goat carriage boys, sedan and bath chairmen, guides. Beta, goods, as waggoners, draymen, carters, spring van men, truckmen, porters, ticketed and unticketed, and public and private men. Gamma, letters and messages, as messengers, errand boys, telegraph men, and postmen. Delta, goods and passengers by water, as bargemen, lightermen, hoymen, watermen, river steamboatmen. C. Those engaged in the lading and unlading and the fitting of vessels, as well the packing of goods. First, dock and wharf labourers. Second, coal whippers. Third, lumpers or dischargers of timber ships. Fourth, timber porters and rafters. Fifth, corn porters. Sixth, ballast heavers. Seventh, stevedores or stowers. Eighth, riggers. Ninth, packers and pressers. End of section 12. Section 13 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Classification of the workers and non-workers of Great Britain. Part 3. Those who will work. Group 3. Benefactors, or those who confer some permanent benefit, by promoting the physical, intellectual, or spiritual well-being of others. A. Educators. 1. Professors. 2. Tutors. 3. Governesses. 4. Schoolmasters. 5. Ushers. 6. Teachers of languages. 7. Teachers of sciences. 8. Lecturers. 9. Teachers of accomplishments, as music, singing, dancing, drawing, wax flower modelling, and so on. 10. Teachers of exercises, as gymnastics. 11. Teachers of arts of self-defense, as fencing, boxing, and so on. 12. Teachers of trades and professions. Benefactors. B. Curators. 1. Corporeal. A. Physicians. B. Surgeons. C. General practitioners. D. Homeopathists. E. Hydropathists. Curators. 2. Spiritual. A. Ministers of the Church of England. B. Dissenting ministers. C. Catholic ministers. D. Missionaries. E. Scripture readers. F. Sisters of Charity. G. Visitants. Group 4. Servitors, or those who render some temporary service or pleasure to others. A. Amusers, or those who contribute to our entertainment. 1. Actors. 2. Reciters. 3. Improvisers. 4. Singers. 5. Musicians. 6. Dancers. 7. Riders or equestrian performers. 8. Fencers and pugilists. 9. Conjurers. 10. Posturers. 11. Equilibrists. 12. Tumblers. 13. Exhibitors or showmen. A. Of curiosities. B. Of monstrosities. Servitors. B. Protectors, or those who contribute to our security against injury. 1. Legislative. A. The Sovereign. B. The members of the House of Lords. C. The members of the House of Commons. Protectors. 2. Judicial. A. The judges in Chancery, Queen's Bench, Common Pleas, Exchequer, Ecclesiastical, Admiralty, and Criminal Courts. B. Masters in Chancery, Commissioners of the Bankruptcy, Insolvent Debtors, Sheriffs and County Courts, Magistrates, Justices of the Peace, Recorders, Coroners, Revising Barristers. C. Barristers, pleaders, conveyancers, attorneys, proctors. Protectors. 3. Administrative or executive. A. The Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, the Secretaries of State for Home, Foreign and Colonial Affairs, the Chancellor and Comptroller of the Exchequer, the Privy Council and the Privy Seal, the Board of Trade, the Board of Control, and the Board of Health, the Board of Inland Revenue, the Poor Law Board, and the Board of Audit, the Commissioners of Woods and Forests, the Ministers and officials in connection with the Army and Navy, the Post Office, and the Mint, the Inspectors of prisons, factories, railways, workhouses, schools, and lunatic asylums, the officers in connection with the registration and statistical departments, and the other functionaries appertaining to the government at home. B. The ambassadors, envoys extraordinary, ministers plenipotentiary, secretaries of legation, chargés d'affaires, consuls, and other ministers and functionaries appertaining to the government abroad. C. The governors and commanders of British colonies and settlements. D. The Lord Lieutenants, Custodes Rotulorum, High and Deputy Sheriffs, High Bailiffs, High and Petty Constables, and other functionaries of the counties. E. The Mayors, Aldermen, Common Councilmen, Chamberlains, Common Sergeants, Treasurers, Auditors, Assessors, inspectors of weights and measures, and other functionaries of the cities or incorporated towns. F. The churchwardens, the commissioners of sewers and paving, the select and special vestrymen, the vestry clerks, the overseers or guardians of the poor, the relieving officers, the masters of the workhouses, the beadles, and other parochial functionaries. G. The masters and brethren of the Trinity Corporation, the pier and harbour masters, conservators of rivers, and other functionaries connected with navigation, and the trustees and commissioners in connection with the public roads. H. The naval and military powers, as the army, navy, marines, militia, and yeomanry. I. The civil forces, as policemen, patrol, and private watchmen. J. Sheriff's officers, bailiffs' followers, sponging house keepers. K. Governors of prisons, jailers, turnkeys, officers on board the hulks and transport ships, hangmen. L. The fiscal forces, as the coast guard, custom house officers, excise officers. M. Collectors of imposts, as tax and rare collectors, turnpike men, toll collectors of bridges and markets, collectors of pier and harbour dues, and light, buoy, and beacon dues. N. Guardians of special localities, as rangers and park keepers, arcade keepers, street keepers, square keepers, bazaar keepers, gate and lodge keepers, empty house keepers. O. Conservators, as curators of museums, librarians, storekeepers, and others. P. Protective associations, as insurance companies against loss by fire, shipwreck, storms, railway accidents, death of cattle, life assurance societies, provident or benefit clubs, guarantee societies, trade protection societies, fire brigade and fire escape men, humane society men, and officers of the societies for the suppression of mendicity, vice, and cruelty to animals. Servitors. C. Servants, or those who contribute to our comfort or convenience by the performance of certain offices for us. 1. Private servants, regularly engaged. A. Stewards. B. Farm bailiffs. C. Secretaries. D. Amanuenses. E. Companions. F. Butlers. G. Valets. H. Footmen, pages, and hall porters. I. Coachmen, grooms, tigers, and helpers at stables. J. Huntsmen and whippers in. K. Kennelmen. L. Gamekeepers. M. Gardeners. N. Housekeepers. O. Ladies' maids. P. Nursery maids and wet nurses. Q. Housemaids and parlour maids. R. Cooks and scullery maids. S. Dairy maids. T. Maids of all work. Servants. 2. Private servants temporarily engaged. A. Couriers. B. Interpreters. C. Monthly nurse and invalid nurses. D. Waiters at parties. E. Charwomen. F. Knife, boot, window and paint cleaners, pot scourers, carpet beaters. Servants. 3. Public servants. A. Waiters at hotels and public gardens. B. Masters of the ceremonies. C. Chambermaids. D. Boots. E. Ostlers. F. Job coachmen. G. Postboys. H. Washerwomen. I. Dustmen. J. Sweeps. K. Scavengers. L. Nightmen. M. Flushermen. N. Turncocks. O. Lamplighters. P. Horseholders. Q. Crossing sweepers. End of section 13. Section 14 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Classification of the workers and non-workers of Great Britain. Part 4. Those who cannot work. Group 5. Those that are provided for by some public institution. A. The inmates of workhouses. B. The inmates of prisons. 1. Debtors. 2. Criminals. Some of these, however, are made to work by the authorities. C. The inmates of hospitals. 1. The sick. 2. The insane, as lunatics and idiots. 3. Veterans, as Greenwich and Chelsea hospital men. 4. The deserted young, as the Foundling Hospital children. D. The inmates of asylums and almshouses. 1. The afflicted, as the deaf and dumb and blind. 2. The destitute young, as orphans. 3. The decayed members of the several trades or sects. A. Trade and Provident asylums and almshouses. B. Sectarian asylums and almshouses, as for aged Jews, widows of clergymen, and so on. E. The inmates of the several refuges and dormitories for the houseless and destitute. Group 6. Those who are unprovided for. A. Those who are incapacitated from want of power. 1. Owing to their age. A. The old. B. The young. 2. Owing to some bodily ailment. A. The sick. B. The crippled. C. The maimed. D. The paralysed. E. The blind. 3. Owing to some mental infirmity. A. The insane. B. The idiotic. C. The untaught, or those who have never been brought up to any industrial occupation, as widows and those who have seen better days. B. Those who are incapacitated from want of means. 1. Having no tools, as is often the case with distressed carpenters. 2. Having no clothes, as servants when long out of a situation. 3. Having no stock money, as impoverished street sellers. 4. Having no materials, as the used-up garret or chamber masters in the boot and shoe or cabinet-making trade. 5. Having no place wherein to work, as when those who pursue their calling at home are forced to become the inmates of a nightly lodging-house. C. Those who are incapacitated from want of employment. 1. Owing to a glut or stagnation in business, as among the cotton spinners, the iron workers, the railway navigators, and the like. 2. Owing to a change in fashion, as in the button-making trade. 3. Owing to the introduction of machinery, as among the sawyers, handloom weavers, pillow lace makers, threshers, and others. 4. Owing to the advent of the slack season, as among the tailors and mantua makers, and drawn bonnet makers. 5. Owing to the continuance of unfavourable weather. A. From the prevalence of rain, as street sellers and others. B. From the prevalence of easterly winds, as dock labourers. 6. Owing to the approach of winter, as among the builders, brickmakers, market gardeners, harvest men. 7. Owing to the loss of character. A. Culpably, from intemperate habits or misconduct of some kind. B. Accidentally, as when a servant's late master goes abroad and a written testimonial is objected to. Those who will not work. Group 7. Vagrants or tramps. Under this head is included all that multifarious tribe of sturdy rogues, who ramble across the country during the summer, sleeping at the casual wards of the workhouses, and who return to London in the winter to avail themselves of the gratuitous lodgings and food attainable at the several metropolitan refuges. Group 8. Professional beggars and their dependents. A. Naval and military beggars. 1. Turnpike sailors. 2. Spanish legion men, and so on. 3. Veterans. B. Distressed operative beggars. 1. Pretended starved-out manufacturers, as the Nottingham Drizz or lacemen. 2. Pretended unemployed agriculturalists. 3. Pretended frozen-out gardeners. 4. Pretended handloom weavers and others deprived of their living by machinery. C. Respectable beggars. 1. Pretended broken-down tradesmen or decayed gentlemen. 2. Pretended distressed ushers, unable to take situation for want of clothes. 3. Clean family beggars, with children in very white pinafores, their faces newly washed, and their hair carefully brushed. 4. Ashamed beggars, or those who stand pad with a fakement, note, remain stationary, holding a written placard, end note, and pretend to hide their faces. D. Disaster beggars. 1. Shipwrecked mariners. 2. Blown-up miners. 3. Burnt-out tradesmen. 4. Lucifer droppers. E. Bodily afflicted beggars. 1. Having real or pretended sores, vulgarly known as the sculdrum dodge. 2. Having swollen legs. 3. Being crippled, deformed, maimed, or paralysed. 4. Being blind. 5. Being subject to fits. 6. Being in a decline and appearing with bandages round the head. 7. Shallow coves, or those who exhibit themselves in the streets half clad, especially in cold weather. F. Famished beggars. 1. Those who chalk on the pavement, quote, "I am starving," end quote. 2. Those who stand pad with a small piece of paper similarly inscribed. G. Foreign beggars. 1. Frenchmen who stop passengers in the street and request to know if they can speak French, previous to presenting a written statement of their distress. 2. Pretended destitute Poles. 3. Hindus and Negroes who stand shivering by the curb. H. Petty trading beggars. 1. Tract sellers. 2. Sellers of lucifers, bootlaces, cabbage nets, tapes, and cottons. Note, the several varieties of beggars admit of being subdivided into A. Patterers, or those who beg on the blob, that is, by word of mouth. B. Screevers, or those who beg by screeving, that is, by written documents, setting forth imaginary cases of distress, such documents being either, first, slums, letters, second, fakements, petitions. I. The dependents of beggars. 1. Screevers proper, or the writers of slums and fakements for those who beg by screeving. 2. Referees, or those who give characters to professional beggars when a reference is required. Group 9. Cheats and their dependents. A. Those who cheat the government. 1. Smugglers, defrauding the customs. 2. Jiggers, defrauding the excise by working illicit stills and the like. B. Those who cheat the public. 1. Swindlers, defrauding those of whom they buy. 2. Duffers and horse chaunters, defrauding those to whom they sell. 3. Charlie pitchers and other low gamblers, defrauding those with whom they play. 4. Bouncers and besters, defrauding by laying wagers, swaggering, and using threats. 5. Flat catchers, defrauding by pretending to find some valuable article, as fawney or ring droppers. 6. Bubble men, defrauding by instituting pretended companies, as sham next of kin societies, assurance and annuity offices, benefit clubs, and the like. 7. Douceur men, defrauding by offering for a certain sum to confer some boon upon a person, as a. To procure government situations for laymen, or benefices for clergymen. b. To provide servants with places. c. To teach some lucrative occupation. d. To put persons in possession of some information to their advantage. 8. Deposit men, defrauding by obtaining a certain sum as security for future work or some promised place of trust. c. The dependents of cheats are 1. Jollies or magsmen, or accomplices of the bouncers and besters. 2. Bonnets, or accomplices of gamblers. 3. Referees, or those who give false characters to swindlers and others. Group 10. Thieves and their dependents. A. Those who plunder with violence. 1. Cracksmen, as housebreakers and burglars. 2. Rampsmen, or footpads. 3. Bludgers, or stick-slingers, plundering in company with prostitutes. Thieves and their dependents. B. Those who hocus, or plunder their victims when stupefied. 1. Drummers, or those who render people insensible. A. By handkerchiefs steeped in chloroform. B. By drugs poured into liquor. 2. Bug hunters, or those who go round to the public houses and plunder drunken men. Thieves and their dependents. C. Those who plunder by manual dexterity, by stealth, or by breach of trust. 1. Mobsmen, or those who plunder by manual dexterity, as the light-fingered gentry. A. Buzzers, or those who abstract handkerchiefs and other articles from gentlemen's pockets. First, stook buzzers, those who steal handkerchiefs. Second, tail buzzers, those who dive into coat pockets for sneezers, note snuff boxes, end note. Skins and dummies, note purses and pocketbooks, end note. B. Wires, or those who pick ladies' pockets. C. Prop nailers, those who steal pins and brooches. D. Thimble screwers, those who wrench watches from their guards. E. Shoplifters, or those who purloin goods from shops while examining articles. 2. Sneaksmen, or those who plunder by means of stealth. A. Those who purloin goods, provisions, money, clothes, old metal, and so on. First, drag sneaks, or those who steal goods or luggage from carts and coaches. Second, snoozers, or those who sleep at railway hotels and decamp with some passenger's luggage or property in the morning. Third, star-glazers, or those who cut the panes out of shop windows. Fourth, till-friskers, or those who empty tills of their contents during the absence of the shopmen. Fifth, sawney hunters, or those who go purloining bacon from cheesemongers' shop doors. Sixth, noisy racket men, or those who steal china and glass from outside of china shops. Seventh, area sneaks, or those who steal from houses by going down the area steps. 8th, dead lurkers, or those who steal coats and umbrellas from passages at dusk or on Sunday afternoons. 9th, snow gatherers, or those who steal clean clothes off the hedges. 10th, skinners, or those women who entice children and sailors to go with them and then strip them of their clothes. 11th, bluey hunters, or those who purloin lead from the tops of houses. 12th, cat and kitten hunters, or those who purloin pewter, quart and pint pots from the top of area railings. 13th, toshers, or those who purloin copper from the ships alongshore. 14th, mudlarks, or those who steal pieces of rope and lumps of coal from among the vessels at the riverside. B. Those who steal animals. First, horse stealers. Second, sheep or woolly bird stealers. Third, deer stealers. Fourth, dog stealers. Fifth, poachers or game stealers. Sixth, lady and gentleman racket men, or those who steal cocks and hens. Seventh, cat stealers, or those who make away with cats for the sake of their skins and bones. C. Those who steal dead bodies, as the resurrectionists. 3. Those who plunder by breach of trust. A. Embezzlers, or those who rob their employers. First, by receiving what is due to them and never accounting for it. Second, by obtaining goods in their employer's name. Third, by purloining money from the till, or goods from the premises. B. Illegal pawners. First, those who pledge work given out to them by employers. Second, those who pledge blankets, sheets, and so on from lodgings. C. Dishonest servants, those who make away with the property of their masters. D. Bill stealers, or those who purloin bills of exchange entrusted to them to get discounted. E. Letter stealers. Thieves and their dependents. D. Shoffle men, or those who plunder by means of counterfeits. 1. Coiners or fabricators of counterfeit money. 2. Forgers of banknotes. 3. Forgers of cheques and acceptances. 4. Forgers of wills. Thieves and their dependents. E. Dependents of thieves. 1. Fences or receivers of stolen goods. 2. Smashers, or utterers of base coin or forged notes. Group 11. Prostitutes and their dependents. A. Professional prostitutes. 1. Seclusives, or those who live in private houses or apartments. A. Kept mistresses. B. Prima donnas, or those who belong to the first class and live in a superior style. 2. Convives, or those who live in the same house with a number of others. A. Those who are independent of the mistress of the house. B. Those who are subject to the mistress of a brothel. First, board lodgers, or those who give a portion of what they receive to the mistress of the brothel in return for their board and lodging. Second, dress lodgers, or those who give either a portion or the whole of what they get to the mistress of the brothel in return for their board, lodging, and clothes. 3. Those who live in low lodging houses. 4. Sailors and soldiers' women. 5. Park women, or those who frequent the parks at night and other retired places. 6. Thieves' women, or those who entrap men into by-streets for the purpose of robbery. 7. The dependents of prostitutes. A. Bawds, or keepers of brothels. B. Followers of dress lodgers. C. Keepers of accommodation houses. D. Procuresses, pimps and panders. E. Fancymen. F. Magsmen and bullies. Prostitutes and their dependents. B. Clandestine prostitutes. 1. Female operatives. 2. Maid servants. 3. Ladies of intrigue. 4. Keepers of houses of assignation. Prostitutes and their dependents. C. Cohabitant prostitutes. 1. Those whose paramours cannot afford to pay the marriage fees. 2. Those whose paramours do not believe in the sanctity of the ceremony. 3. Those who have married a relative forbidden by law. 4. Those whose paramours object to marry them for pecuniary or family reasons. 5. Those who would forfeit their income by marrying, as officers' widows in receipt of pensions, and those who hold property only while unmarried. Those who need not work. Group 12. Those who derive their income from rent. A. Landlords of estates. B. Landlords of houses. Group 13. Those who derive their income from dividends. A. Fund holders. B. Shareholders, 1 in mines, 2 in canals, 3 in railways, 4 in public companies. Group 14. Those who derive their income from yearly stipends. A. Annuitants. B. Pensioners. Group 15. Those who hold obsolete or nominal offices. Sinecurists. Group 16. Those who derive their incomes from trades in which they never appear. A. Sleeping partners. B. Royalty men. Group 17. Those who derive their incomes by favour from some other. A. Protégés. B. Dependents. Group 18. Those who derive their support from the head of the family. A. Wives. B. Children. End of section 14. Section 15 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Of the Non-Workers, Part 1. The exposition of the several members of society being finished, I now come to treat of that inoperative moiety of it, which more especially concerns us here. The non-workers, we have seen, consist of 3 broadly marked and distinct orders, namely, the incapacitated or compulsory non-workers, the indisposed or voluntary non-workers, the independent or privileged non-workers. It would be of the highest possible importance could we ascertain with any precision the number of people existing in this country who do no manner of work for their support, and I was anxious to have concluded the preceding account of the several divisions of society with an estimate of the numbers appertaining to each of the 4 great classes, as well as the incomes accruing to them. I found, however, on consulting the official documents with this view, that the government returns were in such an economical tangle, distributor being confounded with employer, and employer again jumbled up with the employed, that any attempt to unravel the twisted yarn would have cost an infinity of trouble, and have been almost worthless after all, and it was from a long experience as to the incompetency of the official returns to aid the social inquirer in solving the great economical problems concerning the production and distribution of wealth, that I was induced to suggest to Sir George Grey, to whom I had been indebted for much courtesy and valuable information, and who, from the commencement of my investigations, had shown a readiness to afford me every assistance, that in the ensuing census an attempt should be made to obtain some definite account of the numbers of employers and employed, and I am happy to say that, in conformity with my suggestion, the next abstract of the occupations of the people will at least teach us the proportion between these two main elements of our social state, so that if the distributors are but kept distinct from the promoters and producers of the wealth of the country, one important step towards a right understanding of the subject will assuredly have been made. Footnote: Mr. Mill's mistake in ranking the employers and distributors among the enrichers, or those who increase the exchangeable commodities of the country, arose from a desire to place the dealers and capitalists among the productive labourers, than which nothing could be more idle, for surely they do not add directly one brass farthing, as the saying is, to the national stock of wealth. A little reflection would have shown that gentleman that the true function of employers and dealers was that of the indirect aiders of production, rather than the direct producers. The economical scale of production appears to be as follows: 1. The employer, providing the materials, tools, and shelter necessary for the due performance of the work, together with the food for the subsistence of the artificer during the work. 2. The labourer, fitting or preparing the materials for the artificer. 3. The artificer or workman, positively doing the work and creating a new product. 4. The superlative artisan, engaged in adding to the beauty or utility of such product. 5. The distributor or dealer, engaged in carrying and disposing of the product in the best market. The functions of numbers 1 and 2 generally precede production, those of numbers 4 and 5 usually succeed it, while number 3 is the absolute producer. The labours of number 4, however, are so intimately associated with the produce, sometimes designing the work and sometimes finishing it, that it seems but right that the superlative artisan should be ranked with the artificer. The mere labourer, however, who turns the wheel for the turner, or carries the bricks to the bricklayer and the like, cannot strictly be ranked as a producer, any more than a porter or dock labourer. End footnote. It should, however, be borne in mind that, though the distribution, the promotion, and the production of the riches or exchangeable commodities of a country are usually distinct offices in every civilized nation, they are not invariably separate functions, even in our own. The exceptions to the economical rule with us appear to be as follows: 1. Sometimes the producers themselves supply the materials, tools, shelter, and subsistence that they require for the work, though this is usually done by some capitalist, and having finished the work, proceed themselves to find purchasers for it likewise, though this is generally the office of the distributor or dealer. Street artisans, or those who make the goods they sell in the streets, may be cited as instances of a class uniting in itself the three functions of producer, capitalist, supplying the materials and so on, and distributor. 2. Sometimes the capitalist employer is also the distributor of the commodities, such being the case with bakers, tailors, and the like, who themselves purvey what they employ others to produce. 3. Sometimes the craft does not admit of a distributor being attached to it, the employer himself undertaking to supply the wants of the public. This is the case with the building and decoration of houses. 4. Sometimes the work is done directly for the public without the intervention of either a distributor or trading employer. Such is the case with the jobbing, day, or piece workers, among the seamstresses and journeymen tailors, for instance, who make up ladies' and gentlemen's own materials either at home or at the houses of those for whom the work is done. 5. Sometimes the artificers or working men are their own capitalists, providing the materials, tools, shelter, and subsistence requisite for the work, as is the case with the garret and chamber masters in the slop, cabinet, and shoe trades, and among the members of cooperative associations. 6. Sometimes the artificers are both employers and employed, being supplied with their materials and subsistence from a capitalist, and supplying them again to other artificers working under them. This is the case with sweaters, pieceworking masters, first hands, and the like. 7. Sometimes the capitalist employer, on the other hand, is, or rather assumes to be, the proprietor of both the capital and labour, as is the case with the slave owners, masters of serfs, bondmen, villains, and the like, though this state of things, thank God, no longer exists in this country. 8. Sometimes the capitalist supplies all the requisites of production, excepting the subsistence of the artificer, who is remunerated by a certain share of the profits, if any. This is often the case with publishers and authors. 9. Sometimes the capitalist supplies only the materials and subsistence, but not the tools of the artificers, and sometimes he compels them to pay him a rent for them out of their wages, as is the case with the employers of the sawyers and stockingers. 10. Sometimes the capitalist supplies the materials, tools, and subsistence of the artificers, but not the appliances of their work, and sometimes he compels them to purchase such appliances of him at an exorbitant profit, as the trimmings in the tailor's trade, thread with the seamstresses, and the like. 11. Sometimes the capitalist supplies the materials, tools, subsistence, and shelter of the artificers, but not their gas light, and compels them to pay a rent for the same out of their wages. 12. Sometimes the capitalist supplies the materials, tools, appliances, and subsistence, but not the shelter necessary for the due performance of the work, the artificers in such cases doing the work at their own homes. But all this concerns the workers more directly than the non-workers of society, and it is mentioned here merely with the view of completing the classification before given. Our more immediate business in this place lies with the inoperative rather than the operative members of the community. Nor is it with the entire body of these that we have to deal, but rather with that third order of the non-working class, who are unwilling, though able, to work, as contradistinguished from those who are willing but unable to do so. The non-workers are a peculiar class, including orders diametrically opposed to each other, the very rich and the very poor, in the first place, and the honest and dishonest in the second. The dishonest members of society constitute those who are known more particularly as the criminal class. Hence, to inquire into their means of living and mode of life involves an investigation into the nature and the extent of crime in this country. Crime, sin, and vice are three terms used for the infraction of three different kinds of laws: social, religious, and moral. Crime is the transgression of some social law, even as sin is the transgression of some religious law, and vice the breach of some moral one. These laws, however, often differ only in emanating from different authorities, while infractions of them are merely offences against different powers. To thieve is to offend at once socially, religiously, and morally. For not only does the social, but the religious and moral law, each and all, enjoin that we should respect the property of others. But there are other crimes or offences against the social powers besides such as are committed by those who will not work. The crimes perpetrated by those who object to labour for their living are habitual crimes, whereas those perpetrated by the other classes of society are accidental crimes arising from the pressure of a variety of circumstances. Here, then, we have a most important fundamental distinction. All crimes, and consequently all criminals, are divisible into two different classes, the professional and the casual. That is to say, there are two distinct orders of people continually offending against the laws of society, namely, those who do so as a regular means of living, and those who do so from some accidental cause. It is impossible to arrive at any accurate knowledge on the subject of crime generally without making this first analysis of the several species of offences according to their causes, that is to say, arranging them into opposite groups or classes according as they arise from a habitual indisposition to labour on the part of some of the offenders, or from the temporary pressure of circumstances upon others. The official returns, however, on this subject are as unphilosophic as the generality of such documents, and consist of a crude mass of undigested facts, being a statistical illustration of the rudis indigestac mollis in connection with a criminal chaos. At present, the several crimes of the country are officially divided into four classes. 1. Offences against persons, including murder, rape, bigamy, assaults, and so on. 2. Offences against property, A. With violence, including burglary, robbery, piracy, and so on. B. Without violence, including embezzlement, cattle stealing, larceny, and fraud. C. Malicious offences against property, including arson, incendiarism, maiming cattle, and so on. 3. Forgery and offences against the currency, including the forging of wills, banknotes, and coining, and so on. 4. Other offences, including high treason, sedition, poaching, smuggling, working illicit stills, perjury, and so on. Monsieur Guéry, the eminent French statist, adopts a far more philosophic arrangement, and divides the several crimes into 1. Crimes against the state, as high treason, and so on. 2. Crimes against personal safety, as murder, assault, and so on. 3. Crimes against morals, with and without violence, as rape, bigamy, and so on. 4. Crimes against property, proceeding from cupidity or malice, as larceny, embezzlement, incendiarism, and the like. The same fundamental error which renders the government classification comparatively worthless deprives that of the French philosopher of all practical value. It gives us no knowledge of the character of the people committing the crimes, being merely a system of criminal mnemonics, as it were, or easy method of remembering the several varieties of offences. The classes in both systems are but so many mental pigeon-holes for the orderly arrangement and partitioning of the various infractions of the law. Further than this, they cannot help us. Whatever other information the inquirer may want, he must obtain for himself. If he wish to learn from the crimes something as to their causes, as well as the nature of the criminals, he must begin de novo, and using the official facts, but rejecting the official system of classification, proceed to arrange all the several offences into two classes, according as they are of a professional and casual character, committed by habitual or occasional offenders. Adopting this principle, it will be found that the non-professional crimes consist mainly of murder, assaults, incendiarism, ravishment, bigamy, embezzlement, high treason, and the like. For it is evident that none can make a trade or profession of the commission of these crimes, or resort to them as a regular means of living. Footnote. At one time, however, murder became a trade in this country, namely when the dead bodies of human beings grew to be of such value that the burking of the living was resorted to by the resurrectionists as a means of keeping up the supply. End footnote. The professional crimes, on the other hand, will be generally found to include burglary, robbery, poaching, coining, smuggling, working of illicit stills, larceny from the person, simple larceny, and so on, because each and every of these are regular crafts, requiring almost the same apprenticeship as any other mode of life. Burglary, coining, working illicit stills, and picking pockets are all arts to which no man, without some previous training, can take. Hence, to know whether the number of these dishonest handicrafts, for such they really are, be annually on the increase or not, is to solve a most important portion of the criminal problem. It is to ascertain whether crime pursued as a profession or business is being augmented among us, to discover whether the criminal class, as a distinct portion of our people, is or is not on the advance. The non-professional crimes will furnish us with equally curious results, showing a yearly impress of the character of the times. For being only occasional offences, of course the number of such offenders at different years will give us a knowledge of the intensity of the several occasions inducing the crimes in such years. The accidental crimes, classified according to their causes, may be said to consist of 1. Crimes of malice, exercised either against the person or the property of the object. 2. Crimes of lust and perverted appetites, as rape and so on. 3. Crimes of shame, as concealing the births of infants, attempts to procure miscarriage, and the like. 4. Crimes of temptation, with or without breach of trust. 5. Crimes of cupidity, with or without breach of trust. 6. Crimes of want, with or without breach of trust. 7. Crimes of political prejudices. With the class of casual or accidental criminals, however, we are not at present concerned. Those who resort to crime as a means of support, when in a state of extreme want, for instance, cannot be said to belong to the voluntary non-workers, for many of these would willingly work to increase their sustenance, if that end were attainable by such means. But the poor shirt-workers, slop-tailors, and the like, have not the power of earning more than the barest subsistence by their labour, so that the pawning of the work entrusted to them by their employers becomes an act to which they are immediately impelled for dear life, on the occurrence of the least illness or mishap among them. Such offenders, therefore, belong more properly to those who cannot work for their living, or rather who cannot live by their working, and though they offend against the laws in the same manner as those that will not work, they cannot certainly be said to be of the same class. The voluntary non-workers are a distinct body of people. In the introductory chapter to the first volume of the Street Folk, they have been shown to appertain to even the rudest nations, being, as it were, the human parasites of every civilized and barbarous community. The Hottentots have their Sonquas, and the Kaffirs their Fingoes, as we have our Prigs and Cadgers. Those who will not work for the food they consume appear to be part and parcel of a state, an essential element of the social fabric as much as those who cannot or need not work for their living. Go where you will, to what corner of the earth you please, search out or propound what new-fangled or obsolete form of society you may, there will be some members of it more apathetic than the rest, who object to work, some more infirm than the rest, who are denied the power to work, and some more thrifty than the rest, who from their past savings have no necessity to work for the future. These several forms are but the necessary consequences of specific differences in the constitution of different beings. Circumstances may tend to give an unnatural development to either one or other of the classes. The criminal class, the pauper class, or the wealthy class may be in excess in one form of society as compared with another, or they may be repressed by certain social arrangements. Nevertheless, to a greater or less degree, there they will and must ever be. Since then there is an essential distinct class of people who will not work for their living, and since work is a necessary condition of the human organism, the question becomes, how do such people live? There is but one answer. If they do not labour to procure their own food, of course they must live on the food produced by the labour of others. But how do they obtain possession of the food belonging to others? There are but two means. It must either be given to them by or be taken from the industrious portion of the community. Consequently, the next point to be settled is, what are the means by which those who object to work get their food given to them, and what the means by which they are enabled to take it from others? Let us begin with the last mentioned. The means by which the criminal classes obtain their living constitute the essential points of difference among them, and form indeed the methods of distinction among themselves. The rampsmen, the drummers, the mobsmen, the sneaksmen, and the schoeffelmen, which are terms by which they themselves designate the several branches of the profession, are but so many expressions indicating the several modes of obtaining the property of which they become possessed. Footnote: the word schoeffel is derived from the Danish skoffe, to shove, to deceive, cheat. The Saxon form of the same verb is schuven, whence the English shove. End footnote. The rampsman or cracksman plunders by force, as the burglar, footpad, and so on. The drummer plunders by stupefaction, as the hocuser. The mobsman plunders by manual dexterity, as the pickpocket. The sneaksman plunders by stealth, as the petty larceny men and boys. The schoeffelman plunders by counterfeits, as the coiner. Now each and all of these are distinct species of the genus, having often little or no connection with the others. The cracksman or housebreaker would no more think of associating with the sneaksman than a barrister would dream of sitting down to dinner with an attorney. The perils braved by the housebreaker or the footpad make the cowardice of the sneaksman contemptible to him, and the one is distinguished by a kind of bulldog insensibility to danger, while the other is marked by a low cat-like cunning. The mobsman, on the other hand, is more of a handicraftsman than either, and is comparatively refined by the society he is obliged to keep. He usually dresses in the same elaborate style of fashion as a Jew on a Saturday, in which case he is more particularly described by the prefix swell, and mixes generally in the best of company, frequenting, for the purposes of his business, all the places of public entertainment, and often being a regular attendant at church and the more elegant chapels, especially during charity sermons. The mobsman takes his name from the gregarious habits of the class to which he belongs, it being necessary for the successful picking of pockets that the work be done in small gangs or mobs, so as to cover the operator. Among the sneaksmen, again, the purloiners of animals, such as the horse stealers, the sheep stealers, the deer stealers, and the poachers, all belong to a particular tribe, with the exception of the dog stealers. They are agricultural thieves, whereas the others are generally of a more civic character. The schoeffelmen, or coiners, moreover constitute a distinct species, and upon them, like the others, is impressed the stamp of the peculiar line of roguery they may chance to follow as a means of subsistence. Such are the more salient features of that portion of the voluntary non-workers who live by taking what they want from others. The other moiety of the same class, who live by getting what they want given to them, is equally peculiar. These consist of the flat catchers, the hunter and Charlie pitchers, the bouncers and besters, the cadgers, the vagrants, and the prostitutes. Footnote: a Charlie pitcher seems to be one who pitches to the churl or countryman, and hence is equivalent to the term yokel hunter. End footnote. The flat catchers obtain what they want by false pretences, as swindlers, duffers, ring droppers, and cheats of all kinds. The hunter and Charlie pitchers obtain what they want by gaming, as thimble-rig men, and so on. The bouncers and besters obtain what they want by betting, intimidating, or talking people out of their property. The cadgers obtain what they want by begging and exciting false sympathy. The vagrants obtain what they want by declaring on the casual ward of the parish workhouse. The prostitutes obtain what they want by the performance of an immoral act. Each of these, again, are unmistakably distinguished from the rest. The flat catchers are generally remarkable for great shrewdness, especially in the knowledge of human character, and ingenuity in designing and carrying out their several schemes. The Charlie pitchers appertain more to the conjuring or sleight of hand and blackleg class. The cadgers, again, are to the class of cheats what the sneaksmen are to the thieves, the lowest of all, being the least distinguished for those characteristics which mark the other members of the same body. As the sneaksmen are the least daring and expert of all the thieves, so are the cadgers the least intellectual and cunning of all the cheats. A shallow cove, that is to say, one who exhibits himself half naked in the streets as a means of obtaining his living, is looked upon as the most despicable of all, since the act requires neither courage, intellect, nor dexterity for the execution of it. The vagrants, on the other hand, are the wanderers, the English Bedouins, those who, in their own words, love to shake a free leg, the thoughtless and the careless vagabonds of our race, while the prostitutes, as a body, are the shameless among our women. Such, then, are the characters of the voluntary non-workers, or professionally criminal class, the vagrants, beggars, cheats, thieves, and prostitutes, each order expressing some different mode of existence adopted by those who object to labour for their living. The vagrants, who love a roving life, exist principally by declaring on the parish funds for the time being. The beggars, as deficient in courage and intellect as in pride, prefer to live by soliciting alms of the public. The cheats, possessed of considerable cunning and ingenuity, choose rather to subsist by continual fraud and deception. The thieves, distinguished generally by a hardihood and comparative disregard of danger, find greater delight in risking their liberty by taking what they want, instead of waiting to have it given them. While the prostitutes, as deficient in shame as the beggars are in pride, prefer to live by using their charms for the vilest of purposes. The exposition of the causes why the several species of voluntary non-workers object to labour for their living I shall reserve for a future occasion. That they do object to work is patent in the fact that they might sustain themselves by their industry if they chose, for those who are unable to do so and are consequently driven to dishonesty have been purposely removed from the class. The number of individuals belonging to the professional criminal class we are not yet in a position to ascertain, but few dependable facts have been collected on the subject, and even these have been obtained so many years back that, with the increase of population, they have become almost worthless, except in a historic point of view. Such as they are, however, it will be as well to add them to this introduction to the class of voluntary non-workers as the best information at present existing upon the subject. End of section 15. Section 16 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Of the Non-Workers, Part 2. Table showing the number of depredators, offenders, and suspected persons who have been brought within the cognizance of the police in the year 1837, comprehending 1. Persons who have no visible means of subsistence, and who are believed to live wholly by violation of the law, as by habitual depredation, by fraud, by prostitution, and so on. 2. Persons following some ostensible and legal occupation, but who are known to have committed an offence, and are believed to augment their gains by habitual or occasional violation of the law. 3. Persons not known to have committed any offences, but known as associates of the above classes, and otherwise deemed to be suspicious characters. Reader's note: there follows a table with the headings Character and Description of Offenders, and the numbers within the Metropolitan Police District of the first class, second class, and third class offenders, and the total of all classes. End reader's note. Rampsman. Footnote: the titles of the classes as here given do not form part of the original table. End footnote. Rampsman, divided into burglars, housebreakers, and highway robbers. Burglars, first class 77, second class 22, third class 8, total all classes 107. Housebreakers, first class 59, second class 17, third class 34, total all classes 110. Highway robbers, first class 19, second class 8, third class 11, total all classes 38. Subtotal of first class 155, subtotal of second class 47, subtotal of third class 53, subtotal of all classes 255. Mobsmen, pickpockets, first class 544, second class 75, third class 154, total all classes 773. Sneaksmen, common thieves, first class 1667, second class 1338, third class 652, total all classes 3657. Animal stealers, divided into horse stealers, cattle stealers, and dog stealers. Horse stealers, first class 7, second class 4, total all classes 11. Cattle stealers and dog stealers, first class 45, second class 48, third class 48, total all classes 141. Subtotal first class 52, subtotal second class 52, subtotal all classes 152. Schoeffelmen, divided into forgers, coiners, and utterers of base coin. Forgers, second class 3, total of all classes 3. Coiners, first class 25, second class 1, third class 2, total all classes 28. Utterers of base coin, first class 202, second class 54, third class 61, total all classes 317. Subtotal of first class 227, subtotal of second class 58, subtotal of third class 63, subtotal of all classes 348. Flat catchers, divided into obtainers of goods by false pretences and persons committing frauds of any other description. Obtainers of goods by false pretences, first class 33, second class 108, total all classes 141. Persons committing frauds of any other description, first class 23, second class 118, third class 41, total all classes 182. Subtotal first class 56, subtotal of second class 226, subtotal of all classes 323. Receivers of stolen goods, first class 51, second class 158, third class 134, total all classes 343. Habitual disturbers of the public peace, first class 723, second class 1866, third class 179, total all classes 2768. Vagrants, first class 1089, second class 186, third class 20, total all classes 1295. Cadgers, divided into begging letter writers and bearers of begging letters. Begging letter writers, first class 12, second class 17, third class 21, total all classes 50. Bearers of begging letters, first class 22, second class 40, third class 24, total all classes 86. Subtotal of first class 34, subtotal of second class 57, subtotal of third class 45, subtotal all classes 136. Prostitutes, divided into prostitutes well dressed living in brothels, prostitutes well dressed walking the streets, and prostitutes low infesting low neighborhoods. Prostitutes well dressed living in brothels, first class 813, second class 62, third class 20, total all classes 895. Prostitutes well dressed walking the streets, first class 1460, second class 79, third class 73, total all classes 1612. Prostitutes low infesting low neighborhoods, first class 3533, second class 288, third class 277, total all classes 3864. Subtotal of first class 5806, subtotal of second class 288, subtotal of third class 277, subtotal of all classes 6371. Classes not before enumerated, first class 40, second class 2, third class 438. Total all classes 470. Totals: first class 10,444, second class 4,353, third class 2,104. Grand total 16,901. Note: the forgers, coiners, obtainers of goods by false pretences, persons committing frauds of any other description, habitual disturbers of the public peace, begging letter writers, prostitutes well dressed living in brothels, prostitutes well dressed walking the streets, and classes not before enumerated, are of a non-migratory character. End footnote. The estimate made for 5 of the principal provincial towns in the same year was as follows. Table showing the number of depredators, offenders, and suspected persons brought within the cognizance of the police of the under-mentioned districts in the year 1837. Reader's note: there follows a table with the headings District or Place, number of depredators, offenders, and suspected persons, divided into first class, second class, and third class, with the total, the average length of career, and proportion of known bad characters to the population. End reader's note. Metropolitan Police District. First class 10,444, second class 4,353, third class 2,104, total 16,901. Average length of career 4 years. Proportion of known bad characters to the population 1 in 89. Borough of Liverpool. First class 3,580, second class 916, third class 215, total 4,711. Proportion of known bad characters to the population 1 in 45. City and County of Bristol. First class 1,935, second class 1,190, third class 356, total 3,481. Proportion of known bad characters to the population 1 in 31. City of Bath. First class 284, second class 470, third class 847, total 1,601. Proportion of known bad characters to the population 1 in 37. Town and County of Newcastle on Tyne. First class 1,730, second class 222, third class 62, total 2,014. Average length of career 2 1/4 years. Proportion of known bad characters to the population 1 in 27. Total number of depredators, offenders, and suspected persons: first class 17,973, second class 7,151, third class 3,584, total 28,708. By the above table, it will be seen that in 1837 there were 28,708 persons of known bad character, infesting 5 of the principal towns in England. Nearly 18,000 of the entire number had no visible means of subsistence, and were believed to live wholly by depredation. 7,000 were believed to augment their gains by habitual or occasional violation of the law, and 3,500 were known to be associates of the others, and otherwise deemed suspicious characters. According to the average proportion of these persons to the population, there would have been in the other large towns nearly 32,000 persons of a similar class, and upwards of 69,000 of such persons dispersed throughout the rest of the country. Adding these together, we have as many as 130,000 individuals of known bad character in England and Wales, without the walls of the prisons. To form an accurate notion of the total number of the criminal population at the above period, we must add to the preceding amount the number of persons resident within the walls of the prisons. These, at the time of taking the last census, amounted to 19,888, which, added to the 130,000 above enumerated, gives within a fraction of 150,000 individuals for the entire criminal population of the country as known to the police in 1837. Let us now for a moment turn our attention to the number and cost of the honest and dishonest poor throughout England and Wales. Mr. Porter, usually no mean authority upon all matters of a statistical nature, tells us in his Progress of the Nation, page 530, that, quote, "the proportion of persons in the United Kingdom who pass their time without applying to any gainful occupation is quite inconsiderable. Of 5,800,000 males of 20 years and upwards living at the time of the census of 1831, there were said to be engaged in some calling or profession 5,450,000, thus leaving unemployed only 350,000, or rather less than 6%." The number of unemployed adult males in Great Britain in 1841, he afterwards informs us, was only 274,000 and odd. But this statement gives us no accurate idea of the number of persons subsisting by charity or crime, for the author of the Progress of the Nation, strange to say, wholly excludes from his calculation the mass of individuals maintained by the several parishes, as well as the criminals, almspeople, and lunatics throughout the country. Now, according to the report of the Poor Law Commissioners, the number of paupers receiving in and out door relief in 1848 was no less than 1,870,000 and odd. The number of criminals and suspicious characters throughout the country in 1837, we have seen, was 150,000. In 1844, the number of lunatics in county asylums was 4,000 and odd, while, according to the Occupation Abstract of the Population Returns, there were in 1841 upwards of 5,000 almspeople, 1,000 beggars, and 21,000 pensioners. These, formed into one sum, give us no less than 2 millions of individuals living upon the income of the remainder of the population. By the above computation, therefore, we see that, out of a total of 16 million souls in England and Wales, 1/8 or 12% of the whole continue their existence either by pauperism, mendicancy, or crime. Now, the cost of this immense mass of vice and want is even more appalling than the number of individuals subsisting in such utter degradation. The total amount of money levied in 1848 for the relief of the poor throughout England and Wales was £7,400,000. But exclusive of this amount, the magnitude of the sum that we give voluntarily towards the support and education of the poorer classes is unparalleled in the history of any other nation or of any other time. According to the summary of the returns annexed to the voluminous reports of the Charity Commissioners, the rent of the land and other fixed property, together with the interest of the money left for charitable purposes in England and Wales, amounts to £1,200,000 a year, and it is believed that by proper management this return might be increased to an annual income of at least 2 millions of money. And yet, says Mr. McCulloch, quote, "there can be no doubt that even this large sum falls far below the amount expended every year in voluntary donations to charitable establishments, nor can any estimate be formed, he adds, of the money given in charity to individuals, but in the aggregate it cannot fail to amount to an immense sum. All things considered, therefore, we cannot be very far from the truth if we assume the sums voluntarily subscribed towards the relief of the poor to equal in the aggregate the total amount raised by assessment for the same purpose. Note, the income from voluntary subscriptions to the metropolitan charities alone equals £1,000,000 and odd. So that it would appear that the well-to-do amongst us expend the vast sum of £15,000,000 per annum in mitigating the miseries of their less fortunate brethren. But though it may be said that we give altogether £15,000,000 a year to alleviate the distress of those who want or suffer, we must remember that this vast sum expresses not only the liberal extent of our sympathy, but likewise the fearful amount of want and suffering on the one hand, and of excess and luxury on the other, that there must be in the land. If the poorer classes require 15 millions to be added in charity every year to their aggregate income in order to relieve their pains and privations, and the richer can afford to have the same immense sum taken from theirs, and yet scarcely feel the loss, it shows at once how much the one class must have in excess, and the other in deficiency. Whether such a state of things is a necessary evil connected with the distribution of wealth, this is not the place for me to argue. All I have to do here is to draw attention to the fact. It is for others to lay bare the cause, and if possible, discover the remedy. There still remains, however, to be added to the sum expended in voluntary or compulsory relief of the poor, the cost of our criminal and convict establishments at home and abroad. This, according to the government estimates, amounts to very nearly £1,000,000. Then there is the value of the property appropriated by the 150,000 habitual criminals, and this, at 10 shillings a week per head, amounts to very nearly £4,000,000. So that, adding these items to the sum before mentioned, we have, in round numbers, the enormous amount of £20,000,000 per annum as the cost of the paupers and criminals of this country. And reckoning the national income, with Mr. McCulloch and others, at £350,000,000, it follows that the country has to give upwards of 5% out of its gross earnings every year to support those who are either incapable or unwilling to obtain a living for themselves. End of section 16. Section 17 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 1. Of the prostitute class generally. We have now seen that the two modes of obtaining a living other than by working for it are, by forcibly or stealthily appropriating the proceeds of another's labour, or else by seducing the more industrious or thrifty to part with a portion of their gains. Prostitution, professionally resorted to, belongs to the latter class, and consists, when adopted as a means of subsistence without labour, in inducing others, by the performance of some immoral act, to render up a portion of their possessions. Literally construed, prostitution is the putting of anything to a vile use. In this sense, perjury is a species of prostitution, being an unworthy use of the faculty of speech. So, again, bribery is a prostitution of the right of voting. while prostitution, specially so called, is the using of her charms by a woman for immoral purposes. This, of course, may be done either from mercenary or voluptuous motives. Be the cause, however, what it may, the act remains the same, and consists in the base perversion of a woman's charms, the surrendering of her virtue to criminal indulgence. Prostitution has been defined to be the illicit intercourse of the sexes. But illicit is unlicensed, and the mere sanctioning of an immoral act could not dignify it into a moral one. Such a definition would make the criminality of the act to consist solely in the absence of the priest's license. In Persia, there are no professional prostitutes permitted, but though the priest's sanction there precedes the surrendering of the woman's virtue in every instance, still the same immoral perversion takes place, it being customary for couples to be wedded for a small sum by the priest in the evening and divorced by him for an equally small sum in the morning. Here, then, we find the licensed intercourse assuming the same immoral cast as the unlicensed, for surely none will maintain that these nuptial ephemerae are sanctified because accompanied with a priestly license. Nor can we, on the other hand, assert that the mere fact of continence in the association of the sexes, the persistence of the female to one male, or the continued endurance of an unsanctioned attachment, can ever be raised into anything purer than cohabitation, or the chastity of unchastity. Prostitution, then, does not consist solely in promiscuous intercourse, for she who confines her favours to one may still be a prostitute. Nor does it consist in illicit or unsanctioned intercourse, for, as we have seen, the intercourse may be sanctioned and still be prostitution to all intents and purposes. Nor can it be said to consist solely in the mercenary motives so often prompting to the commission of the act, for fornication is expressly that form of prostitution which is the result of illicit attachment. In what, then, it may be asked, does prostitution consist? It consists, I answer, in what the word literally expresses, putting a woman's charms to vile uses. The term whore has strictly the same signification as that of prostitute, though usually supposed to be from the Saxon verb Gillian, to hire, and consequently to mean a woman whose favours can be procured for a reward. But the Saxon substantive hure is the same word as the first syllable of whorequin, which signifies literally a filthy queen, a harlot. Now, the term whore in whorequin is but another form of the Saxon adjective hori, filthy, dirty, the Latin equivalent of which is sordidus. Hence the substantive horiness, meaning filthiness, and horingas, adulterers or filthy people, and hornung, adultery, fornication, whoredom, or filthy acts. Prostitution and whoredom, then, have both the same meaning, namely, perversion to vile or filthy uses, and consist in the surrendering of a woman's virtue in a manner that excites our moral disgust. The offensiveness of the act of unchastity to the moral taste or sense constitutes the very essence of prostitution, and it is this moral offensiveness which often makes the licensed intercourse of the sexes, as in the marriage of a young girl to an old man for the sake of his money, as much an act of prostitution as even the grossest libertinism. The next question, consequently, becomes, what are the invariable antecedents which excite the moral disgust in every act of prostitution? Or are there any such invariable antecedents characterizing each offensive perversion of a woman's charms? Is the offensiveness a mere matter of taste, differing according as the moral palates of the individuals or races may differ one from the other? and ultimately referable to some peculiar form of organization, convention, fashion, or geography? Or is it a part of the inherent constitution of things? In a word, is there an abstract chastity and unchastity, an erotic tokalon and tokekon, a universal standard of moral beauty and ugliness in woman that, go where you will, is the same to all natures and in all countries? Or is the vice of one set of people the virtue of another, as this race admires white teeth and that black? This is a matter lying, as it were, across the very threshold of the subject, and which must necessarily, according as one or other view be taken, give a wholly different cast, not only to all our thoughts in connection with the evil, but to all our plans for the remedy of it. If prostitution be loathsome to us, merely because it is the moral fashion of our people that it should be so, then by popularizing new forms of thought and feeling among us, may we remove all opprobrium from the act, and so put an end to all the moral evil in connection with it. But if it be naturally and innately offensive to every healthy mind, then can it be remedied solely by improving the tone of the thought and feelings of the depraved, and restoring the lost moral sense, as well as directing the perverted taste to more wholesome and beautiful objects. To solve this part of the problem, then, it will be necessary that we should take as comprehensive a view of the subject as possible, collecting a large and multifarious body of facts, and examining the matter from almost every conceivable point of view. It will be necessary that we should regard it by the light of the early ages of society, that we should contemplate it amid all the primitive rudeness of barbaric life, and ultimately that we should study it under the many varied phases that it assumes in civilized communities. For the better performance of this task, I have availed myself of the services and assistance of my friend Mr. Horace St. John, whom I shall now leave to lay before the reader the many curious and interesting facts which he has collected at my request in connection with the ancient and foreign part of the subject, after which I shall return to the consideration of that branch of the general inquiry connected more immediately with the prostitution of this country. End of section 17. Section 18 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 2. Of Prostitution in Ancient States, General View. In the following inquiry, though the chief object will be to ascertain the extent and character of the prostitute class of women, it will be necessary to indicate generally the condition of the sex in various ages and among different nations. This will afford a comparative view of the subject. It is impossible to form a judgment on the condition of this class and its influence on society without learning in what degree of estimation morality is viewed by a people, what position in the social scale is occupied by their women, and at what price chastity is held, and what are the relative stations of the sexes. To afford a correct idea of this in plain popular language is the task to which we now apply ourselves, and we commence with the ancient states, whose institutions have in a greater or less degree influenced those of all others in every later age. It is necessary to maintain a distinction between those countries where marriage was an institution, and those, if they are not quite fabulous, at least savage communities, where the intercourse of men with women is looser than that of beasts. Far as we can trace the history of society, we discover no state without the blemish of prostitution. In some it was more, in others less prevalent, but in all it existed in one form or another. In examining the manners of the ancient nations, Hebrews, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Celts, and Anglo-Saxons, we find women who degraded themselves from vanity, lust, or for gain. And among the old communities of the East, less known to us, public immorality was a characteristic. We shall show this to have been the case, and basing our statements on the most creditable authority, indicate the principal features of each system. The information, it is true, which has been bequeathed to us, and elucidated by the learning and diligence of numerous scholars, is far from complete. But enough may be collected among the antiquities of Israel, Greece, Rome, and Egypt to establish a fair opinion. The general design of this inquiry will be to draw a view of the position occupied by the female sex in different ages and countries, to measure the estimation in which it was held, to fix the accepted standard of morality, to ascertain the recognized significance of the marriage contract, the laws relating to polygamy and concubinage, the value at which feminine virtue and modesty were held, and thus to consider the prostitute in relation to the system of which she formed a part. She will be the particular object of investigation, but the others are by no means unimportant. They are indeed necessary to a just and comprehensive view of the question before us. In a society where men lived in brutal promiscuousness with the women, prostitution could scarcely exist. Where chastity was lightly esteemed, and marriage held to be a loose contract for social purposes, adultery could hardly be very full of shame. In this, therefore, as in all other inquiries, it is necessary to view the actual object in relation to others which are invariably connected with it. There is no universal, unvarying standard by which even prostitution can be measured. Circumstances, not belonging, yet not entirely foreign to it, are to be considered. Consequently, while we hold that in view as the main ground of research, we shall, where materials allow, draw a sketch of the situation occupied by the female sex and of the other traits of civilization to which we have referred. In a general view, Greece and Rome, with the great city of Babylon, stand most prominently forward with their system of prostitution. Closer inquiry, however, induces us to hesitate before assigning them that distinction. Of the two classical states especially, it is because our information is more immediate and complete that their public immorality is more remarkable. The poets of the earlier and the historians of the later period have transmitted to us numerous accounts of the manners and customs of Greece and Rome. Their painters have left us views, their architects and sculptors monuments of their civilization. Their moralists and satirists have enlarged on the prevalent vices, and from all these sources we are enabled to derive clearer ideas of their women and especially their prostitution. Besides, in a polished state, with pure manners, the prostitute class will always be more distinct, and therefore more conspicuous. Babylon, far more than 1,000 years ago, was a proverb of immorality. Her name and the name of whore have been associated ideas, not on account only of the idolatry practiced by her people, but on account of their licentious manners. Concerning Egypt, though Diodorus and Herodotus wrote of it, little is known. Of the marriage ceremony, absolutely nothing. The prostitutes are not described, but from every trace and record of their civilization which has been preserved, it is evident that a large class addicted itself to this calling. Who were the public musicians, disreputable in the eyes of all other persons? Who were the dancers who performed their wanton feats at the entertainments of the rich, and stripped themselves half or entirely naked before their couches? Who were the drunken women who bared their bodies and capered in that state on the Nile boats during the festival of Bubastis? Who were they who assisted at the sacerdotal orgies which defiled the temples of ancient Egypt? Who could they have been but women of abandoned character, who prostituted themselves for vile purposes, for gain or pleasure. Among the Jews, again, the continually reiterated allusions to harlots in the Scriptures, the abominations perpetually charged to their account, the threats pronounced upon their wickedness, the frequent allusions to their licentious manners, indicate a wide prevalence of this system. Among a people so commonly guilty of nameless crimes, we cannot expect to find chastity a peculiar virtue. Indeed, it is seldom such vices are practised until all the inferior offences against decency have become insipid through satiety. The writers, therefore, who parade before us the civilization of the Jews as an example of public morality, base their conclusions on a strange interpretation of facts. To contrast them with the manners of Attic Greece is a pure satire on common sense. Sparta was licentious, but not in the low and gross manner of the Jews. Athens harboured a licentious class, but none like those bestial voluptuaries among the Hebrews, in whom lust became a loathsome passion. Although, therefore, the actual manners of ancient Israel have been less vividly described than those of Greece, it is evident from the tenor of Scripture history that morality there was less pure than in Attic state. Rome, under the Republic, was perhaps still farther removed from the charge of corruption. Prostitutes it had, and brothels, but its women were generally virtuous. The chastity of the Roman matron has passed into a proverb. It was, however, if we may credit the historian Tacitus, exceeded by the modesty of the women in ancient Germany. Among them, morals appeared purged of licentiousness. Polygamy was forbidden, and practised only by the petty kings who set themselves above the law. The manners of the people, rather than the enactments of their code, prohibited divorce. Adultery, rare as it was, ranked as an inexpiable crime, while seduction was condemned, and prostitution unknown. It was not, however, the severity of the law which enforced the virtue, it was the virtue that imparted its spirit to the law. From the morals of ancient Germany, the lawgivers of society might learn many useful lessons. Bars and bolts, multiplied walls, troops of eunuchs, jealous lattices, and the dread of punishment, failed to guard the harems of the East, while the hut of the German barbarian, open on all sides, was impregnable against the seducer. The poor toy of the Persian's seraglio, protected by 100 devices, often eluded them all. But the German women were the guardians of their own honour. They may be described as possessing all the virtues without the vices of the stern Spartan stock, and, living on terms of equality with the men, held their virtue at too dear a price to prostitute it for admiration or lust or money. Civilization, in this respect, has done the Germans a very ill office. Allied to these fierce wanderers in the Hercynian wood were the Saxons, from whom our ancestors descended. We shall find among them, on their native soil, similar manners, especially in the circumstance of the adulteress being whipped without mercy through the village. Among them prevailed, however, an enlightened reverence for the female sex, which contrasted strongly with the ideas of many surrounding nations, who looked on a woman as a creature merely dedicated to the service and gratification of man. They brought over to England institutions susceptible of being moulded to a different form. They became more refined and less moral. Whenever, indeed, rude men, who have not given themselves up to the indulgence of their low physical appetites, turn from the chase, from war, and similar rough occupations, to the framing of laws, to the formation of society, to any intellectual exercise, it appears natural that other propensities should be awakened in them, and of these the sensual
always form a part. It is consequently interesting to study the progress of manners from stage to stage of civilization, from the rudest tribe to the most refined community. We shall occupy ourselves first with the Hebrew Republic and then with the monarchy which succeeded it. From Israel we proceed to Egypt, related to it in various ways. Thence our attention will be directed to Greece, which offered models to the statesmen and public economists of all time. The contrast between the Ionic and the Doric states will be presented. Then we shall proceed to Rome, which will lead us to the Anglo-Saxons, others being incidentally noticed by the way. In all, as far as our limits and our materials will allow, a sketch of the condition of women, the national ideas of feminine virtue, the laws of marriage, and the extent of prostitution will be given, and thus the reader will be prepared to enter on the wider field of modern society abroad. This will be divided into the barbarous and the civilized, and of the barbarous, the hunters, fishers, shepherds, and tillers of the soil may be separately noticed. The account of every ancient people will not be equally complete, because the sources of information are not so. Thus, of Egypt, its marriage customs are wholly unknown. Of the Anglo-Saxons, although the learning and industry of Sharon Turner have been employed upon them, our knowledge is extremely imperfect. Even Rome and Greece, though they present us with the general features of their social systems, disappoint us when we search into details. Nevertheless, the reader may be enabled, as we have before said, to form a just idea of the condition of women in antiquity, for the researches of modern scholars have succeeded at least in laying bare the principal roots of the ancient system upon which all the institutions of existing society are in one form or another established. End of section 18. Section 19 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes. Part 3. Of prostitution among the Jews and other ancient nations. A slight and rapid view of the subject in connection with the Jews and more obscure nations of antiquity is all that can here be attempted. With reference to the Republic of the Hebrew race, though the ingenuity of modern writers has built up very pleasing theories, described as the manners and customs of the Jews, we can look nowhere for information except to the Bible, and in a later age to Josephus. The position of woman among the Jews was by no means exalted. She was seldom consulted by her friends when a union with her was desired by a wealthy suitor. Indeed, in the patriarchal times, she was regarded more as her husband's property than as his companion. Such must invariably be the case where polygamy and concubinage are institutions of society. At a still earlier period, the customs of society were even more at variance with our ideas. Of course, the sons of Adam must have married their sisters, and the practice continued after the necessity for it had ceased. Abraham formed such a union without exciting surprise. The patriarchs permitted men to wed two sisters at once, but the law of Moses brought a reform of marriage customs among the Jews. Footnote: the marriage institution is mentioned early in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 and 2. Quote, "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose." End quote. End footnote. They discontinued the intercourse between blood relatives long before it was abandoned by the surrounding nations. Marriages with sisters, not by the same mother, were forbidden in the Mosaic Code. Previously, however, none were unlawful except those of a man with his mother or mother-in-law, or full sister. In the new dispensation, the widow of a deceased brother was placed within the prohibited degree of consanguinity. The laws against adultery were severe. Death was ordained for both the guilty persons, and the punishment appears always to have been by stoning. Many victims, doubtless, perished under this cruel code. But the example of Jesus Christ gave a new lesson to mankind. The woman was brought before him, and the Jews claimed her condemnation. They asked him, should she be stoned? Had he said no, they might have charged him with favouring adultery and denying the Mosaic law. Had he said yes, the Romans might have impeached him, for they had assumed the distribution of justice and abolished the punishment of death for adultery. But he evaded their malice and gave the law of mercy. Quote, "Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone." End quote. They all went out, and when he was alone with her, he said, quote, "Hath no man condemned thee?" End quote. She answered, quote, "No man, Lord." End quote. And he again said, quote, "Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more." End quote. That sentence should ever be in remembrance when we frame our moral code. Adultery, however, was a crime only to be committed with a married woman, or one who was betrothed. The man's marriage placed him under no obligation to abstain from intercourse with other than his wife. Wives to the number of 4 were allowed, while concubinage was unlimited. The first wife, however, was superior to the others. Jealousy, therefore, among the Jewish women could not have been a powerful feeling. Indeed, we find strong proofs to the contrary. When Sarah found herself barren, she gave Hagar, her Egyptian maid, to Abraham as a concubine or inferior wife. Other women, frequently, on discovering themselves to be sterile, begged their husbands to procure another companion of the bed, that they might not die childless. Similar instances are common in the social history of the East. Marriage with an idolater was forbidden, but a man might marry a proselyte captive. When he saw a beautiful woman among his prisoners of war, he was to take her home, shave her head, pare her nails, change her raiment into that of a free person, and, as he had humbled her, was forbidden to make merchandise of her again. The possession, nevertheless, of 2 wives by a private individual was a rare thing. Popular feeling was generally averse to it. The personages who most commonly practised it were the great men and kings, who were most expressly prohibited. In the book of Deuteronomy, when the degraded Israelites had clamoured for a king, the law was given, quote, "Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, so that his heart turn not away." End quote. No command was more frequently broken in the palaces of Israel. David had an immense harem. It seemed to be reckoned among the regalia. Solomon, who married Pharaoh's daughter, had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines. But we find that he, quote, "did evil in the sight of the Lord," end quote, and that, quote, "his heart was turned away." End quote. Respecting the children born to these parents, there was a change in the law. In Genesis, a man was allowed to transfer the inheritance to a favourite child. But probably from the many flagitious actions committed, it was in Deuteronomy ordained that if a man had 2 wives, of whom he hated one and loved the other, each bearing a child, the firstborn, whether of the loved or the hated woman, should enjoy the right of inheritance. From all the passages in Scripture referring to this subject, it appears that women among the Jews held but an indifferent position, being made the subject of barter, and that marriage was not a sacred but a civil institution, a legal bond, which might be broken by a legal act. Matches were usually made by the woman's kindred, she herself being a secondary actor in the transaction. Throughout the Bible, notwithstanding, we find women held by the inspired writers in great respect. Their treatment by the rebellious Jews, as they sank through various degrees of corruption, being continually set forth among the abominations practised by that flagitious people. In the Scriptures we discover innumerable references to women, and to prostitutes in particular. But, collecting and comparing them all, we find for our present purpose materials by no means abundant. There is no exact information. Prostitutes, we know, existed, and we are told in what estimation they were held, that they stood at the corners of streets, that they practised many seductive arts, and sold themselves at a very cheap rate. But how many they were, how they lived, what was the nature of their places of resort, we are left uninformed, or guided only by obscure allusions. Nevertheless, sufficient is known upon which to base a view of the condition of women, and the extent of morality among the most ancient nation recognized in history. In the book of Genesis, whence we obtain our first glimpses of the social history of mankind, we find interesting, though imperfect, sketches of a curious state of society. We meet, even so early as this, with a woman wearing a veil, not taking her meals in company with men, living in separate apartments, and presenting a model of the system still prevalent in the East. Simplicity and luxury, in strange combination, characterized the manners of that remote age. Their morals appear to have been at all times gross, and one of the principal tasks of legalization was to restrain the licentiousness to which the people were so prone to abandon themselves. Many barbarous races present at this day social institutions similar to those of the Jews, whence many writers have traced them to that stock. It is more probable, however, that similar manners grow out of a similar condition. Several writers, we know, contend for the purity of manners among the Jews, and point to the rigid laws which ruled them. The social history of mankind, however, if it proves anything, proves this, that it is not by any means the nation with the severest code which is the most virtuous. Examples of the contrary might be multiplied. No state, savage or civilized, could ever have more rigorous laws than Atchin and Japan, and nowhere have the people been more flagitious. While the draconic code was in force, morals in Greece went to rot. Consequently, if we are to consider the Jews to have been a moral people, it must certainly not be on the ground of their severe laws. Arguing from that, a contrary inference should be drawn. The direct evidence, however, tends the other way. Chastity appears to have been by no means a favourite virtue. Not to allude to the unnatural abominations mentioned in the Bible, it is certain that there existed a considerable class of public women who prostituted themselves to anyone for a certain reward. The story of Tamar is a curious illustration of this subject. To impose on Judah and bear a child by him, and in spite of him, she assumes the habit and appearance of a regular prostitute. She then goes out, and sitting down by the highway, covers her face. Judah thought her to be a harlot, "because she covered her face," which, as the commentators tell us, it was the custom for such women to do, as among the same class of females in Persia, in mimicry of a shame they did not feel. Judah speaks to her and says, quote, "Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee." End quote. She answers, quote, "What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me?" End quote. He promises to give her a kid from his flock, but she demands a pledge. This he gave, and went with her. The circumstance is related in a manner which seems to show that the practice was common with men, nor does any particular disgrace appear to attach to it. When, however, Judah learns that his daughter-in-law Tamar is "with child by whoredom," he condemns her to the punishment of death by burning, on the secret being at length revealed to him. Footnote: the passage here alluded to is as follows, "Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For, he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hirah the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are, am I with child. And she said, Discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet, the bracelets, and staff. And Judah acknowledged them, and said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son. And he knew her again no more. End quote. Genesis chapter 38, verses 11 to 26. End footnote. We have here a singular illustration of manners among the primitive tribes of that great family of mankind. The corruption of manners reached, it is probable, a high degree before the laws were given. When concubinage was practised, feminine virtue could not be held as a precious possession. The intercourse, accordingly, of a married man with an unmarried woman was esteemed simply as a proof of deficient chastity. At the same time, the encouragement of prostitution, or "the feeding of whores," is denounced as the conduct of foolish and profligate men, who unwisely waste their substance. The class of prostitutes was held in very low esteem. They were in general foreigners and heathens, and are spoken of usually as "strange women." Delilah, who beguiled Samson, was probably a Philistine, though it is not certain that she was not an Israelite. At any rate, there appear to have been many Jewish women of the lowest order who followed this degrading occupation. To render them as few as possible, a law was passed forbidding men, under severe penalties, from bringing up their daughters to prostitution for gain. Legislation, however, could not entirely restrain the vicious from such a course of life. Apparently, the prostitutes among the Jews sometimes obtained husbands. Priests, however, were forbidden on any account to marry a harlot, or indeed any woman with even a breath of imputation on her frame. For the daughter of a priest who took to the calling of a prostitute, the punishment was death by burning. For any woman it was infamous. But in spite of what was laid down in the law, or by the public opinion of the Jews, cities never wanted prostitutes, and women walked the streets or stood in groups at the corners, ready to entrap the young men who came forth in quest of pleasure. Among the exhortations of parents to their sons and of patriarchs to youth, we always find an injunction to beware of strange women, which implies a considerable prevalence of the system. The readers of the Bible will at once remember the many passages of this kind contained in that volume. Footnote: all this is based on the authority of the Bible. Elucidations also have been afforded by the Book of the Religion, &c., of the Jews, from the Hebrew, by Gamaliel ben Peldahzur. The Laws and Polity of the Jews, Sigonius, Republica Hebriorum, and the various commentators. With respect to prostitution among the Jews, an illustration is afforded by the story of the two mothers who came before Solomon for judgment. They were harlots, though bearing children, and they said they dwelt in one house, and "there was no stranger with us in the house." Another is afforded by the account of the two men whom Joshua sent out as spies. They came into a harlot's house at Rabbah, a brothel in fact, where, as at Rome in the imperial age, the women sat impudently, without a veil, at the door, and solicited the passers-by. They wore peculiar clothing. In addition to the vile customs of the East, we find, "Thou shalt not bring into the temple the price of a whore." This was to guard against the introduction of a practice not uncommon among some ancient and modern nations, of the priests enriching themselves and their temple by hiring out prostitutes. Mary Magdalene of Magdala was not the sinner, the woman of the city, who washed the feet of Jesus. She appears to have been a reputable person, while the other had been a prostitute. What a lesson is read to us by Christ's behaviour to her. Another state, known to us from Scripture, is Babylon, surnamed the Whore, as well from its profligacy as its idolatry. The one indeed was accompanied by the other. Luxury and debauch were carried to the highest excess. The temple of Venus, a goddess known there as Melita, was sacred to prostitution. The priests had, in immemorial time, invented a law that every woman should once in her life present herself at the temple and prostitute her body to any stranger who might desire it. Consecrated by religion, this act appeared odious to few of the Babylonian citizens. The woman came, dressed brilliantly, and crowned with a garland of flowers. She sat down with her companions in a place where the strangers who filled the galleries might observe and make choice of their victims. numbers were found always ready enough to enjoy the privilege procured for them by the priests. When a man had selected one of the women who pleased him most, he came down, and making her a present of money, which she was compelled to take, took her hand and said, "I implore in thy favour the goddess Mylitta." He then led her to a retired spot and consummated the transaction. Having once entered the temple, it was impossible for any ordinary woman to return home without having prostituted herself. Nevertheless, the priests allowed some ladies of rank and wealth to make a bargain for their chastity, which they probably desired to dispose of more agreeably to their own caprice. These few privileged persons went through the ceremonies without performing the usual act of prostitution. At the taking of Babylon by Cyrus, men were found ready to hire out their daughters and prostitute them for profit, while in the Alexandrian age men sent their wives to strangers for a sum of money. See Gauguet, Origine des Lois, with Herodotus, Strabo, and Quintus Curtius. Throughout the countries of the East, upon the history of which at that early period any light has been thrown, we discover the prevalence of similar customs. The most celebrated appear the most licentious, but probably only because they have been the most strictly investigated. The wealthy and luxurious capitals in which the spoils of great conquests were piled up never failed to supply a sufficient number of abandoned women, supported by the looser sort of men, in various degrees of position, from penury to splendour. Though circumstances of time and place, of religion and civilization, imparted peculiar characteristics to the prostitute class of each age and country, the general features of the system were invariably the same, and the prostitutes of Babylon resembled very much the prostitutes of New Orleans and London. We turn next to ancient Egypt, a country of whose laws and manners we have had interesting, if not complete, accounts bequeathed us. End of section 19. Section 20 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 4, of Prostitution in Ancient Egypt. Turning to ancient Egypt, we find in the records of that singular people little directly bearing on the question before us. Herodotus and Diodorus, the Sicilian, are almost the sole lights which guide us in our researches among them. Recently, the labours of a learned antiquarian have tended to increase our acquaintance with the people of Old Egypt, by translating into language the volumes of information engraved or painted on the walls of tombs, temples, palaces, and monuments, so numerous in the cities on the banks of the Nile. We have thus had broad glimpses of the ancient history, the geography, population, government, the arts, the industry, and the manners of that country at that period. But the extent of the prostitute system has not been touched upon. Nevertheless, as one of the most ancient civilizations known to history, Egyptian society deserves some attention, and it is worthwhile to glance at the general condition of its women, especially as a few facts throw light on the especial point of our inquiry. The position of a woman in ancient Egypt was in some respects remarkable. Entire mistress of the household, she exercised considerable influence over her husband, and was not subjected to any intolerable tyranny. In all countries, however, where concubinage is allowed, the condition of the sex must be in a degree degraded. Herodotus tells us that the Egyptians married only one wife; Diodorus, that they married as many as they pleased, the restriction applying only to the sacerdotal order. The contradiction may be reconciled by supposing that the former writer described the general practice, and the latter the permission granted by the law, or, which is more probable, that he confounded concubinage with polygamy. From frequent allusions to this system, we know it was tolerated. Wise laws, however, held a check upon the practice. Every child, the fruit of whatever union, was to be reared by its parents, infanticide being severely punished. Illegitimacy was a term not recognised. The son of the free and the son of the bondwoman had an equal right to inheritance, the father alone being referred to, since the mother was viewed as little more than a nurse to her own offspring. Women in Egypt bore numerous children, which rendered many concubines a burden too heavy for any but the wealthy to bear. Nevertheless, some did indulge themselves in this manner, procuring young girls from the slave merchants who came from abroad, or captives taken in the field. In a country where the marriage of brother and sister was allowed, we might expect to find curious laws relating to the subject before us. But they were not curious in any particular degree. Adultery was punished in the woman by the amputation of her nose, in the man by 1,000 blows with a stick. The wealthier men were extremely jealous, forcing their wives to go barefooted, that they might not wander in the streets. Eunuchs also were maintained by some. Among classes of a lower grade, the women enjoyed peculiar freedom, being allowed to take part in certain public festivals, on which occasions they wore a transparent veil. Among all sorts and conditions of the sex, the drinking of wine was permitted, as it was by the Greeks, though not by the Romans, and ladies are occasionally represented on the monuments, exhibiting all the evidences of excess. These observations apply to the respectable female society of ancient Egypt. There existed, however, another class, nowhere indeed indicated under the term harlot or prostitute, but evidently such from the accounts we have received. If the descriptions transmitted to us of the ordinary female society be correct, the women to whom we allude could have been no other than public prostitutes. Such were in all probability those who enlivened the festival of Bubastis and danced at the private entertainments. What ideas of decency prevailed among them may be imagined from the brief, though curious, account afforded by Herodotus. When the time of the festival arrived, men and women embarked promiscuously and in great numbers on board the vessels which conveyed them up or down the river. During the voyage they played on various instruments, and whenever they arrived at a city, moored the boats. Then some of the women, who could have been no other than the Almeh of those days, Dr. Bellow also takes this view, played furiously all kinds of music, flung off their garments, challenged the women of the town with gross insulting language, and outraged decency by their gestures and postures. An immense concourse of people assembled on the occasion, and a large proportion of them belonged to the female sex. Some of them only, according to our author, took part in the exhibitions of profligacy we have noticed. The public dancers and musicians of the female sex were also, in all probability, members of the sisterhood we allude to. They were, it is well known, held in extremely low estimation. They were clothed, like the prostitutes of ancient Greece, in a single light garment. Indeed, from the monuments, it is questionable whether they did not, like those in the Roman Saturnalia of Flora, dance entirely naked at some of the more dissolute private festivals of the wealthy. At any rate, their forms are represented so completely undraped that any garment they wore must have been a light veil which clung to the skin and was transparent. But from what we are told of the festival of Bubastis, it is by no means improbable that they were actually nude. In that remote period, fancifully called the Age of Sesostris, chastity does not appear to have been the capital virtue of society among the Egyptians. At least, we must draw this inference if we are to attach any significance to traditions or fables, which generally reflect some phase of truth. Sesostris, it is said, having offended the gods, was struck blind and ordered to find a woman who had been strictly faithful to her husband. He was very long in performing the task, being furnished with an unerring rule of judgment. Of course, the account is an idle fable, yet it is not altogether unworthy of notice, for it indicates an opinion as to the chastity of that period. Footnote: Diodorus Siculus, chapter 1, verse 59. See also the Euterpe of Herodotus and Sir G. Wilkinson's Ancient Egypt. End footnote. Of prostitution in ancient Greece. In the heroic ages of Greece, we find women, on the authority indeed of poets, the sole historians of those times, enjoying a considerable share of liberty, held in much respect, accustomed to self-reliance, and allowed freely to mingle with others of their own sex and with men. A modest simplicity of manners is ascribed to them, which is wholly foreign to modern ideas of refinement. What education they received is not well known, though they appear to have been trained to practice many of the useful as well as the elegant arts of life. But with respect to the morality prevalent among them, little exact information can be gained. As in the Bible, however, frequent allusion is made to harlots and strange women waiting at the corners of the streets, so in the poets of antiquity passages occur which point to the existence of a class dedicating itself to serve, for gain, the passions of men who could not afford marriage, or would not be bound by its restrictions. The science of statistics, however, does not seem to have been cultivated in those days. We are not told with certainty of the population of cities, or even whole countries, and men were not then found to calculate how many in 100 were immoral, or to compare the prostitute with the honourable classes of women. With the commencement of the strictly historical age, though statistics are still wanting, there have been collected materials from which we may gather fair ideas of the status of women, and the position and extent of the prostitute class among them. Beginning with Sparta, a very peculiar system displays itself. Among the citizens of that celebrated Doric state, women were regarded as little more than agencies for the production of other citizens. The handsome bull stranglers of Lacedaemon held exceedingly lax notions of morality, and would have considered a delicately chaste woman as one characterized by a singular natural weakness. Taught to consider themselves more in their capacity of citizens than of women, their duty to their husbands and to their own virtue occupied always the second place. Their education inculcated the practice of immorality. All ideas of modesty were, by a deliberate public training, obliterated from their minds. Scourged with the whip when young, taught to wrestle, box, and race naked before assemblages of men, their wantonness and licentiousness passed every bound. Marriage, indeed, was an institution of the state, but no man could call his wife his own. On occasions when the male population was away in the field, the women complained that there was no chance of children being born, and young men were sent back from the camp to become the husbands of the whole female population, married and single. In times of peace, also, the public laws gave every woman a chance of becoming what we should in these days term a public prostitute. A man without a wife might insist on borrowing, for a certain time, the wife of another. Should her husband resist, the law was called in to enforce the demand. It is asserted indeed by some that adultery was unknown in Sparta. There was no such offence, in truth, recognised in the code. It was common, legal, and occurred every day. At the same time, however, it is to be remembered that the severe laws of Sparta, recognising no concessions to the weaker passions of men, allowed these things only for state purposes, that citizens might be brought forth. There appears to have been no class of prostitutes gaining a livelihood by selling their persons to the pleasures of men. The rigorous code of the state forbade such sensual indulgences. Women were not allowed, apparently, to walk the streets. The young were strictly watched by the elders jealously observed by the young, and any proneness to a practice subversive of that vigorous health in the population considered essential to preserve the manhood of Sparta would have been denounced as an attempt to introduce luxury and effeminacy, the vices in their eyes of slaves. To assert that in the whole state no virtuous women and no public prostitutes, in our sense of the word, could be found, would be rash, but it is certain that no authority which has come down to us represents chastity as a Spartan virtue, or prostitution for money or from predilection one of their social institutions. In Athens a wholly different picture is presented. There, and generally among the Ionians, the duty of the wife was to preserve a chastity as delicate and pure as any which is required in our strictest social circle. There, at the same time, the courtesan class existed, and men of all descriptions and all ages encouraged prostitution, to which a considerable class of women devoted themselves. This is a complete contrast with Sparta. The young girls of Attica were early trained to all the offices of religion. They acquired considerable knowledge. Their intellectual qualities were to some degree developed. They were educated to become housekeepers, wives, and mothers, such as we describe under those heads. Exercising considerable influence over their male relatives, they possessed, consequently, considerable weight in the community, and altogether held a higher position than the women of Sparta. They led secluded lives, yet they enjoyed many opportunities of intercourse with the other sex, and though in their theatres and in their temples indecency of the grossest description was frequently displayed to their sight, they seem otherwise to have been somewhat refined in this respect. In Sparta, the virgins never hesitated to expose themselves naked before any circle of spectators. In Athens, they observed at least the public forms of decorum, and with the exception of the hetairai, or prostitute class, were sufficiently modest in their conversation and in their behaviour. Accustomed to be present at public spectacles, to converse with men, to share in the performance of ceremonies at religious or civic festivals, the women of Athens occupied a position somewhat approaching that which we believe is proper to their sex. Marriages, as among us, were contracted, some from sentiment, others from interest. We are led to form a high idea of the general morality prevailing in the Attic states of Greece at an early period, from the exalted view of love, of chastity, of matronly duties, urged in the writers of the time. This seems a fair measure to employ, since, in a later age, when morals were more corrupt, and the regular class of prostitutes might be confounded with the general society, the style and sentiment of poets and others formed an exact reflex of the prevailing state of morality. Traditions point to a period in the social history of Greece when men and women dispensed altogether with the ceremony of marriage, living not only out of wedlock, but promiscuously, without an idea of any permanent compact between two individuals of opposite sexes. If such a state of things ever existed, It must have been before any regular society was formed, and it is therefore vain to dwell upon it. Polygamy, we know, long continued in practice among the Greeks, though it was a privilege and a propensity chiefly followed by the powerful and rich. In Athens, marriage was held sacred. The character of a bachelor was disreputable. So indeed was it in Sparta, where young men remaining single after a certain period might be punished for the neglect of a duty exacted from them by the severe laws of the state. In both states, but in different degrees, the prohibition of marriage within certain limits of consanguinity extended, but when once the union took place, it was in Athens a crime of great enormity to defile its sanctity. The influence of the wife was in the household powerful, and commanding as she did the respect of men, the advantages of her position were so great that to risk their loss by a transgression of the moral law was not a common occurrence. We may therefore assign to the women of Athens a high average of morality, and consider them as having been held in remarkable estimation. An important point in the manners of every people is the institution of marriage. From an inquiry into its estimation, whether it be held a religious right or a civil contract, or both, with various other circumstances in connection with these, we are aided in forming a just idea of the prevalent civilization. In the Doric states of Greece, it was esteemed as little more than a prudent ceremony, binding man and woman together for purposes of state. As among the savages of Australasia, it was the custom for a man to bear a woman forcibly from among her companions, when he took her to the bridesmaid's house, and, her hair being cut short and her clothes changed, she was delivered to him as wife. His intercourse with her, however, was for some time clandestine, and he shunned being seen in her society. This was the case with the wealthier maidens. The portionless girls were, from time to time, shut up in a dark edifice, and the youths, being introduced, accepted each the woman he happened to seize upon. A penalty was imposed on any one refusing to abide by the decision of chance. Occasionally public ceremonies were enacted at the marriages of the rich, but from all testimony it appears certain that the union of man with woman at Sparta was entirely of a civil and by no means of a sacred character. Private interest, sentiment, and happiness were indeed in this, as in all other matters, subordinate to the public exigencies. When a woman had no children by her own husband, she was not only allowed, but required by the law, to cohabit with another man. Anaxandrides, to procure an heir, had, contrary to all custom, 2 wives. The state excused no licentiousness for its own sake, but any amount for a public object. Footnote: Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece by J. A. St. John. End footnote. In Attic Greece, the ceremony of marriage was viewed in a more poetical light, and divinity was supposed to preside over it. We have already alluded to the notion of the promiscuous intercourse among them at a remote period, but passing from this fable, we find traces of polygamy long discernible. Heracles maintained a regular seraglio. Aegeus, Pallas, Priam, Agamemnon, and nearly all the chiefs possessed harems, but these were irregularities, contrary to law and custom, and only in fashion among royal personages. The story of the 2 wives of Socrates seems a pure invention. In the Athenian Republic, marriage, being held in reverence, was protected by the law. In the later and better known ages, consanguinity within certain limits was a bar to such union. Men, however, might marry half-sisters by the father's side, though few availed themselves of the permission. Betrothed long before marriage by their parents, the young man and woman were nevertheless allowed on most occasions to consult their own inclinations. Numerous religious rites preceded the actual ceremony, and heavenly favour was invoked upon it. The marriage was performed at the altar in the temple, where sacrifice was made, and a mutual oath of fidelity strengthened by every sacred pledge. Adultery was held a debasing crime, and divorce discreditable to man and wife. Footnote: Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece by J. A. St. John. End footnote. In connection with the subject of marriage is that of infanticide. It prevailed among the Greeks under the sanction of philosophy. Among the Thebans and the Tyrrhenians it was, however, unknown. Why? Because they were more humane or moral? Not by any means. They were among the most profligate societies of antiquity. It is generally shame which induces to child murder women bearing offspring from illicit intercourse with men. Where no disgrace attaches to illegitimate offspring, the principal incentive to destroy them is taken away. And in Tyre, where female slaves served naked at the table of the rich, and even ladies joined the orgies in that condition, modesty was by no means a common grace of their sex. The Thebans, a very gross people, made infanticide a capital crime, but allowed the poor to impose on the state, under certain circumstances, the burden of their children. In Thrace, the infant, placed in an earthen pot, was left to be devoured by wild beasts, or to perish of cold and hunger. Footnote: Mackinnon's History of Civilization. End footnote. In Sparta, clandestine infanticide was a crime, but the state often performed what it declared a duty by condemning weakly and delicate infants to be flung into a pit. In Athens, on the contrary, it was left for desperate women and cold-blooded men privately to accomplish the act, exposing their children in public places to perish, or to claim charity from some wayfarer. Frequently the rich had recourse to this for concealing an intrigue, and left a costly dowry of gold and jewels in the earthenware jar where they deposited the victim. The temple steps sometimes received the foundling, but occasionally they were left to die in desert places. In the flourishing period of the Republic, however, poverty was so rare, indeed so unknown, that it seldom exacted these sacrifices from the humbler people. Infanticide was then left to the wholly unnatural who refused the burden, or the guilty who dreaded the shame of a child. But in the female society of that state there was, as we have said, a sisterhood which exercised no inconsiderable influence on public manners. These were the hetairæ, or prostitutes, who occupied much the same position which the same class does in most civilized communities of modern times. The youthful, beautiful, elegant, polished, and graceful commanded, while their attractions lasted, the favours and the deference of wealthy and profligate young men, and when their persons had faded, sank by degrees, until they dragged themselves in misery through the streets, glad to procure a meal by indiscriminate prostitution with all who accepted their company. When children were born to them, infanticide usually, especially in the cases of girls, relieved them of the burden. The position the prostitute class of Athens occupied in relation to the other women in the community was peculiar. They entered the temples during the period of one particular festival, and in modern countries the churches never closed against them. But they were not, as among us, allowed to occupy the same place at the theatre with the Athenian female citizen. Yet this was not altogether to protect the virtue of the women. It was to satisfy the pride of the citizen, since every stranger suffered an equal exclusion from these reserved seats. Notwithstanding this, however, the courtesans occasionally visited the ladies in their own houses to instruct them in those accomplishments in which, from the peculiar tenor of their lives, they were the most practised, while it appears that both classes mingled at the public baths. The hetairæ, or prostitute class, exercised undoubtedly an evil influence on the society of Athens. They indulged the sensual tastes and the vanity of the young, encouraged among them a dissolute manner of life, and while the power of their attractions lasted, led them into expensive luxury, which could not fail of an injurious effect on the community. The career of the prostitute was, as it is in all countries, short and miserable at its close. While their beauty remained unfaded, they were puffed up with vanity, carried along by perpetual excitement, flattered by the compliments of young men, and by the conversation of even the greatest philosophers, and maintained in opulence by the gifts of their admirers. Premature age, however, always, except in a few celebrated cases, assailed them. They became old, ugly, wrinkled, deformed, and full of disease, and might be seen crawling through the market-places, haggling for morsels of provision, amid the jeers and insults of the populace. In some instances, indeed, there occurred in Athens what occasionally happens in all countries. Men took as wives the prostitutes with whom they had associated. Even the wise Plato became enamoured of Archianassa, a hetera of Ctesiphon, for many of these women were no less renowned for the brilliancy of their intellectual qualities than for their personal charms. Of Phryne, whose bosom was bared before the judges by her advocate, and who sat as a model to the greatest of ancient sculptors, all the world has heard. Her statue of pure gold was placed on a pillar of white marble at Delphi. Aspasia exercised at Athens influence equal to that of a queen, attracting round her all the characters of the day, as Madame Roland was wont to do in Paris. Socrates confessed to have learned from her much in the art of rhetoric. Yet these women, harsh as the judgment may appear, were common whores, though outwardly refined and mentally cultivated. Instances, indeed, of high public virtue displayed by members of that sisterhood distinguished among the hetairæ of ancient Greece are on record, and sufficient accounts of them have been transmitted to us to show that they were among the male society a recognized and respected class, while by the women they were neither abhorred nor considered as a pollution to the community. Still, prostitutes they were, to all intents and purposes. The mean, the poor, and faded were chiefly despised for their ugliness and indigence, not for their incontinence. It was in the Homeric ages, as we learn from the Odyssey, held disgraceful for a noble maiden to lose her chastity. But in Athens, at a later time, chastity in an unmarried woman was not held a virtue, the loss of which degraded her utterly below the consideration of all other classes, or debarred her for ever from any intercourse with the honourable of her own sex. The hetera was not, it is true, admitted to mingle freely in the society of young women, but she was not shut out from all communication with them, while among men, if her natural attractions or accomplishments were great, she exercised peculiar influence. Consequently, it appears that in Athens the superior public prostitute had a status higher than that of any woman of similar character in our own day. If we looked for a comparison to illustrate our meaning, we might find it in many of the ladies who at various periods have frequented our court, known but not acknowledged prostitutes. Footnote: This view is chiefly drawn from information collected in Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece by J.A. St. John. In the public judgments of Athens we find, it is true, a penalty or fine imposed on whoredom, Potter's Antiquities of Greece, from which, however, the people escaped by a variation of terms, calling a whore a mistress, as Plutarch tells us. Solon, however, recognized prostitution as a necessary, or at least an inevitable, evil, for he first built a temple to Aphrodite Pandemos, which, truly rendered, means Venus the prostitute. And his view was justified by the declaration that the existence of a prostitute class was necessary, in order, as Cato also thought, that the wives and daughters of citizens might be safe from the passion which young men would, in one way or the other, satiate upon the other sex. Though procurers, therefore, were punishable by law, and the hetairæ were obliged to wear coloured or flowered garments, it was enacted in the civil code of Athens that persons keeping company with common strumpets shall not be deemed adulterers, for such shall be common for the satiating of lust. Brothels, consequently, existed in moderate numbers in Athens, and the young men were not discouraged from attending them occasionally. There were also particular places in the city where the prostitutes congregated, and a temple of Venus, which was their peculiar resort. We find in the poets passages, indeed, advocating the support of whores. Potter's Antiquities of Greece. Still, respected and beloved as the hetairæ were among their friends and lovers, recognized by the law and protected by it, general public respect was denied them, for the Athenians estimated above their brilliant charms the modest virtues of inferior women. Aze on the ancient Greeks. One of the most remarkable features in the public economy of Athens was the tax upon prostitutes, introduced also in Rome by Caligula. It was annually farmed out by the Senate to individuals who knew accurately the names of all who followed this calling. It is to be regretted that their statistics have not been furnished to us. Every woman, it appears, had a fixed price, which she might charge to the men to whom she prostituted her person, and the amount of the tax varied according to their profits. Apparently, they were principally strangers who filled the ranks of the hetairæ, for we find that if persons enjoying the rank and privilege of citizens took to the occupation, a tax was imposed on them as on the ordinary prostitutes, and they were punished by exclusion from the public sacrifices and from the honourable offices of state. The same writer informs us, on the authority of Demosthenes, that a citizen who cohabited with an alien paid a penalty, in case he was convicted, of 1,000 drachmas. But the penalty could not often have been enforced, as the laws of Solon recognized prostitution. It was a feature in the manners of the city, and brothels were fearlessly kept and entered without shame. Numerous evidences of this have been supplied us. Books, Public Economy of Athens. To preserve a respect for chastity, however, and to inculcate a horror for the prostitute's occupation, the same code allowed men to sell their sisters or daughters when convicted of an art of fornication, which in Athens, as elsewhere, frequently was the first step in the regular career of these women. Potter's Antiquities of Greece. The dishonour thus accruing to the general body of prostitutes, though a small class of them enjoyed many superior advantages from their wealth, and the polish of their manners, served, at Athens, in some degree, to preserve public morality. The system, never seems to have reached the height which it has gained in many of our modern cities, where married women often follow the occupation and live upon its gains. Azu on the ancient Greeks. In Corinth, however, prostitutes abounded, and the temple of Venus in that city was sometimes thronged by 1,000 of them. They were usually the most beautiful women of the state, presented or sold to the temple, who prostituted themselves for hire. They were of a peculiar kind, admitting to their embraces none but men who would pay munificently, and in this manner many of them are said to have accumulated large fortunes. Book, Potter. Mitford's notions of the hetairæ appear to have been somewhat fanciful. Tabular statements and numerical estimates have been wanting to complete this glance at the system in ancient Greece, but it may nevertheless afford a just idea of the extent and character of the prostitute class there. End of section 20. Section 21 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 5 of Prostitution in Ancient Rome. If our knowledge of ancient Greece, with reference to its moral economy, is slight, ancient Rome is still less understood. Nothing, indeed, like a detailed account of its social institutions has been preserved. Its scheme of manners is incompletely comprehended, and only an outline picture of its private life can be formed from passages supplied by hundreds of authors, from allusions in the poets and in the satirical writers. German scholars have laboured industriously in the field of classical politics, but the social economy of Rome has been neglected, or, which is worse, obscured by them. We are therefore enabled only to afford a general sketch of the subject in connection with the Great Republic, and the imperial system which grew out of its decay. Examining the condition of the female sex, especially with reference to prostitutes, we must, in Rome as in all other states, distribute our observations over several distinct periods, for such there were in the social history of the nation. In the more honourable days of the Republic, women occupied a high status. While the state was extremely young, we find them indeed in perpetual tutelage, but gradually, as institutions were improved and manners refined, they rose to independence and formed an influential element in society. The matron, in particular, stood in her due position. Respected, accomplished, allowed to converse with men, she was, in the most flourishing era of Roman history, a model for her sex. She presided over the whole household, superintended the education of the children while they remained in tender years, and shared the honours of her husband. Instead of confined apartments being allotted to her as a domestic prison, the best chambers in the house were assigned, while the whole of it was free to her. Other circumstances in her condition combined to invest her with dignity, and the consequence was that the Roman matron seldom or never transgressed against the moral or social law. No divorce is recorded before the year 234 B.C., and that instance was on account of the woman's barrenness, a plea allowed by the law, but universally reprobated by the people. Yet the obstacles to this dissolution of the marriage compact were by no means formidable. Under the imperial regime, when there was less facility, divorces were more frequent. The Roman law of marriage was strict. Degrees of consanguinity were marked, though within narrower limits than among us, within which marriage was not only illegal, but wholly void, and any intercourse by virtue of it denounced as incest by the law. Public infamy attached to it, not only the odium of opinion, but a formal decree by the praetor. Adultery was held as a base, inexpiable crime. It was interdicted under every penalty short of death, and even this was allowed, under certain circumstances, to be inflicted by the husband. Wedded life, indeed, was held sacred by every class, from the knights to the slaves, though among these social aliens actual marriage could not take place. Celibacy was not only disreputable, but in a particular degree criminal, while barrenness brought shame upon the woman who was cursed with it. In an equal or a greater ratio was parentage honourable. Polygamy was illegal, but the social code allowed one wife and several concubines, occupying a medium position, finely described by Gibbon as below the honours of a wife, and above the infamy of a prostitute. Such institutions were licensed that common whoredom might be checked, though the children born of such intercourse were refused the rank of citizens. Often, indeed, they were a burden to the guilty as well as to the poor, and infanticide, which was declared in 374 BC a capital crime, was resorted to as a means of relief. If we examine our question in connection with marriage among the ancient Romans, we find a curious system. First, there were certain conditions to constitute connubium, without which no legal union could be formed. There was only connubium between Roman citizens. Footnote. Occasional exceptions occurred. At one time there was no connubium between the plebeian and the patrician, but the Lex Connulia allowed it. End footnote. There was none where either of the parties possessed it already with another, none between parent and child, natural or by adoption, none between grandparents and grandchildren, none between brothers and sisters, of whole or half blood, none between uncle and niece, or aunt and nephew. Though Claudius legalized it by his marriage with Agrippina, the practice never went beyond the example. Unions of this kind taking place were void, and the father could claim no authority over his children. Mutual consent was essential, of the persons themselves and of their friends. One wife only was allowed, though marriage after full divorce was permitted. There were two kinds of marriage, that cum and that sine conventione. In the former, the wife passed into her husband's family and became subject to him. In the latter, she abdicated none of her old relations and was equal to her husband. There was no ceremony absolutely essential to constitute a marriage. Cohabitation during a whole year made a legal and lasting union. But the woman's absence during 3 nights annually released her from the submission entailed by the marriage cum conventione. Certain words only with religious rites, performed in presence of 10 witnesses, completed a marriage. But certain priestly offices, such as those of the flamen dialis, could only be performed for those whose parents had been wedded in a similar way. Footnote. The sacerdotal functionary, termed flamen dialis, like the high priest of the Jews, could only wed a virgin of unblemished honour, and when she died could not marry again, but was forced to resign his office. End footnote. The sponsalia, or contracts between the man and his wife's friends, were usual but not essential, and could be dissolved by mutual consent. The Roman idea of marriage was, in a word, the union of male and female for life, bringing a community of fortune by a civil, not a sacred, contract. Yet, from the ceremonies generally observed, it is evident that an idea, though unrecognized, of a religious union existed among the Romans in their more pious age. With respect to property, its arrangement depended on settlements made beforehand. Divorce was at one time procured by mutual consent, though afterwards it became more difficult, but never impossible. There was in Rome a legal concubinage between unmarried persons, resembling the morganatic or left-handed marriage, giving neither the woman nor her children any rights acquired from the husband. Widowers often took a concubine without infamy. Footnote: see Julian Law, Ulpian, Gaius, Tacitus, Suetonius, and Dion Cassius, from whom, with various others, Smith's Dictionary is compiled. End footnote. The law of Romulus, enacting that no male child should be exposed, and that the first daughter should always be preserved, while every other should be brought up, or live on trial, as it were, for 3 years, has misled some writers into giving the Romans credit for a loftier humanity. No parent, it is argued, would destroy a 3 years old child. Nevertheless, it is certain that, in the imperial age at least, infanticide and child dropping were frequent occurrences. Deformed or mutilated infants, having been shown to 5 witnesses, might be destroyed at once. The milky column in the herd market was a place where public nurses sat to suckle or otherwise tend the foundlings picked up in various parts of the city. In the early Christian age, it was a reproach to the Romans that they cast forth their sons, as Tertullian expresses it, to be picked up and nourished by the fisherwomen who passed. Mothers would deny their children when brought home to their houses. Some strangled them at once. Various devices were adopted among them, as among other nations of antiquity, to check the overflow of population, as well as to hide the crimes of the guilty. Thus the Phoenicians passed children through fire as a sacrifice. The Carthaginians offered them up at the altar. The Syrians flung them from the lofty propylaea of a temple. Footnote: Dion, Halicar, Festus, Lactara Columna, Tertullian's Apologeticus, Ambrose's Hexahemeron, Lucian de Syria Dea. End footnote. One observation, however, applies to the Romans, and we believe to every other nation, savage or civilized, in every age of the world, exceptions being invariably allowed. Cruel as may have been the laws sanctioning infanticide, when once the child was received into the bosom of the family, it was cared for with tenderness and generally with discretion. It is not sentiment, but justice, which induces us to say that the mother, having once accepted her charge, has seldom been guilty of wilful neglect. The abandoned and dissolute, especially in those societies where fashion has made the performance of maternal duty ridiculous, if not disreputable, have consigned their offspring to others. But women in their natural state usually fulfill this obligation. In Rome, from various causes, public decency was, at least during the Republican period, more rigidly observed, and licentiousness less common and less tolerated than in Sparta or even the later age of Athens. None of its institutions rivaled the dissolute manners of Crete or Corinth. One cause of prostitution being less common was the license of concubinage, which was to the rich a preferable and a safer plan of self-indulgence. It existed, however, in the state, and employed a considerable class of women, though we are told the accomplished prostitute was known as a Grecian import. Nevertheless, the frequent allusions of the law to these women prove that they formed no insignificant element in the society of the capital. Linocinium, or the keeping of female slaves to hire them out as prostitutes for profit, was an offence rather against the moral than the written law of Rome. The Lenones, in many instances, kept brothels or houses open for the trade of prostitution. They purchased in the market handsome girls, for each of whom a sum equal to about £250 of English currency was given, from which we infer that the rates charged in the superior establishments of this kind were somewhat high. Free women were also kept for the same purpose, upon a mutual agreement. The practice was not actually interdicted, but branded as infamous by the praetor's declaration. No woman, however, whose father, grandfather, or husband had been a Roman knight was allowed to prostitute herself for gain. The independent prostitutes, or those who occupied houses of their own, were compelled to affix on the door a notice of their calling and the price they demanded. They were also required, when they signified to the praetor, as they were bound to do, their intention of following this disgraceful occupation, to drop their real names, which they resumed whenever they abandoned that mode of life. Cato the censor recognized prostitution, as Solon did, and Cicero declared no state ever existed without it. Notwithstanding this, the occupation of the prostitute was, in the Republican age, so infamous that a comparatively small class practised it. But under the emperors it grew so prevalent that during the reign of the few of them who even pretended to morality, the severest edicts appeared called for against it. Caligula, however, made a profit from the system. The Lenones were subject to a tax, which fell, of course, as in Athens, upon the prostitutes themselves. No check, therefore, was offered by him to prostitution, but Theodosius and Valentinian sought by formidable penalties to prevent parents from prostituting their children and masters their slaves for gain. Lenocinium was interdicted under pain of the scourge, banishment, and other punishments. In one age, public opinion; in the other, the whip held guardianship over the morals of the state. The owners of houses who allowed lenocinium to be carried on their premises were liable to forfeit the property, besides paying a price of £10 weight of gold. Such edicts, however, only drove immorality into the dark. When the prostitutes could not find enough brothels to harbour them, and indeed at all times the poorer sort were excluded from these larger establishments, places of refuge were still open. The fornices of Rome were long galleries divided into a double row of cells, some broad and airy, others only small dark arches, situated on a level with the street, and forming the substructure of the houses above. Some of them, as those of the Formian villa of Cicero, were tastefully stuccoed and painted in streaks of pink, yellow, and blue. In these long lines of cells the prostitutes of the poorer class were accustomed to assemble, and thence was derived the ecclesiastical term fornication, with its ordinary English meaning. Allusions to this practice occur in the works of Horace and Juvenal, as well as other writers. Some of the arches appear to have been below the surface of the ground, as we find a decree of Theodosius against the subterranean brothels of Rome. The great satirist who has left us his vivid though exaggerated picture of manners in the imperial age supplies some allusions in elucidation of our subject. He speaks of the transparent garments worn by prostitutes, as by the dancers of ancient Egypt, of the foreign women who swarmed in its foul brothels, of the gay harlots' chariots dashing through the streets, and of the porticos and covered walks forming, for these women, places of promenade. We learn that some of them were forced, as a punishment for disorderly behaviour, to wear the male toga, while most were distinguished by a yellow headdress. The fornices were publicly opened and closed at certain hours. The women stood at the doors of their cells in loose, light attire, their bosoms exposed and the nipples gilt. Thus Miss Alana stood at the door of the lupanaria, with her breast adorned with this singular ornament. Footnote. See Satire, Volume 6, 121 to 122. End footnote. At various periods, efforts were made to suppress the prostitute's calling, but never with success. The lawmakers of the imperial age gave no example of the morality which their edicts pretended to uphold. Thus, the bawds who inveigled or ravished girls from their homes to obtain a livelihood by their prostitution became liable to extreme penalties, though what these were we know not. The law of Lenocinium was more widely interpreted as manners became more corrupt. If a husband permitted his wife to prostitute herself that he might share the gains, it was Lenocinium. Justinian allowed a woman the privilege of divorce if her husband endeavoured to tempt her into such adultery. He was forced also to restore her dowry. On the other hand, if a woman committed the crime, it was Lenocinium for the husband to receive her again, to spare the adulterer if caught in the act, or to refrain from prosecuting him if otherwise detected. If a man married a woman convicted of adultery, discovered a crime of this kind, and was bribed to hold his peace, commenced a prosecution for adultery and withdrew it, or lent his house for rape or prostitution, the Gillian law made him guilty of Lenocinium, and penalties of various kinds were attached to the offence in its different modifications. Lupanaria, or common brothels, were at all times considered infamous. Young men seem to have been more careful to visit them in secret than at Athens, where they visited and left them in the light of open day, and were encouraged to do so by the poets. There was, however, another class of disreputable places of assembly to which a similar exists in most modern cities. These were the lower order of popini, or houses of entertainment, not absolutely recognized as stews, but generally known to be the resorts of prostitutes and their companions. In Pompeii there appears to have existed a class of the same description, for in one of the wine houses discovered there, an inner room is situated behind the shop, the walls of which are covered with lewd and filthy pictures. Pornography, or obscene painting, was much practised at Rome, and doubtless afforded much pleasure to the company who nightly assembled in the Ganae, or regular brothels. As among the Greeks, instances of men willing to marry prostitutes occurred among the Romans. It was found necessary to check the practice by rendering it disreputable. The penalty of public infamy was denounced against all freemen contracting such a union, while a senator and the son of a senator were especially forbidden. The prostitutes of Rome, like those of many other countries, varied their principal calling by others which rendered them more attractive to the dissolute youth of the city. They cultivated the arts of dancing, singing, and playing on musical instruments. They performed lascivious dances at their places of assembly, playing on the flute and practising all those tricks of seduction employed so successfully by the Almæ of Egypt. Difficulties have arisen before many inquiries into the social condition of the ancient Romans as to whence the prostitutes came, seeing that they were chiefly strangers. Some light, we think, is thrown on the subject by the fact that the Ambubei were Syrian musicians who performed dances in Rome, and, like the Bayadirs of India, the Almæ of Egypt and the dancers of Java led a life of prostitution. They continued long to be imported, for in the history of Gibbon we find particular notice of the lascivious dances performed by the Syrian damsels
round the altars of the Palatine Hill to please the bestial senses of Elagabalus. During the public pantomimes, the prostitutes danced naked before the people, and at the Florian festival, the actresses at the theatre, who are known to have been common prostitutes, were compelled to strip and perform indecent evolutions for the delight of the audience. This refers, however, to the imperial age. It was at no time a task of much inconvenience to divest themselves of clothing, for the harlots never encumbered themselves with much. In this they resembled the hetairai of Greece, whose thin, light garment was so insufficient for the purposes of decency that it was designated as naked. This was not, however, from hardiness or simplicity, but merely to promote the profit of their calling. In other respects, the luxury of the wealthy prostitutes was boundless, and they were borne through the streets on the rich and elegant lactrae, or portable couches, softly pillowed on which they reposed their limbs in voluptuous indolence. In the reign of Domitian, a decree was passed that no whore should in future make use of these couches, which were reserved as an especial luxury to the privileged classes of Rome. The edicts against prostitution increased in severity under various emperors. The severity of Constantine enacted that a man guilty of rape should die, whether he accomplished his purpose by violence or by gentle and gradual seduction. The virgin who confessed her consent, instead of procuring a mitigation of this sentence, exposed herself to share the penalty. Slaves who were accomplices in the crime of procuring young women for prostitution were punished by being burnt or having boiling metal poured down their throats. The consequence of such a savage law was that it could not be generally applied, nor was it enforced by the example of the emperor, who, once rigidly strict, turned dissolute and luxurious towards the close of his reign. It will be seen from the information here collected that no actual knowledge exists of the precise extent of the prostitute system in Rome. Facts, and some of these extremely curious, have been preserved in connection with it, but the statistics of the question are wholly lost, if indeed they ever existed. On this account, it appeared possible to do no more than bring those facts together, and throwing them into a general sketch of the morality prevailing at different periods in the social history of that state, to draw thence an idea of the truth. Under the comparatively virtuous republic, a line could certainly be drawn between the profligate and the moral classes of the community. Under some of the emperors, such a distinction was wholly impossible. The vulgar prostitute was commonly met at the tables of the rich, and the palace itself was no more than an imperial brothel. A few notes on the history of the empire will justify these remarks. In the early period of the decline, the licentious amours of Faustina were excused, even encouraged, by her husband, and the nobles paid homage in the temples before the image of an adulteress. In the eyes of Commodus, virtue was criminal, since it implied a reflection upon his profligacy. Dissolving his frame in lust amid 300 concubines and boys, he violated by force the few modest women remaining near his court. Julia, the wife of Severus, though flattered in life and death by public writers, was no better than a harlot. We have already noticed the pleasures of Elagabalus, who committed rape upon a Vestal virgin, and condescended to the most bestial vice. The nobles readily followed his example, and the people were easily led into the fashion. Maximin drowned every coy maiden who refused his embraces. In process of time, the most degrading features of Asiatic profligacy were introduced into Rome, and eunuchs crowded the palaces of the emperor and his nobles. History alludes to no more vulgar prostitute and the Empress Theodora, who played comedies before the people of Constantinople, and prostituted her person, of unparalleled beauty as it was, night after night, to a promiscuous crowd of citizens and strangers, of every rank and description. She exhibited herself naked in the theatre. Her sympathy for the prostitute class may be indicated by almost the only virtuous action recorded of her, inducing her husband, Justinian, to found a monastery on the shores of the Bosphorus, where 500 miserable women, collected from the streets and brothels, were offered a refuge. When we remember the usual relative proportion of objects relieved by charity to the numbers from which they are selected, this indicates a considerable trade in prostitution then carried on in Constantinople. When, however, such a social system prevailed, no inquiry could fix the professional class of harlots, since moral women, if any existed, were certainly exceptions. It is always necessary, when inquiring into the morality of any people, to inquire into the extent to which the practice of procuring abortion was carried, and how it was viewed. Montesquieu justly observes that it is by no means unnatural, though it may be criminal, for a prostitute, should she by chance conceive a child, to seek to be relieved from the burden. She has no means of support except one which she cannot possibly follow and at the same time fulfill the duties of a mother. These considerations, perhaps, had some weight with the legislators of Rome, as well as those reasons of political prudence which in various ancient states recognized infanticide. That it was practiced to some extent there is shown by frequent allusions in various works. It has been asserted, indeed, that the custom of procuring abortion prevailed to such an extent that, combined with celibacy, it materially affected the population of the state. But this appears a false view. There are no accounts to support such an idea. It is not known at what particular time a law was introduced against it. Certainly it was held in a different light than it is by our religion and our civilization. Plato's Republic permits it. Aristotle also allows it to be practiced under certain circumstances, but only before the child is quick in the womb. So also, among the Romans, it seems long to have been unrestrained by law, though it is impossible to believe that the natural instincts of women would not deter them, except in desperate situations, from such unnatural offences. Such is the view of the prostitute system, with a sketch of general morality, which the facts preserved by history enable us to offer. It appears from these facts that, during the more flourishing period of the Roman state, the prostitutes formed a class to which the principal immorality of the female society was confined, while in the later or imperial age profligacy ran loose among the people, so that the distinction between the regular harlot and the unrecognized prostitute was all but lost. Chastity under the Republic was a peculiar Roman virtue, and the prostitutes were usually foreigners, while we do not find that they ever mixed with reputable women who had characters to lose. Footnote: Taylor's Elements of the Civil Law, Becker's Private Life of the Greeks and Romans, Suetonius with Burman's Notes, The Codes of Justinian and Constantine, Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities, Adams' Antiquities, Ferguson's Roman Republic, Niebuhr's History, Gibbon's Decline and Fall supply facts for the above, while the writings of Horace, Juvenal, Lactantius, Dion Cassius, the Augustine History, and numerous other authors afford scattered notices not easy to collect or digest. End of section 21.